talking when they talk, when I see shit? A big week in the world for golf fans, for baseball fans, and of course, for poker fans as we are in Northern Cyprus for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We are here for event number 1, the $25,000 pot limit Omaha. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks. Event number 1 down to their final 6 players. Take a look at our final 6 players. Laszlo Boitis. He is pacing the field with 1.38 million chips. Ali Imsirovic with 785,000 in second place, looking to add to his PokerGO Tour lead. Brent, how are you? Good morning.
Rise and shine, Tuck. Fantastically well, my man. Great little intro there.
Well, it's a big week.
Beautiful.
I mean, we've got the Masters, we got opening day of baseball, and of course, we got poker. And what a better way to kick it off with the Super High Roller Series Europe event number 1. We're running there from April 7th through the 15th, all culminating with a $250,000 huge tournament at the end of the series. But today we've got a $25,000 PLO in front of us. It is currently 1 p.m. in Northern Cyprus.
Well, it's 4 a.m. here on the west coast of the United States, Tuck, so grab your coffee, buddy.
Ready to go, ready to go. First place in this tournament, $360,000. We'll talk about those PokerGO Tour points as well, as Ali looking to pad his lead. He is current leader right now with 1,445 points, so he'll be getting a lot of those.
Certainly is. Amazing, really. He's the 2021 PGT Player of the Year, back on top of the leaderboard here in 2022. The kid is unstoppable.
Unstoppable for sure. Pot limit Omaha, $25,000 tournament. The tournaments this week ranging from $25,000 all up to $250,000. So what do we know about these players here? Laszlo Boitis, our chip leader, 28 from Hungary, goes by Omaha for Rolls online.
That's right. Yeah, absolute killer. When you call yourself Omaha for Rolls, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is his best game, Tuck. Pot limit Omaha.
I think that's probably safe. to say. PLO
Also,
final
how
tables
about-
are always. I was going to say PLO final tables are always kind of an interesting animal as we look at this flop here. Ace, Queen, 9, 2 hearts out there because of the ICM and so forth and so on. A set of queens here for Imsirovic.
Very wet board, even for middle set. Plentiful draws available, and it looks like we can't see all 4 for Gocic, but he has got a nice little peelable hand. If the other card is in fact some sort of heart, that would be a great deal of strength. Elias Parssinen, he won the PLO Poker Masters of Online series a couple years back. He's got that pair of 9s with a flush draw as well.
Parssinen from Finland bets 50,000. Ollie makes the call with middle set, as you mentioned. Gocic. You mentioned earlier he and Ollie travel together, good friends.
They also dress the same, very similar hoodies, I believe the Dragon Ball Z variety.
I try wearing that. I don't think I can pull it off anymore.
Try it again, Tuck. You'll be fine.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that our friend Parssinen did not have, Gocic did not have the flush draw to go along with the Jack-10 as he let that one go.
Thank you.
Pot 180,000, and I'm curious to see how careful the players at this final table play it. PLO final tables can be an interesting animal depending on how the players are feeling about ICM, about laddering up.
You check? Yeah, check one time. Yeah. Sorry.
Check, check on the turn. Why is Ollie checking the queens?
Well, here on the river, I believe he's no longer concerned about aces. He's hoping that Parssinen comes in with some sort of thin value bet so Ollie can come in with a check full pot raise. At least I have to imagine. And it looks like Parssinen, wise check back, does not turn that 9 into a bluff.
Yeah, he gave up there. Ollie did not get any value on the turn, looking to induce on the river. Parssinen does check it back. Once again, thank you for joining us here in the Super High Roller Series Europe. Exclusively on the PokerGo YouTube channel. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from across the world. Let us know in the YouTube chat. Tuck and I are there. I am in Las Vegas. Tuck, where are you located?
I am in sunny Los Angeles right now.
Well, there we go. We got LA and Vegas covered.
Yeah, we are crushing the 4 in the morning crowd. I'm going to venture a guess that most of our viewers right now are outside the United States, so welcome. And as Brent mentioned, yeah, do let us know where you are. Whether you're in New Zealand, Australia, Japan. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I think it's interesting as well because you got Raphael Schreiner from Austria with 535,000 chips. Then you got kind of a bunched up middle. And then, of course, Bojtas, the Hungarian, who's our chip leader.
Bojtas, he did some work on day one. That is a hefty pile to come in with, especially against this crew. I was watching the live updates, which you can check out over at pgt.com, live reporting. Keeping an eye last night as we were nearing the final table. Chris Brewer ended up being our bubble boy. Did not reach the final 6 here today, nor did he cash. So that's a pure stone cold painful bubble.
Yeah, the final table and the pay bubble, and he actually doubled up Ollie earlier on. Ollie was he was all in for his tournament life. Did double up versus Brewer. I mean, it's really Brewer's fault. I mean, you can't try to eliminate Ollie. This guy's not getting knocked out of anything these days.
Yeah, it's remarkable. We know how good Ali is at the 2-card games, particularly No Limit Hold'em, and he's showing us today that, well, he can play every variety.
This is event number 1, the Super High Roller Series in Europe. We're in northern Cyprus, and 4 players to the flop limped around. We're playing 10,000, 20,000. Levels are 40 minutes long. Taking a look in the chat there, I see we got Chicago, we got Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden.
We do
Latvia,
have some
Netherlands.
we got the United States representing here. I'm good morning, everybody.
I'm shocked.
I'm loving it. I am not surprised at all that we're kind of seeing a little bit of, close to the vest playing so far. We take a look at the payouts. Remaining 6 players all guaranteed $50,000. Then it's $80,000. Third place is $160,000. First place $360,000. Sorry. Then I look at the PokerGo points, the PokerGo Tour points given out. All these players are guaranteed 30. As I mentioned earlier, Ali is in the lead there. How important is that to him to get those points?
For Ali, it's everything. He thrives and is driven by these sorts of leaderboards, the accolades, the rewards, and whatnot. He won Player of the Year in 2021, an outstanding achievement. He wants to win it every year, and he'll be the first one to tell you that. This is just how he's wired. He's different than most that participate on the PGT. Already in 2022, he's got 4 wins, 13 cashes, and more than $2.2 million earned on the PGT leaderboard. Somehow, some way, not only is he in first place ranking-wise, but also total earnings.
Let me just look at my paperwork, all those accolades. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I've just double-checked.
Yeah.
All those wins and that money.
What you may have missed, and I doubt it, but it's hard to miss unless you've been living under a rock, is what has happened along the way at the Triton Series leading up to the Super High Roll Blues. How about the return of Phil Ivey? He is now 8th on the PGT leaderboard, making various final tables over at these Triton events, and it's safe to say Phil Ivey is back.
Yeah, that's an amazing story, and we'll talk about that throughout the morning, the evening, wherever you might be in the world. Boitis has flopped the nuts with Queen 10, playing it a little bit cautiously. Bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see their cards. You'll see the percentage of the time that they will win the pot if it goes to showdown.
25.
And in all likelihood, this hand is probably just... Well, we'll see.
I will tell you, for Parssinen, he's got a decent bluff catcher, right? I mean, I'm no PLO expert by any means, but we do have aces up. We've got a queen in our hand that acts as sort of a blocker to the nuts, making it more unlikely that our opponent could have that sort of holding. The question is Boitis ever value betting a hand like King Jack, King 9, which would be the two pair combos we would still be ahead of on this sort of texture? That's a nice little discipline fold there by Parssinen.
Yeah, and one thing that I was about to allude to, he didn't have any diamonds, so he doesn't block the diamond draw.
Yeah.
So and just to let top and bottom pair go like that, that is really, really disciplined. Parssinen, once again from Finland, wearing the Triton sweatshirt. And Phil Ivey, yeah, that was something I was talking about in the intro. You talk about this week. We got the Masters. We got baseball opening. We got Tiger Woods playing in the Masters. And Phil Ivey back. It's just amazing. Just won a 7-figure score over there in northern Cyprus. It's just, what a story. Phil Ivey is just one of those players in poker, and he has been for the, past 20 years, really, that no matter where you are and what you're doing, if he's playing, you're watching.
He is the greatest of all time, and there's no question about it. When Ivey wants to be the best, when he's dialed in and focused and working hard, he is the best. You name it, in any game. Maybe, no limit hold'em tournaments these days, kids like Ali Imsirovic, they'll wave the old Dikembe and say, not so fast, Ivey, this is my turn now. But as far as overall across the board, Ivey still remains supreme.
Queen 10-3, 2 spades out there, 120,000 in the pot. Boitis, the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, thinking back to the U.S. Poker Open, which just concluded a couple weeks ago at Las Vegas inside the PokerGO studio. How about Daniel Negreanu, Eric Seidel winning his first tournament since 2015, and then, of course, what happened this week over at the Triton events, Phil Ivey reaching the podium, also claiming victor at one of those events. I mean, it's like, what year is this?
Yeah, you rub your eyes and you think about it and you go, wait, I'm 22 again. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Ace
And
on the river.
Think most folks at home are pretty aware of this, but this is not Christoph Vogelsang. This is his supermodel cousin, Tom Vogelsang, who has been featured on the cover of Maxim and GQ numerous times. An absolutely beautiful-looking fella from the Netherlands.
Yeah, and if you weren't sure which one was from the Netherlands, it's the tall guy on your right. It's always the tall guy on your right.
It's the only good-looking guy here, Tuck. I mean, look.
Wow, whoa, throwing everybody else under the bus.
Yeah, I am, Tuck. I mean, no one can touch this guy, Tom Vogelsang. I mean, what?
Hey, listen, I'm not saying
like
anybody
James
can touch him.
Bond.
He's a good-looking man. Yeah, he's James Bond, but I mean, the rest of the table isn't, it's not chopped liver.
Free hand.
Maybe chop. No, I don't think so.
Hector Abreu in the chat says announcers should mention how much of a legend Boitas is. Probably a bigger legend than Ivey when adjusted for hype. I've never adjusted anything for hype, and I think that's a little bit much, Hector. But I will say, yeah, from what we have seen about Laszlo Boitas, he certainly is a legend. Omaha 4 rolls online, big PLO cash game player online, just 28 years old from Hungary.
Yeah, he is an absolute legend. I was doing a little digging and discovered that little nugget about him being Omaha for rolls. Iconic place, the biggest stakes any game offered when it comes to online cash games. Ooh, and a whopper here for Parssinen. Those are the suited bullets.
Yeah, all aces are not equal, and these are among the better ones. Double suited with the king and the 9.
30.
A raise from Vogelsang to 70,000. Parssinen going up to 230,000, and Ali with aces.
Yours are better than mine.
And they're going to get it all in, and you hear Ali say, yours are better than mine.
They certainly are, although not too differently. Ali, of course, has live shovels. He's got the spades kicking, and he's got the wheel tickets stuck. Don't count out those low boards.
Each player with 27% equity. The rest of the time, they'll chop this up.
Tell us what you had.
I had these two.
Ivey. Red cards?
No. I had maybe one spade. I don't know for sure.
Oh, God, he's dead.
Nice sweat. Like 9 of spades.
How could I ever lose?
Ooh, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
How could I ever lose, man?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed. That's a An above-average flop for Ali.
Just ask for
Queen of
the five of hearts,
No.
the 5 of diamonds.
The 6. Parssinen cannot win the hand. He can only chop it.
It's a beauty. Queen.
GG.
And he is not going to chop it. Taps the table. Ali Imsirovic makes the wheel. He wins the pot, and with that, eliminates the Finn, Elias Parssinen, gone in 6th place. He'll take home $50,000. And, you know, taking us back to the Connor Drine and Carrie Katz aces versus aces hand in the $1 million big one drop. This is not the same thing, right? I mean, aces versus aces in PLO, a player loses all the time, right?
It happens. It's much more frequent. It's less dramatic. But I will tell you, for Ali to just do that now on this stage, similar to what we have seen and been accustomed to seeing for a number of years inside the PokerGO studio, I'm now convinced it's not about the location. It is just about Ali himself. He's an alien.
Continue doing what you've been doing.
The best player league.
It's also not bad, yeah.
So we lose 1, down to 5 players. Remaining 5 players all guaranteed 80,000 and 48 PGT points. Boitas raising to 50,000. We're not going to see a flop, though. As we continue to roll along here, the Super High Roller Series, exclusively on the PokerGO YouTube channel. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're in northern Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. 10 events ranging from $25,000 all the way up to $250,000. That one's on April 13th.
Today is now a 50K short deck, right?
I think so, yeah.
5K hold'em the day after. Yeah.
How's your short deck game, Tuck?
Oh, I tell you, back east where I'm from, they call me David Short Deck Tuckman, but for completely different reasons.
50K,
Ooh,
like,
yeah. Well, that's very unfortunate, David.
I played very
I
low.
always just play.
No, it's good, it's good. I'm just not, I'm not a tall guy like you. I'm not, I'm not Brent Hanks. I'm not Tom Vogelsang. I'm not from the Netherlands, okay?
I always won on cash on stars.
Jack 8-7, 2 spades out
I
there.
like it.
Boitas all over it.
Really? Yeah, I don't really like the game. It just feels so simple, you know?
I like it in a tournament.
It's sort of board where you're thinking, oh, well, I've got an overpair,
Yeah,
2 queens in
yeah.
PLO. That is a stone 0 sort of holding on that texture.
I don't know.
A
Really
very
know how to
quick
bluff in
fold
this
with the 2
game,
queens.
and
Boitas, again,
just waiting
nothing
for
but
good hands in cash is no fun. But in tournaments, I get it. It's exciting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, getting back to short deck, though, fortunately, I was in Montenegro a few years ago, right before the pandemic, for with the Triton series. And as you know, they do spread a lot of short deck there. So I think I was there for about 13 days, probably commentated on about 80 hours of short deck during that time and learned a lot about the game. Had some great analysts next to me, Daniel DeVoris, among many others, Randy Liu, who kind of explained the game to me and talked through the strategy. So I am far from an expert, but I feel like I can talk my way out of a paper bag in that one at least.
Well, that is great to hear because I will offer you nothing on that front, Tuck.
Hey, you're here for your good looks and your comedy, I assume.
That is it. I'll tell you what, in Vegas, in the studio, we RIP'd short deck. That will unlikely to ever be played again in Las Vegas.
Yeah, a lot more popular in Asia and Europe.
Europe and Asia can keep it.
No, you're not a fan, huh?
No, it's fun. It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy watching it. Truth be told, we just simply do not get the turnouts when we run the high roller short deck events inside our studio like they do in Asia and in Europe.
Yeah, people in the States just not as familiar with the game as they are in Asia. Who knows? Maybe it will catch on at some point. clubs represented on this board. Neither player with a club in their hand. Schreiner on just 425,000 chips. You're looking at him there with the glasses. That is Raphael Schreiner, who came in as our short stack.
Check.
The Austrian
Check.
with the best hand here. Check, check on the turn. And suddenly, Boitas in the lead. If you're new to PLO, remember you must use 2 cards from your hands. Schreiner does not have a full house. Boitas does.
Well, Schreiner has a lesser full house. Those 2 sevens, obviously. Are
Sorry,
the two
pardon
he
me.
has
I
to
didn't.
use. And
Yeah,
Boitas,
I'm staring at the queen. I'm thinking, he doesn't have that full house, right?
Call. Showdown.
Yeah, great little value bet. Absolutely have to call with the 2 sevens. And Boitas
Never bluff.
wins yet another pot. Those little daggers, they hurt for Schreiner, who is, well, he is short at the moment.
New strategy.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah. I mean, that represents more than, about 15% of his stack, that last little bet there. Christopher Calhoun in the chat saying, is there a place to see stack size as well? During each hand in the bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the player's stack sizes right beneath their names and their cards. That's how many chips they have left.
Second. I don't think you can have first.
Falkenhof says Tuck must have a clone. He's everywhere.
I did it last week in Amsterdam.
PokerGO Hold'em is here. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
Have you downloaded it yet, Tuck? Have you gotten PokerGO Hold'em?
I'm doing it right now. Hang on a second. You can do the play-by-play for a minute or two while I download this?
I certainly can. I mean, I can't see anything right now at the moment, but go ahead. You download the game. I've got it right here. I'm waiting for you. Wait till you hear the voice in that game. All the actions.
Pass.
See if you recognize them.
Pass.
So I mentioned earlier we're on PokerGo's YouTube channel, so welcome all of you out there. I just want to welcome all of the people who might be joining us from the Merit Casino YouTube account. We're on that as well. And we're also, apparently, going to be on Luxon Pay's YouTube channel starting tomorrow. I want to thank our sponsor, Luxon Pay. Ace, Queen, 7, 2 clubs out there. You know, Brent, I think I'm going to try that sweatshirt again. It's just a sharp sweatshirt.
Now, when you say you're going to try that sweatshirt again, you're talking about the Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah. I'm going to give it a shot.
And you're going to try and wear it yourself.
Yeah. I tried it once. It was an epic failure, much like Short Deck in Vegas. But I'm you know what? My mom taught me. If you at first you fail, you try again. That's what I'm here for.
I think it's simply an age thing, Tuck. I mean, you know, you're over the hill. You're not allowed to wear a Dragon Ball Z attire, whereas Ali and Roque Costisha, they're still in their mid-20s. You know, that's sort of their vibe.
50 raise.
Yep, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to be that guy.
Yeah,
Boy, toss
typical
with the
American,
raise.
very ignorant.
True story. Story checks out. King Jack 9, 2 hearts out there. Do apologize if I misspeak or misread anything. It is 4:29 in the morning here, so pardon
Now, the
Brent and
really
myself. I'll
interesting
apologize in
part
advance.
about this hand is how about all of the ladies, all the honeys in Ali's hand? He has got a perfect hand to try and consider bluffing, and he's clearly blocking the nuts. Oh.
Well, now he has the nuts. So, I mean, he was blocking the nuts. Now he has the nuts. It's a good life. And as you'll see in the bottom left corner of your screen, you're looking at chip counts. Ollie has overtaken the chip lead. He came in to this final table second in chips, but kind of bunched in, doubled up with those aces versus Parssinen's aces. And he is in the chip lead and very likely to win this hand. Ollie, a phenomenal talent, has made some hands here. We saw him with queens full earlier, aces, and here with ace-queen. Board does pair.
Yeah, not favorable for Ali, clearly. We are slightly concerned about being up against the full house whenever the board does pair.
Great.
And a nice give up there by Boitas.
All the queens.
Shout out to our crew at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus, feeding us all of the information
Not that fun about
as
that.
we
Do stuff.
venture forward during the Super High Roller Series at Europe.
Even worse river.
Yeah, river. Oh, no.
Ollie with a smile. Something we have seen a lot of over the last couple of years as he continues to rake in pot after pot, tournament after tournament.
And Oma's better blocking. Odom never. Oma sometimes.
Just another outstanding turnout in Northern Cyprus
I saw
at
you
the
block
beautiful
yesterday.
Marriott
No way.
Casino.
Well, you like parred the flop
Resort
four
and
away,
Spa.
four away,
Players
and
love
17-2.
going out there.
Yeah,
Folks
I-
have traveled from
Proper
all
Proper
different
turn
parts
of
of the world to partake,
And I had like
not only in the Triton events, but also here at the Super High Roller Series.
Pass.
Really do a tremendous job with everything.
Raise 15. Pass.
Boitas with the raise to 50,000. Again, that's Laszlo Boitas from Hungary, 28 years old. Rocco Stisha
coming to Madrid.
I think so, yeah.
going to make the call.
A lot of fun.
It sounds. I've never been, so it sounds a lot of fun. You been there?
I don't think so. Actually, one time on flight through
Jacks are cheap.
Okay.
for a day,
Yeah.
but I was like 8.
Two hearts out there as well. Boitas
Cities are nice.
Yeah. I love Barcelona.
with the flush draw.
Yeah, Barcelona this year.
He's got two tens in his hand as
It's
well.
confirmed happening, like for
Yeah.
sure. Oh, awesome.
I mean, I know
He
for sure
does,
it
which
feels
makes
like
things a little problematic for Rocco Stisha, as you can see him considering betting this sort of texture. He does posture check.
And one last check. And Boitas with the goods on this one.
Madrid falls at
Yeah,
Not a huge
troubling
pot.
run out for Gostisha as he has picked up
at
the
least 25K.
bottom end of this straight.
I don't know if it's
I assume if he's gonna do it, it's gonna be like a 50 or 100K. But
yeah, but it's nice.
yeah.
70.
Boitas going to go for some
Yeah,
value.
but people are gonna play. Like,
Yeah,
that's
for
just
sure.
the way it works. More people are gonna come as well.
Rock
Seriously.
considering his options at this point.
Yeah, I mean, who
Looks
doesn't
like
wanna
he's
go
going
to
to
Madrid?
call.
Yeah.
Players, by the way,
I
have
think
30
he's got-
seconds to act on their hand.
Call.
And he does make the call. You were saying, Brent, sorry?
Roke has just enough. You know, you hate to do it, but when you do have,
It's 50K
you know,
short
sort
deck
of the
today?
best bluff catcher
50K
being
short deck today?
the 6-5 in your hand,
Are you gonna play?
it's checked all the
I was
way
gonna lay
through.
range it.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
there are hands
I was
that
thinking
Boitas can be bluffing on the river, small to try and pick it up.
Tomorrow is
Roke has to
I
keep
wanted
him
to learn
honest.
the
You got to police once in a while.
I mean, I was watching the stream and it was like gambling.
Yeah,
Like, huh?
it pretty much
I mean,
is.
it's like pre-flop.
just wait for good hands. Go all in for a lot. What feels like a lot. You go in
Yeah.
for what feels like a lot.
50 N is like
Yeah.
13 bigs.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like way more.
I know.
Yeah, if I'm gonna play, I'm gonna register last minute.
Is it as well a turbo tournament?
One of my favorite
Same as
things
this,
about
like
the
the
Super
perfect-
High
the
Roller
perfect one.
Series, Brent,
It's perfect. It's so
is
smooth.
how
Play for a little bit.
just friendly the players seem to be. I mean, things get serious. They're playing for a lot of money, but it just has that kind of mixed game feel to it. The players just talking. They're not taking too long with their decisions. Obviously, the 30-second shot clock certainly helps with that. But as a poker fan, I'm a fan of this.
70. Pass.
It's a great point. You know, across the high roller and super high roller scene, it's the same groups, right? Now, when you do head over to Europe, such as in northern Cyprus, you're going to get a bigger piece of the pile. A bigger group will show up. You've got Asia coming in. You've got much of Europe coming in. And, of course, a cluster of Americans join the party as well. You're looking at your 1% in the poker world. This is a very small, intricate group of players that have all the money, compete at the highest levels, and yes, the swings are volatile and huge, but they're all comfortable enough in life and have been through the ringer before that they can joke at the table and laugh and make things seem not so cutthroat, if you will.
And I think with the Masters starting this week, today, I find it a really kind of an interesting comparison because some critics of the Super High Roller Series, some critics of, the huge buy-in tournaments point to the fields and they say, it's only 100 people or 80 people or 40 people, whatever it might be. And I point to golf or tennis or another, where, you're talking about 30, 40 players basically competing for each tournament each week, and we all sit glued watching because we want to watch the best in the world week after week compete. So for me, as a fan, I think the comparisons to the best in the world in other sports is very apropos.
It's a
Trying
great
it with a 3-bet.
comparison. That's exactly what the PGT, the PokerGO Tour, has set out to do, is sort of model what the PGA Tour has done for golf. I mean, again, you're looking at let's go down that line, that example that you gave, Tuck, with the Masters. When you look at the PGA and the Masters event in Augusta right now, you're talking about the best golfers in the world who have qualified, who are able to participate. Much like here in northern Cyprus, these are your best poker players in the world. Now, they didn't qualify. It's open, but you certainly have to have the bankroll, the buy-ins, in order to participate.
Absolutely true. Imsirovic, the leader in the PG Tour standings right now. As we look at that, he is entering this with 1,445 points. Isaac Kempton in second right now with 1,375. So he will add to that lead with this final table.
In the PGT, the way it works, for the most part, any tournament worldwide that is a $10,000 buy-in or greater will qualify you for points towards the PGT leaderboard. Now, some certain tournaments and tours are exempt, but for the most part, it's going to be a majority of the 10K plus buy-ins. All Triton events, everything here in Northern Cyprus, everything in Las Vegas, a bunch of high rollers, World Series events happening this summer that are of the 10K plus variety will all count towards that leaderboard.
So when you look at that, while anybody with the bankroll could certainly compete, we're probably looking at the best 200, 250 players in the world that are in reality competing for that. I know there's an event in Florida that's going on that is qualifies for the PGT as well. I believe that was yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And really I'll sort of button it up with this. I could talk about it for the entire stream, but what makes the PGT, in my opinion, extra special is what will happen in December in Las Vegas. The PGT Tour Championship is where the top 21 players at the end of the calendar year will qualify to compete in a $500,000 free roll. Winner take all. Top 21 to determine who will take home the
Hold that
PGT
thought.
Tour Championship Cup.
Hold that thought. We had a monster turn card where both players picked up a flush draw. Ollie with the nut flush draw. Wow. And Tom Vogelsang, he flopped open-ended with the queen jack. He turned the flush draw. He bet, and Ollie is putting him to the test. And now Vogelsang is thinking about this. I want to hear more about that free roll in a moment, but let's watch this one play out. Ollie, a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah. 10s and 7s. Vogelsang wondering what has he stepped into. He does have queen jack for the open ender with the diamonds as well. Of course, we can see those diamonds are no good.
7.5 minutes.
Yeah, if you think your diamonds are good, you probably need to make this call, but
No, no, I have to go.
Right now, Vogelsang hoping he's up against just
Two pair and
the
diamonds.
straight.
Oh no, you have
Ace high diamonds, yeah. 10-7 with diamonds.
And Vogelsang looking for a 9, a 5, a jack, a king, an 8.
5, yeah.
It's got a lot of outs, but as you can see, Ollie, a 2-to-1 favorite to win the
Two pair
hand.
jacks, I didn't realize.
King.
Yeah.
$1.5 million in the pot. The Jack of Hearts on the river.
Got that one.
Woo!
Vogelsang hits one of his outs. And he's
did
going
not
to
even
double up to
recognize that as
1.6
an
million.
out.
Yeah, he needed the board to pair.
400 exactly.
Either a 9, a 5, a jack, or to hit his straight. A diamond
Oh, sorry,
obviously
I
would
got
not have
250.
worked out for him, but that one was just,
No, I got 250.
that worked fine.
So I was,
650.
I had 4 in my head.
And I think that Tom Vogelsang is now the new chip leader after that massive double up through Ali Imsirovic.
Yeah, he and Boitas are neck and neck for the chip lead now. Ali dips below the 1 million chip mark. So as they count this out, just finish that thought there. So $500,000 free roll for the top 21 in the PGT standings at the end of the year. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yeah, it all leads up, Tuck, to the Tour Championship in December. So, you know, along the way, these players that are in contention are going to be fighting to make sure that they're inside the top 21, to make sure that they have a seat for that Tour Championship event. And you nailed it, $500,000 winner take all.
That is fantastic. If you win this tournament here, you will earn yourself 216 PGT points, which I think puts it in perspective. So, you know, this is a prestigious Super High Roller Series event where if you win, you only get 216 points. Ollie already has 1,445.
It's amazing,
it's April.
really.
I mean, it's April 8th.
And he's got 4 wins. You know, last year he did something very similar. I think he had I got to look back. Don't quote me on this. I think he had double-digit wins. 11 seems right in my mind. I mean, he blew everybody away, and he is on pace to do that again this year. He has the most amount of cashes as well on the PGT with 13. And I mentioned he also has the #1 spot as far as earnings in 2022 as well, with more than 2.2 million, and clearly he's going to add to that today.
Jack high flop here, Jack 10-8, and I believe Ollie
What was this tournament?
has made a straight. He has with Queen 9.
195.
You can stop by the store and spend it all.
I want to welcome all of you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Brett and I will be here the next 5 mornings. Tomorrow morning we've got short deck.
Yep.
Yeah, for fun. Probably.
Roke continues to get in these very annoying spots. You can see he's got the toppest of pairs,
And it's fun.
backdoor
He used to have
diamonds. He
100
does have a
million
gut
pounds
shot
on
straight as well.
very good games. but they
Forced to
weren't
give
there
it
last
up.
year.
Good fold. Discipline.
What time is it?
Yeah, like ace king something.
I had double suited ace.
4K main.
No spades, obviously.
That's fine.
And done.
Queen 9. Whatever.
Event number 1 at the Super High Roller Series Europe.
Double suit.
We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus. David Tuckman.
Yeah, once.
Brent Hanks calling the action for you. 5 players remain.
January.
$360,000 up top.
That was fun.
That's such.
For 2 days, drunk all the time.
Yeah.
All the superstars are out in northern Cyprus. Ivey is in attendance. Clearly, he has been running wild during the Triton events. We're hoping he final tables some of these super high roller series events as well. How about Jason Kuhn? He is also there in northern Cyprus, and he tweeted this morning that Turkish barbers are the best barbers. So he clearly went out and got a little haircut, some grooming done, and he's got nothing but good things to say about the barbers in Turkey.
4 5s in my hand.
Jason Kuhn strikes me as the kind of guy who gets haircut every morning. He just, I don't think I've ever seen him unkempt.
Well, about is put well together, Tuck. I mean, he's a masterpiece of a human being.
It really is. Jason Kuhn has had quite a year. He is a new father. That happened last year. Won a World Series of Poker bracelet in that 25K heads up last November.
Did you play the main event on Drive?
And he found himself a great Turkish barber. I mean, things are looking up here for Jason Kuhn. I like it. Hopefully we'll see him at a final table as well. You mentioned Phil Ivey. He is in northern Cyprus. Hopefully he'll
I had the big
grace us with his presence at one of these final tables.
Not much sleep.
No, they're all there. You know, the one thing we didn't mention are the Canadians, our friends up north.
What were the odds on that?
Rarely do they have the opportunity to play the high rollers in Las Vegas due to tax issues. However, when these series do go off in Europe or Asia, you're going to get the greater Canadian players to show up, guys like Sam Greenwood, Daniel DeVoris, and the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams. Those are my top 3, my favorite Canadians out there participating.
Good value, for sure.
And I like to.
Yeah, I mentioned Daniel DeVoris earlier
I know, right?
as he was provided some analysis in short deck when I was in Montenegro for the Triton Series. He is one of my favorites. I mean, the way his brain works, just I think, you know, for the people who follow the high roller series and the high roller players, they're very familiar with Daniel DeVoris. I think for mainstream poker fans, he's still somewhat unknown, but he is such a talented player. The way his brain works, just amazing.
Now, I particularly follow him on Instagram just so I can see all of his fishing pictures. He lives again in Canada, and he's always ice fishing and bringing in these walleye and giant trout, cooking them up. Fascinating guy, loves the outdoors, and of course a world-class poker talent as well.
To be honest, I'm very happy with those hands. So I don't.
Blinds are up, as you might have seen a couple of minutes ago. Looks like we're getting a dealer change. Blinds are now 15,000, 25,000. Levels are 40 minutes long as we take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Laszlo Boitas, just under 1.6 million. He's still our chip leader. Vogelsang, courtesy of that jack on the river, currently in second place on 1.5 million. Ali Imsirovic with 1 million. Rock and Schreiner are short stacks. A lot of work to do. All 5 players guaranteed 80,000. I'll just tell you, you know, after the last couple of years, it's just good to see poker on the road again. Good to see people traveling,
clearly,
playing.
You know, pandemic shut it all down for quite some time, and you know, dare I say that we're back to normal, Tuck? Yeah, I mean we're certainly more normal than we have been, which is great.
want to say hi to some people in the chat there. Greg, Paul, Christian, Bruno. My kids just walk around the house just singing some Bruno song. I have no idea what it means, but
Talk
sure.
about Bruno, no. Come on, man. You got to be
That's the
caught
one.
up with that. Yeah.
That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
It's on. It's on a loop in my house.
Of course. If you have kids, it's on everybody's household with children, and it's looping everywhere.
I've already told the kids. I said, okay, we're turning that off today because the Masters are coming on. After poker, I've got the Masters on. I want to see Tiger.
Well, it is remarkable what Tiger Woods is doing. I didn't think he'd be playing, let alone in contention after round one. If Tiger Woods were to win the Masters, again, we're a long ways from it, it would go down as the greatest accomplishment in ever in the history of sports. Nothing would top that.
Wow, that's a strong statement.
I don't even think it's strong. Find me something. What else is worthy of that? It'd be the greatest accomplishment.
The U.S. Olympic hockey team beating Russia.
Now I'm going Tiger all day.
Wow, fair enough.
Yeah,
I think a great. Listen. I think a great accomplishment. You know, we've got nearly 1,000 people watching this show. It's not even 5 in the morning here on the West Coast. So
yeah,
well
remind
done,
you. There's a big world out there. You know, we're not just stuck on the West Coast. You and I.
I know, but we have a lot of people here in the States who have woke up. They woke up this morning with a cup of tea, maybe a cup of coffee. I don't know what they're drinking, or maybe they've been up all night playing poker, but they're here joining us, and we appreciate it. So thank you for joining us.
Certainly do appreciate all of you. And I'm curious from the chat joining us, give me some more headlines. Greatest accomplishments in the history of sports. Tuck threw out a great one. The U.S. beating Russia back in the 80s. Take home the gold. I've got Tiger Woods
so long ago.
If it happened.
I don't think he's swung the club yet, but hey, if it happens. 9 high flop here, 2 diamonds as we turn our attention back to the poker. Schreiner with the flush draw. He's got a gut shot in the overs as well. There's a look at Raphael Schreiner. That is not him. That's our model table. Hey, Brent, if, Ali and Nick they're the night shift, right? You seem to be the morning guy. Whether it's with Jeff Platt, myself, whoever, you seem to get these 3, 4 in the morning gigs.
Yeah, it probably tells you a lot, really, as far as, the podium and the pedestals, where talent is located. Like, give it to Hanks. He'll be up anyway. He's got kids running all over. Yeah, give it to Tuckman. He's got kids running everywhere.
Right. I mean, there's zero chance you get Nick Schulman waking up at 4 in the morning for anything, unless he's up already.
Absolutely not. Now, they did get Ali Najad for the Triton events. Now, not only did they have him, they flew Ali out there at the Triton events, he and Brian Rast. So, again, let's let that sink in. They brought their commentators to beautiful Northern Cyprus, put them in a luxurious hotel, and treated them like royalty while they could do commentary at the events. And then, Tuck, you and I, we are, of course, stuck in our own homes, waking up at 3 a.m.
Yeah. I will say, speak for yourself, because the Triton Series did fly me out to Montenegro a few years ago. And I'm all for that. And I will say that they treated me like royalty then. It was amazing. If you've never been to Montenegro, I highly recommend it. Absolutely gorgeous. And the Triton Series is absolutely first class, as you would expect.
I believe it. You mentioned a few years ago, and now they're flying Ali out. What happened? Ali took your spot, man. That's not right.
It's okay. You know what? I have so much respect for that man. And he's so well dressed. He always looks good. He's so well spoken. I feel like he fits the Triton name.
He's got an endless vocabulary, whereas, you know, guys like you and I, we've got about 6 words we throw out there time to time.
Yeah, that's it. 6 is exactly what I have. I have them written down in front of me. I feel like a poker player with some sort of randomizer, and every, you know, the randomizer comes up and I just come up with a word. 6 of hearts on the turn. Boy toss, 2-1 favorite to win this one. Sky Queen's up here. Schreiner's going to put a small little bet out there. Boytus not going anywhere. Playing Pot Limit Omaha, $25,000. This is event number 1. Boytas fills up on the river. Schreiner had a monster draw, but he's got nothing now. Nothing except
Really
tens.
Has to recognize tens are unlikely to be good, but waving the white flag, if you will, Tuck, probably recognizes that Boytas has perhaps a queen, could have easily filled up. All we're beating are busted diamonds, but it's very hard to put them on that when we contain 3 in our hand.
Boytas up to 1.7 million. Continues to pace the field. 5 players remain. Everybody chasing that first place prize of $360,000.
Although
Boytas continues to separate himself. He is our chip leader. Imsirovic at one time had the chip lead. Still very much in contention. You can see he's still 1.1 million. That is healthy.
Nope.
Yeah, he certainly will not go quietly into the night. We know that about him. You mentioned earlier Chris Brewer was our bubble boy. Not just the final table bubble boy, but the payout bubble boy. We had 40 runners in this field. 6 got paid.
Brewer has
Parssinen. Yeah, go ahead.
Unfortunately, been a bubble boy many times, and that is typical for tournaments, but I feel like Chris Brewer has run into it over and over throughout the last year and a half, 2 years. He bubbled this very Northern Cyprus Super High Rollerball event last year. Missed out on the money, was the ultimate bubble boy in the 250K buy-in event. He does it again to kick off the Super High Roller Series. Event 1, this very event this year. So, you know, perhaps some nightmares for the mullet man, Chris Brewer, over there in Northern Cyprus.
I want to ask you about that in a moment. Boytas had the flush draw. He picks up a wheel draw. Vogelsang has picked up a flush draw here. He's got a gut shot as well. And he hits the gut shot, and unfortunately for him, Boytas makes the nuts.
Boytas.
300,000 in there.
On fire.
See if Vogelsang has just enough to pay him off. He can't beat ace-queen, he can't beat hearts, but he beats everything else.
The sizing, too, for Boytas, it's just, he seems to know right where he's at. We know he plays the highest stakes of PLO cash games online, 5K, 10K, you name it. Just great feel, fundamentally sound. A great laydown there by the most beautiful man at the table, Tom Vogelsang.
I mean, that's unbelievable. You're getting 5 to 1. You know, you're getting 5 to 1. You've got the second nut straight. I know there are hearts out there, but you got to imagine that your opponent is bluffing, you know, some of the time. Yeah, Vogelsang just uncanny fold. That's amazing. Getting back to Chris Brewer and his seemingly run of unlucky bubble boy circumstances, I'm wondering if you think that's a coincidence Or is there something in his play or anybody's play who might be bubbling a lot that would cause that?
Well, I'll tell you what, to get that deep in any tournament where you find yourself running into bubble scenarios is, in a way, an accomplishment, right? Because you've made it through 99% of the tournament. You're down to the final table or near the final table, and you're that close to making the money. Now, as far as being the victim of multiple bubbles scenarios, I don't know, Tuck. I think it's sort of unlucky in many regards, but I haven't seen enough of the play to really think, oh, well, he's playing poorly to get in those bubble spots, overly aggressive at times, or is it just a run of bad luck where you have, the second best hand, or you get it in with ace-king, you lose to jack-10 off, whatever the situation may be.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at, basically. Is there something, I'm not even saying he's playing poorly, it's just a matter of, are there players out there that maybe don't care about the bubble as much and are like, no, I'm playing my hands, I'm playing for the win, and they are a little bit more aggressive than others, regardless of payouts in Bubble Boy and situations like that. Turn our attention to the next hand here, 195,000 in there. And the two friends battling in this one, Rock, Ali.
And Rock Kostisha has a massive hand, the ultimate wrap. You can see Ali sort of has that back end wrap, the Jack-9-8 combo. Not in a great
And
spot.
of course the deuce, of course the deuce helps Ali, right?
Why wouldn't that deuce somehow give him the best hand at the moment? It's hard to believe that Roque is not a favorite. You can see the percentages. He adds a diamond draw to the mix as well, still 43% equity.
You win. I hit a deuce.
Well, Ali just says you win. So, well, we could see the deuce helps him. Doesn't help Ali in Ali's eyes, and he does let it go.
And Roque just told Ali, I did not have a pair. So I think now understanding somehow that deuce was slightly out in front.
Now, keep in mind, though, the percentages there, Ali would have only won that hand about 52% of the time. So,
Should have held up.
I'm pretty sure I'm a favorite.
Stuart Brody calling me out in the chat says, quietly into the night was definitely one of my 6. Well played, Stuart. I think you're 100% right. That one's right. Yep, right in front of me. I got that one. I should probably mark that. Don't use for another 91 minutes. That's how it works.
Pretty one on the button here for the pretty man, Tom Vogelsang. Just limps in off the button. I like this. Keep the pot small. You're in position against two stacks that are, dare I say, vulnerable, but on the lesser side.
I've commentated on a lot of PLO cash games, PLO tournaments, and PLO final tables, and it's just amazing how different a game it is when you're at a final table, especially with good players.
Well, you come in thinking, PLO, oh, this is going to be nonstop action, gambling, excitement, but it's quite the opposite when it's a tournament being played. The ICM pay jump considerations, the discipline, the big folds you're going to have to make time and time again. Yes, big hands will collide, but for the most part, it's going to be this. Very small, very delicate, perhaps one, maybe two bets post-flop, given the situation and textures and runouts. These guys understand how to employ pot control to perfection for the most part.
Case in point, you look at this hand, you got a limp pot, 2 calls. Nobody's got much of anything. Rock wins it with 2 pair 10s and 4s, but nobody really taking a shot at it. Not as much bluffing as you might expect if you're familiar with PLO cash games. Just a very different animal.
Texas Lonnie, it says, Hanks, let these guys talk when they are talking. Would be really interesting to find out more about Omaha for rolls, for example. Hey, man, we try and lay out whenever they are talking, but I will tell you the audio is not great. But do your best to pick up information. If we get some more interesting nuggets about the players, we'll be sure to share that with you as well. And thank you for tuning in. We're going to be coming live every morning to you folks for the Super High Roller Series and eventually the Super High Roller Bowl towards the end of the series. Make sure you like and subscribe our PokerGo YouTube channel. Helps us a great deal. We want to bring you streams as often as we can. You show us your support, we'll show it right back by bringing you these streams. Like and subscribe. Do it now. Tuck, do it. I know you haven't done it yet.
I subscribed probably years ago, but I am one of the nearly 250,000 subscribers. We have 246,000 subscribers. It'd be great this week if we can get up over the 250,000 mark.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, for those of you who are new to PLO, and I see some of you in the chat asking some questions, PLO, a very simple game. You get 4 cards. You must use 2 from your hand and 3 from the board. I know players, people out there who are just familiar with No Limit Hold'em sometimes get a little bit confused. But if you watch the game for a few hours, you play it for a few hours, you'll be hooked. It is a great, great game. Boytas with the small little bet. Shriner folds. Shriner, our short stack, now on about 400,000 chips. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here. I want to thank you all for joining us.
I don't have a pair, though.
Short deck tomorrow. I believe the buy-in on that is $50K.
And if you want to follow all of the day one live reporting, head on over to pgt.com. You'll see live reporting. Doing a great job coverage over there at Merritt in Northern Cyprus. The 50K short deck is going right now. 15 players to start that event. Current chip leader. I'm going to butcher this, but here we go. It is Konstantin Osapio is in first, and Makita the Milkman Bazakuski is in second. Mad Dog Mike Watson third. The Mullet Chris Brewer and fourth, and Ivan Liao rounds out the top 5. That is the event number 2, 50K short deck. Phil Ivey, by the way, in the top 10.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed that, Brent.
Thank you.
Yeah, you against my hand, you fucked me up. Yeah, I'm just saying.
What do you raise?
Why don't I raise? I raised last hand.
What do you raise?
No, last hand I had E9, 8-6 double suited.
YouTube chat. What a small world, Hanks. You know, Remco was my friend in high school. He was drinking Pepsi 4 years every day. Crazy guy. Yeah, I believe that, Woozy. That is a small world. Indeed, Remco was it's kind of a great story when it comes to his health. He was a larger fellow, poor diet, you name it. He made me look skinny, which was hard to do. And he has turned his life around. He's biking nonstop. Very thin and in-shape fella. Take a look at this leaderboard now.
Yeah, the GG Poker leaderboard, Laszlo Boytas still pacing the field with 1.8 million chips. Came in as our chip leader and continues to be the chip leader. The Hungarian, 28 years old, looking for the win here. 360,000 up top. I believe everything about that story except the fact that Remco had a friend in high school.
Yeah, apparently it's Woozy. This is probably Remco's burner account on YouTube.
This is event number 1, the $25,000 pot limit Omaha. 40 48 players started this tournament. We're down to our final 5. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. Is this, if you got March Madness, right? You got the Thursday games. That's just epic. Is this just Masters Thursday? Is that what it is?
I think it's Friday, Tuck, but I could be wrong.
Is it Friday? I'm so confused. Masters Friday?
Masters Friday, yeah.
Masters week?
Yeah, it is. It's Masters week, Masters weekend, yeah.
Is it Friday already? Feels like Thursday.
Friday.
It's so. I don't feel like, as a poker player, I don't consider it the next day. I know most people think that's the next day starts at midnight. For me, the next day doesn't start till 9 in the morning. So it's still Thursday for me. I'm just going to put that out there.
Fair enough. So it's Thursday for you for just a couple more hours. Friday for the rest of us.
Razor from Boytest. Can't see all of his cards, but Imsirovic doesn't care. He's going to go pot up to 265,000. I'm not sure if this is more of a read thing, but Vogelsang is not going anywhere. He's going to make this call. Double suited, diamonds and clubs. We can see that he's dominated in clubs. Imsirovic with the ace-7 in that suit. Pot's got 615,000. So where we have seen a bunch of small pot after small pot, here we got some fireworks, and neither player with a huge hand, but top set here. So Vogelsang certainly flops a huge one. And Imsirovic just going with it. He's huge dog.
Yeah, well, he had 1-to-1 as far as stack consideration in accordance to the pot. He had 600 behind with 600 in the middle. He's open-ended with the 7-5, and here we go up against top set for Vogelsang.
My turn.
Good luck.
Yeah, 1.8 million in there. The winner of this pot will be our chip leader. And if it's Vogelsang, then Imsirovic will be out.
Give the man
It is.
3.
It's Ollie's tournament life on the line. There are the outs in the top of your screen. Imsirovic looking for an 8 or a 3. Well, he's picked up more outs here. Queen, an 8 or a 3. Otherwise, Imsirovic will hit the door.
Ooh, a little life.
Good game.
Yeah, the board pairs, and that is it. Ollie Imsirovic is eliminated in 5th place. Vogelsang now our chip leader.
Only can win all in hands.
And Ollie Imsirovic eliminated in 5th place. He'll take home 80,000 euros. And also add 48 points to his PGT standings. He is the current leader in the PGT. And pads that lead with 48 more points, but obviously disappointed. Talk us through that one. I am not a PLO expert as we look at the Luxon payouts. Elias Parssinen, the Finn, 6th place, 50,000 euros. Ali takes home 80,000 euros. Our next casualty will earn themselves 110,000 euros with 360,000 euros up top. Talk us through that hand for a second. I'm not a PLO expert by any stretch. That seemed like, did Ollie have a date? Was there something that he saw? Was it a squeeze play? And then just a question of, I flopped an open-ended. I've got to go with it.
Well, if you start pre-flop, certainly it was aggressive on both ends, right? For Ali to be getting that much money in with the Ace-King XX1 suit. For Vogelsang, yes, he's double-suited with a couple of jacks. Neither player had much of a hand. I think you hit the nail on the head where there was something intuitively going on there, the warfare, the mental warfare between both players, a little element of gambling, which, of course, we love to see. And then once the flop rolled out, Ali, in his mind, had enough equity to just grip and rip, hope to get a lot of folds from Vogelsang, and clearly he ran into the top set.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, he blocks his ace, he blocks aces, he blocks kings. If Vogelsang doesn't hit top set or some other sort of monster, he probably just folds and the hand is over and we're not even talking about it. It's one of the reasons why I find this game so fascinating. We're just seemingly toiling about, going after small hand, limp, check, small pot after small pot. And then you blink and you see these fireworks and you're going, where did that come from?
Yeah, and I will tell you, and I think Ali would be the first to tell you, PLO is not his specialty. Yes, he will play it if it's going on, but he is considered to be elite when it comes to no-limit hold'em. PLO, he's probably average or below average skill set-wise. He would tell you that. He will thrive because of the tournament sort of format. He is a tremendous tournament player in general. I think that hand was a good example where he was trying to build a pot, leverage, and handcuff his opponents by playing ultra-aggressive, up the variance. And perhaps he thinks that if he increases the variance, that he can give himself more of an advantage against these better players.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that when you say he's average to below average, you're comparing him to some of the best in the world as opposed to just the players that are playing in my local casino. I think
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you look at this table as a whole, this kid in general, Boitas, who is arguably one of the best high-limit, nosebleed PLO players in the world, plays as Omaha for rolls online. Ali would tell you safely, that this kid's really good. I am really bad compared to him.
Well, 4 players remain. The remaining 4 players all guaranteed 110,000 euros. 240 for second, 360 for first. And Raphael Schreiner, who's been pretty quiet, has done a great job laddering up. He's made himself at least an extra 60,000 euros by just watching other players fall by the wayside. Nine, 4, 2 clubs out there. Kings versus Queens here. Boitas well ahead of Vogelsang. Vogelsang bets 25,000. Boitas goes nowhere. Boitas a huge favorite to win this if it gets to showdown.
Yeah, for Vogelsang, you have to be a little bit concerned about being called there by Boitas. But look at this, still firing 75,000 with just 2 queens. Now he has to be slightly concerned about these 2 queens being a dog.
Check, and Boitas didn't need the king, but there's the wry smile on his face. Really couldn't bet one more time there, buddy?
No, I tell you. I mean, I didn't. I played my hand like an idiot again.
Well, you heard Vogelsang. He thinks he played his hand like an idiot. Maybe a little over-aggressive.
Every time you watch these PLO streams and you watch the best play, you just kind of learn more and more about this game and how it works. And then I also realize just how much I don't know.
I mean, they play at a different level. Again, I can say, or I can't say enough about our chip leader, Laszlo Boitas, or second in chips at the moment behind Vogelsang. This phenom right here, Omaha for rolls. He is as good as they get when it comes to pot limit Omaha. Vogelsang just looks like he's come from royalty, doesn't he? He's got to be a prince somewhere. It's not fair. The skin, the clothing, everything.
I have heard you commentate for hours and hours and hours over the last few years. I don't think I have ever heard you go on and on about a player like you have with Tom Vogelsang.
Well, let me make 2 things clear. One, the United States the most beautiful man in poker is Jeremy Osmus. And 2, in Europe, the most beautiful man in poker is Tom Vogelsang. I want to see these two get in the ring. I want to see them play heads up, and we are going to determine who is the most beautiful poker player in the world after that heads up match. Vogelsang versus Osmus. Book it.
The ratings will be through the roof. We know that. That's for sure. King high flop here. No suits. Schreiner with a straight draw of sorts. With the 5-3. He's got backdoor spades as well, but Vogelsang with bigger spades. Vogelsang up over the 2 million chip mark. Schreiner at 380,000. He's going to call. Pot is 165,000. 9 of diamonds on the turn. It's not often you get into a situation on the turn where neither player has a pair in PLO. Sorry, Vogelsang has a pair of deuces. And Vogelsang with the backdoor diamonds. He's going to win this hand. Just a question of, can he get any value from Schreiner?
I thought that
Nope.
it's already tricky.
Looks like Schreiner's given up.
I always think that.
Schreiner has been impressive, mainly because he's found a way to ladder up 2 spots coming into this final table. He's really done nothing as far as winning pots. But 2 other players have been eliminated, despite Schreiner being the short stack to start here today. Continues to be the short stack now. He's just earned money.
Schreiner thought about that one. He just checked. So he apparently is waving the white flag. He hit a 5 on the river. Vogelsang's going to bet. Schreiner will quickly
I
fold.
think if I have to bluff this hand or not.
9.
And that's really the name of the game, isn't it, Brent? I mean, you think about it, it's not, it's not sexy, but laddering up, making money in these, just so important. It looks like the players are going to go on a break. 4 players remain here at the Super High Roller Series, event number 1 in Northern Cyprus. We're at the Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Take a look at the GG Poker leaderboard. Tom Vogelsang goes into the first break as our chip leader with 2.26 million. Laszlo Boitas heads up for rolls, Omaha for rolls with 1.9 million. Rock Schreiner rounding out the field. Imsirovic, our latest casualty. Going on a short break. We'll be back with more exciting coverage here on our PokerGO YouTube channel.
$500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker overnight. Until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level. That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace-queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play. Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball?
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defense. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
Scott bets 65,000. And a laydown by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, terrible flop for pocket jacks, and because he just called pre-flop, Daniel lost the absolute minimum there. And this is going to be a call here for Dong. There's no way he can fold a hand of this strength. And he'll reassess on the turn.
Oh, well, the 7 on the turn is a great card for Scott, as Kim now has a worse 2 pair than him. Kim checks.
Yeah, that's an absolutely terrible card for Dong. He's going to be putting a lot of chips in the pot now.
Scott is really good at finding the right bet size. He bets 175,000.
Yeah, it's a good size. And now Dong has to decide whether he's just going to call or if he's going to raise on the turn. Obviously, his hand is very strong and he's ahead of a lot of hands. He has to worry that if he does raise, he folds out hands the Seaver could have, like ace-jack or ace-10 that he's beating. So I think what he wants to do is just call, and then if he does raise, it would be on the river.
Kim calls. And the river is the 10 of clubs. Kim checks, and it's over to Scott Seaver, who now has to find the right bet size to get the maximum value here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what size he goes with. That'll probably be dictated by what he thinks of Dong's range. And for Dong, this is going to be a really tough spot. He has one of the stronger hands that he can get to the river with, but at the same time, Scott has a lot of value hands that beat him here when he bets. Scott can have ace-queen, he can have queens, he can have aces, he can have sixes. If he had a backdoor flush draw, he would have gotten there.
And even king-jack made it on the river, so there are a ton of hands in Scott's range that actually beat aces and sevens here.
Scott makes it 375,000.
Call.
And a really quick call from Kim.
Huh. I guess Dong just decided that his hand was too strong to possibly fold.
Jason is one of those players who works really hard on keeping a good poker life balance. He spends a lot of time outdoors, he works out, and you might not know this, but he is actually a really solid country swing dancer. But back to his poker moves. He has Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button and is facing a raise from Brandon Stephen with Queen 10 of Hearts. He calls.
Yeah, great hand to call with. He's got position. He can hit flops really hard with this hand.
And it's over now to Max Altergott in the big blind. 8-10 offsuit, and he also calls. This is the first time we've seen Max here on the Super High Roller Bowl so far.
And it looks like first time's the charm. He flops a straight, Jason flops top 2, and Brandon flops top pair in a straight draw and is somehow way behind. And Brandon checks his hand despite having the pre-flop initiative. And I like this check with this particular hand a lot.
Action on Jason Kuhn. He's picking up chips.
Yeah, Jason's going to want to bet, and he's going to want to bet big. He has a very strong hand, but it's vulnerable to a lot of draws, and he wants to protect it. Unfortunately for him, Max has already made this straight, and it's going to be very difficult to get away from this.
How much did you start at?
I think 650.
Max is reaching for chips, and he raises it to 230,000. Action on Brandon Stephen. He finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He liked his hand a lot before all of that action, and he does lay it down.
Yeah, and thanks to Brandon's nice check, he actually gets away without losing any chips after the flop. Now, when Jason pulls his chips back like that, that means he's either calling or raising. And it looks like he might just call, which is pretty interesting because it's for a big chunk of his stack. I would have to imagine that Jason's plan is to call and to get it in on any blank turn.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn is not a blank.
No, it's not a blank at all. It completes the flush draw, which he had to be concerned about on the flop. And also, if Max has something like Jack-9, he's probably going to slow down on this card.
All in.
It's an all-in from Max. Big decision for Jason.
That hand's not very good, is it? It's not a very good hand. Doesn't really hit that board very well.
Good discipline fold by Jason.
Tom Marchese is under the gun with ace-king offsuit. He raises to 72,000.
It's got to be the first time he's ever folded king three. Yeah. Folded in 8 seconds probably.
Seaver with king-jack offsuit.
It's a good hand, but it's not doing that well versus Tom's under the gun opening range. I would imagine that Seaver either folds or 3-bets this particular hand. And it looks like he is choosing the 3-bet here. Brandon really wanted to get in there with the Jack-10 suited. Such a pretty hand.
Back over to Tom Marchese now.
And Tom decides to just call here, and I like this a lot. He knows that the type of bluffs that Scott would have, he usually dominates, so he wants to keep those hands in. And also, he doesn't really want to re-raise and get it in before the flop. He's not doing that well versus the range of hands that Scott would actually get all in with him.
Well, ace-3-9, and that's a flop that you want to see with ace-king.
Great flop for Marchese. This is the type of board that he can withstand a couple streets of pressure easily, so he's very happy that he just called pre-flop when this sort of board comes down.
Seaver fires into this pot.
And Scott chooses to go with a smaller sizing, and I like this a lot. He's just trying to fold out stuff like pocket sixes or king-queen. He knows that Tom's not folding an ace to any size, so he just chooses a smaller size, and it gets the job done. Unfortunately, he's run into a really big hand.
Queen on the turn. Seaver now with a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, that was one of the better cards for Scott to see. He picked up a lot of equity, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays this on the turn.
Marchese checks.
The 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe is back. We're at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus for event number 1. $25,000 pot limit Omaha. Live from Merit Crystal Cove Casino, northern Cyprus. 4 players remain inside those doors. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands pacing the field with $2.265 million. Laszlo Boitas right behind him. And this is what they're playing for. We have had 2 casualties so far. The Finn, Elimination of Parssinen, our first one to bow out, took home 50,000 euros. Ali was the next one, 80,000 euros in his pocket. 4 players remain, each of them looking for 360,000 euros and that first place prize. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks. It's been a fun first couple of hours, Brent.
Yeah, it certainly has. And you know, Laszlo Boitas, second in chips, has stood out to me. Clearly, I think he is the best player amongst these 4. Vogelsang, though, has been unstoppable as far as big pots, accumulating that chip lead. And certainly he's going to be a nuisance to try and eliminate. And how about Schreiner? He's been the short stack throughout. He's managed to ladder up 2 spots, earning those hundreds of thousands extra euros in place. Rocco Stisha, our 4th player at this final table, wearing the Dragon Ball Z hoodie. Good friends with Ali Imsirovic, who bowed out in 5th place.
Rocco, certainly a force. Just you wonder if he or Schreiner get chips, how much pressure they can put on the other players, what they can do. It certainly will be interesting to watch over the next hour or so. Just a reminder for scheduling tomorrow, we've got the $50,000 short deck tournament. So if short deck is your thing, make sure you join us. If short deck's not your thing, make sure you join us tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening, wherever you might be in the world. Brent and I will be here for event number 2. That event has already begun. Last we checked, we had 15 entries. I'm sure more have entered the fray. since. Speaking of Roque, he has picked up aces. Only one suit. Goes 105,000. Boitas with a pretty hand of sorts. Double suited, 7-7-6-5.
Boitas with a beautiful little rundown hand, and he has all of the chips. He could consider gambling. If he were in the big blind, I would have expected him to, but out of the small, not getting a great price. Recognized he was likely up against aces. Could be concerned about your suits being no good. A disciplined fold by Boitas, and a nice little pickup for Roque.
Yeah, for sure.
For Roque, he's trying to survive and really outlast Schneider, the other short stack here at the table. So any pot that you pick up to further separate yourself is very important.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic at this final table now because we have two distinct races. You know, not that our short stacks don't want to win, but before they can win, they've got to outlast the other short stacks. So you've got, you know, the battle for third and then the battle for first.
Exactly right. And here Roque again with a good one. Ace, King, Jack, Jack. He does have one suit. May believe this is the best hand. We suspect that Laszlo can be opening quite wide on the button, putting a lot of pressure on opponents. Roque could have gone either way, simply could have repotted pre-flop, but he's deep enough to call. Take a look at some texture.
10 high flop, not exactly the flop he's looking for. Does have overpair, but I think for those of you out there who play PLO certainly know the overpair. Not something to get too excited about.
Yeah, in a really tough spot with two jacks here. You have to be worried about getting it in against a single pair with a draw. We can see that Boitas has a huge hand. Nut flush draw. He does have that bottom pair of threes. Jack is not live for Boitas, but clearly the ace is, giving him aces up. You can see the equities very much split, essentially 50-50 if the money were to go in here, and Roque really has a decision for all of his chips. He's going to pass.
And we talked earlier about short deck, which is going to happen tomorrow, and the strategies of short deck. And the one, I think the one kind of, the way that parallels with PLO is, it is a game of denying your opponent equity. And you saw his case there, which is perfect, where, you know, it's 50-50. And by putting pressure on the shorter stack, you get him to fold in a 50-50 spot. If you get them to fold when they have 35, 40% equity, that's huge. And that really is what a lot of a PLO is about. And you're going to see that tomorrow as well in short deck. A lot of that game, the best players, what they're trying to do is deny you your equity. Very different than no limit hold'em in that regard.
Yeah, great points, Tuck. The games are similar. There's plenty of gamble. Extremely popular across Europe and Asia, particularly short deck. PLO, we know, are being played at the nosebleed stakes. Short deck, you hear about cash games going off. Obviously, big buy-in tournaments, which are happening here at Northern Cyprus inside the Merit Casino. And Schreiner here, critical spot. 165 in the middle. He only has 240 behind, and this could go in right here.
I think the last hand, and you pointed out that Roque could either have gone either way. And there it is. The chips do go in here, and I think this is the reason why he played that hand more passively. He saw how short Schreiner was, saw an opportunity to maybe ladder up, and we'll see if Schreiner can survive. It's 50-50. This is the ultimate coin flip. Boitas with the flush draw, a worse jack. Five of clubs. Now Schreiner a 2-1 favorite You see Boitis outs in the top of your screen, 13 of them. Looking for a diamond, a 7, a 6, a 5, or a 3. 5 or 3 of diamonds, obviously. And it is the Queen of Spades, and Schreiner will double up to 645,000. The Austrian still alive.
Huge.
240.
Yeah, and last hand in this hand, a perfect example of tournament poker and players just playing smart. You know, you see Roque going, I can't go broke here. I'm going to play this hand a little bit more careful. Make sure that I give my opponent a chance to get knocked out so I can earn myself an extra 50,000 euros. You know, in that situation, Roque's got a 50% chance of laddering up, and that's the reason why he plays the last hand passive, I have to imagine.
You're spot on. You know, folding makes money, believe it or not, you know, because all this action is going to happen around you when you're not involved. If you're not involved, you can't lose your chips. And we know that, you know, collision is inevitable whenever you do square off at a final table. Now this could change as Roque Gocic does become our short stack at 445. Schreiner with the double up to 630. It is Schreiner's turn, I think, really to just sort of, okay, stay out of harm's way. I'm not saying you don't limp in here, maybe try and see a flop. You're obviously halfway committed thus far. Keep the pot small. They are critical, and love this. Look at Boitas recognizing everything we're talking about. He's attacking Schreiner. Doesn't have much of a hand. Beautiful rundown tickets, 9-8-5-4, double suited. He just expects Schreiner to be limp folding way more often than he's going to limp call or limp pot.
Yeah, certainly if we recognize it, we know the players at this table do, and Boitas, you know, putting pressure on Schreiner's, you know, newfound chips. He knows he doesn't want to get stuck in a big one. Schreiner hits top pair, and we're in another 50-50 spot here. Another situation where both players have hit top pair.
For Schreiner, you know, you'd love to have some sort of flush draw as backup to go along with that top pair, but he does have every card is live as far as two pair categories are concerned. The problem is the presence of an already flopped straight. Great aggression by Boitas.
And then suddenly the 8 in the color I thought I have came on the flop, and it was like, shit. It would be a fold.
Yeah, it happened with me yesterday. I called a 3-bet and I just realized I have Badui.
Oh my god.
I think he thought he was double suited. He thought he had King Jack 8 deuce double suited, and then the 8 of diamonds hit the flop, and he realized, crap, I'm not suited. I've got the 8 of hearts.
You wonder if he would have even called pre-flop had he not realized. That last one, though, with Schreiner having as many chips as he have, with Roque being short stacked, just can't get involved. You know, you're out of position with just, you know, you got one pair. You could be up against the straight already. You just got to play it a little bit more carefully with his chip stack. And we're going to see the 2 chip leaders battle in this one. Ace high flop. Boitas on 1.8 million. Vogelsang on 2.2 million. Boitas going to put a small bet out there. That's half pot. Vogelsang makes the call. No, Boitas hits the gutter and bets 90,000 and wins the pot. Easy peasy.
He's going to be ridiculously tough to get rid of. He not only is he playing great, but he's running great as well.
PokerGO Hold'em is here. Have you heard about this, Brent? It's amazing. Free to play online poker, available on your favorite device. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGoHold'em.com. I've already downloaded it. I did it earlier on today. I can't wait to play.
It is fun. I'll tell you what, it's a blast. Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, U.S. Poker Open, High Stakes Duel, all the great shows you've come to know on PokerGo, shows of the past of High Stakes and Poker After Dark, they're all there. You can download it now for free in the App Store. Get chips, get in there and play.
Good stuff as we look at Laszlo Bojtas. Bojtas, 28 years old from Hungary.
He's waving at us. Hi, Laszlo. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Either that or he wanted a glass of water. I mean, one of the two. Nova Poker Player says, is this Vogelsang related to the other Vogelsang, Christoph? I don't believe so.
The other Vogelsang, Christoph Vogelsang, was born on a farm in Germany. This Vogelsang here, Tom, is part of a royal family in the Netherlands. Two different Vogelsangs. They are not related, but they do both play high-stakes poker.
Bojtas, $1.93 million. Brings up an interesting question. I'll throw this out to the chat. Of players that share the same last name, who are the most famous and the best ones out there? I mean, you've got the Vogelsangs. I guess you've got the Bakers. Are there any other out there?
Boy, great question. I'm having a hard time thinking of some other last names. Well, there's no other Negranos.
We got the father-son combos, but I just, it's always fun to kind of think about, are there players out there that share the same last name? Is there a Coleman out there? Because we've got one really good one.
There is David Coleman and Daniel Coleman.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Daniel
Both are. Yeah, and David is sort of an up-and-comer on the PGT, plays a lot of high-stakes buy-in events. Call him the Iceman.
Trying to think of more familiar names. We got Martin Jakobsen, 2014 World Series of Poker main event champion. Most of you are familiar with him. There's got to be another Jakobsen out there at some point.
Oh, there we go. Someone said Deeb. How about Freddie Deeb and Sean Deeb?
Ooh, that's a good shout. The Mizrakis are obviously both great, but that's the same family. So I'm talking about two different families. But I like where you're going with that one.
Same with the Greenwoods, yeah.
Yeah, you've got brothers and you've got father-son combos that are great. I mean the Brunsons, we could spend hours on that. But it's always been the original David Baker and Bakes, the two Bakers. Vogelsang.
Both great players as well. Both Bakers, mixed game guys.
Yeah. The original David Baker, a good sports bettor as well. He
you can say
won
that
the
again.
Super Contest. He and Gregorich won that Super Contest last year in football. He just seems to crush it. There's our look at our chip leader, $2.175 million. Speaking of sports betting, I know you and Jeff Platt like to play around once in a while. You have a couple of dollars on the Masters?
Yeah, we do. We got some futures bets, of course, for the Masters. Had some long shots that are contenders right now, but I'll tell you what, all of our sharp, chalky picks, Justin Thomas, John Rahm, those are two guys we were pretty big on, at the moment are nowhere in contention. Justin Thomas shot 4 over par, which I think shocked everybody how poorly he played in round one. He's got his hands full remainder of the Masters.
What is Tiger now?
Tiger finished 1 under at the end of round one, which is just incredible. Everyone knew he was going to play. That was a surprise. And
has play started today?
Not only play has started early tee times for some of the groups. It's off right now.
Do you have money on Tiger?
I have nothing on Tiger. I'm a fish in that regard. It's honestly I'm embarrassed to say that I did not bet Tiger Woods, and I should have bet. My friend Nick Wright, who I'm sure you're familiar with him, Tuck. He's on Fox Sports 1, one of the loudest mouth on the East Coast, hot takes left and right. He's on Tiger Woods, and he got Tiger at 130-1, and that was when there was rumors of maybe him playing. So he got in there early He is loving life right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine, though, right before round one, right before they teed off on round one, I have to imagine that it probably wasn't great value to bet on Tiger. I mean, he's just such a fan favorite. People probably poured money in then. But if you got in on him before he even announced that he was going to play, like Wright did, then you're a genius. Well done, him. Boy just wins one as we turn our attention back to the poker. We are at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus. The Super High Roller Series event number 1, $25,000. Take a look at the GG Poker leaderboard. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands continues to pace the field with 2.2 million. Boitas, our chip leader at the start of play today, on 1.9 million. Schreiner and Gocic, our short stacks, kind of battling for third. And this is what they're playing for. That battle to outlast the other player, worth 50,000 euros. I think sometimes to the average fan out there, they're thinking, these guys are playing high rollers. They're not laddering up. Who cares about that? 50,000 euros is a lot of money.
Well, it's a ton of money. You know, every player now guaranteed 6 figures at this final table. But for Roque and Schreiner, you know, they're trying to outlast the other one. Tuck, you made a point early on. It's a race for third place between these two. And Schreiner here with a horrific hand, 4 and all the 3s. Going to give Boitas a walk.
Schreiner, poker player by night, accountant by day. The Austrian looking to see if he can spin that short stack up and get going. Dan Carcioni in the chat says, huge Nick Wright fan here. I like that.
There you go. Nick's show's probably on right now. He's on television every single day, early in the morning for us on the West Coast.
Jack mentioning the Tiger was actually 80-1 at tee-off. That's not bad. I would have thought he would have been much worse odds. That sounds good.
Now,
Hope Jones says 80-1.
80-1 today, or
no.
at the start of day one.
Yeah, and before day one.
I think European sports books, you could get Tiger at a great price. It's the American sports books that were very, they're going to take a lot more Tiger money.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You've really got to shop. Hope Jones getting to the talking about the players with the same names. She brings out a couple of good ones here. Wei Leong Chan, Johnny Chan, also points out that Phil Ivey should just count as 2 people. He's that good. I concur.
Very good point. And how about Hope also throwing out Gus Hansen and Bart Hansen, your good buddy Bart. And I assure you there's no relation there.
No, there's definitely no relation. 2 very, very different people, but I think a really good shout. Bart Hansen, a phenomenal cash game player. Doesn't really play tournaments, but a very well-respected cash game player. And
I've got one for you. How
everybody
about
knows him.
Jason Mercier and Isabelle Mercier?
Ooh,
now I believe
radar.
it is.
I like that.
Well, it's pronunciation-wise. I intentionally did it there. It's Jason Mercier and Isabelle Mercier. Spellings are the same, although you do say the names differently. There's no relation between Jason and Isabelle.
Get a raise here from Boitas. Vogelsang is going to make the call. And you see players here just not overplaying the kings, especially against the other chip leader. 180,000 in there. Event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series. Europe, 25,000 got you in. 40 players started this tournament. We're down to our final 4.
Check.
Ace high flop, 2 hearts out there. 3rd heart. Oh, Vogelsang does have the king. No, he does not. Pardon me. That's the king of diamonds. So neither player with a heart in their hand.
Check.
Neither player really loving this sort of board. Content with just seemingly checking it down. It's a beautiful ticket. Whenever you do spike a king here, you feel pretty good about a set given the action thus far. Unlikely that Boitas has a flush. Probably would have bet maybe the flop, definitely the turn, even of the baby flush variety. Let's see if Boitas, though, does try and use this river texture as a semi-bluff card for his range.
No.
What a wise check down.
I mean, no chip, not one chip goes in post-flop. Boitas just not taking the bait. Vogelsang certainly had a good bluff catcher on the river. Check to induce, did not get it.
Great
Laszlo
feel
Boitas just
for
continues to
Boitas.
impress. Yeah, he just so impressive. It just seems like he always kind of knows where he's at.
He does. You know, he plays, we've talked about it time and time again. We'll continue to talk about it. The biggest stakes online, the biggest stakes live as far as cash games are concerned of the Pot Limit Omaha variety. And his tournament chops are well-rounded. There's no doubt about that. He sees all the spots. He's opening wide, aggressive, leveraging that sort of chip lead type stack. You can see Vogelsang is our outright chip leader. Big hand here on the button. King, queen, queen, jack, one suit.
But you see, once again, even in position with a hand like this, just calling Boitas and not three-betting, not bloating up a pot against the other chip leader.
Yeah, and really no reason to do so, right, Tuck? It's it's not necessary. You don't need to be putting in three bets against the other guy. You've got two short stacks around you. If those shorter stacks were to repot, your hand is very good to essentially try and eliminate them. And interesting spot here. Boitas obviously flops trips, but it's Vogelsang doing the betting.
Yeah, what is Vogelsang betting for? What's the purpose of this bet on the flop?
Well, I think it's because and what a card here by Boitas now. Ace is full of nines. He does not need to use the nines full version. But
He's
for
got nines
Vogelsang,
full of
it's more
aces
about,
and aces full of nines.
Yeah, hard to do. For Vogelsang, it's about what you touched on prior. It's like you have a big hand. You don't need to three-bet. I think that it's the recognition. Boitas knows Vogelsang is calling with a lot of big hands pre-flop, not necessarily three-betting. So he's just going to bet the deuce ace-ace texture with king, queen, queen, jack in hopes of taking it down on the flop. If he meets resistance, it's an easy getaway on later streets.
Fair enough. Well, he does go check on the turn. Boitas bets the river. And a quick fold from Vogelsang. Boitas just absolutely smashing that board here at the Super High Roller Series Europe in Northern Cyprus. I have been fortunate enough to travel a lot because of poker. I have never been to Cyprus, so I'm very jealous of Ali Nejad and Brian Rast and all these players who are there.
I'm just jealous in general of Brian Rast and Ali Nejad. It has nothing to do with their travel.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's a good shout.
That folded to Vogelsang, who is going to pounce and attack both of these short stacks.
Yeah.
And, of course, Laszlo waiting in the weeds. He's in the big blind.
Yeah, Schreiner and Gocic just forced to kind of like fold and just wait out each other. And this has kind of become the Boitas and Vogelsang show. We're just seeing these two play hand after hand together. Poker tournaments are a lot of fun when you have chips, and not as much fun when you're just sitting there kind of grinding out the short stack, but these guys are getting paid for that, doing that, so it's okay.
Really interesting lead here. Boitas trying to represent this sort of texture, right? The range advantage for Boitas saying, I've got all of this when I defend the big blind, but it's Vogelsang who has the wrap wheel.
Boitas does check the turn after firing the flop. Action on Vogelsang.
It's an interesting spot now for Vogelsang, right? It's what hands would Boitas lead with on the flop? and then check on the turn whenever the jack does peel. And here we go, just king high for Boitas. If he does want to tell a story, he's going to be betting here on the river. He's going to knuckle. Just gives it up.
Yeah, wow. And Vogelsang really, really happy to somehow win this with just fives. I mean, the fact that Vogelsang has fives, how much more likely is it that Boitas should just have a hand there, right?
New player. New player.
Certainly seemed that way. I expected a, sort of a 1/3 pot bet out of Boitas on the river, but again, I think he just gave Vogelsang credit for opening stronger hands, could contain overpairs in that spot, and he didn't think he could get those sorts of hands to fold on the river no matter what sizing he chose. He would have been repping a 4 and really only a 4.
Sorry. Sorry. For the
Six in the morning here on the West Coast, 9 in the morning on the East Coast here in the United States, which means it's officially Friday for me.
Someone has to go next
Well, congratulations, Tuck. You did make it to another Friday.
I don't care who.
Yeah, hey, listen, at my age, it's an accomplishment.
That's not you.
Every Friday matters.
We're staying.
Well, Laszlo and I getting heads up.
10 high flop
no
out
surprise. It is Boitas and Vogelsang again. Heads up to another pot. The short stacks are just staying out of harm's way, waiting for big hands, trying to get it in.
We are in the heads up in the end.
That's what I was thinking, right?
Yeah.
Well, you made a really good point, and I remember talking to Patrick Leonard about this during World Series commentary at some point. The collision effect. Every time you fold, you're earning money. You're giving your opponents a chance to collide. And when they collide, there's a chance they might get eliminated, and you can ladder up. Again, it's
nobody
not
knows
sexy,
ICM,
but
yeah, Patrick Leonard really just nails it too. He is an ICM expert, and it may even been him that said it best that folding just makes money. When you're short,
I think it was you and I doing World Series commentary together. We were doing commentary with Patrick Leonard, and Leonard was suggesting some folds that had you and I just dropping our jaws. We're like, "What? No,
yeah,
you're not
I
folding
think
that."
you're right.
And he's like, "Yeah." Well, Schreiner's finally picked up a hand where he can't get away from this one. Double suited
nor
aces.
should he want to get away from this one. This money, pot it, try and get it in. Even if you win the pot right here, you're fine with it.
105 raise.
Further separate yourself from Rok Gostica, who's the, well, close to the short stack. He and Schreiner are neck and neck.
I think Roke is the short stack. Schreiner probably about 100,000 ahead of him. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. Europe, event number 1 in Northern Cyprus. We're at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa, presented by Lux and Pay. For those of you watching on Merit's YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us. PokerGo's YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button, follow. We're going to be here for the next 7 or 8 days.
Yeah, and Tuck and I are in the chat. If you have any comments on the PokerGo YouTube channel, questions, let us know. We've had great conversation. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Another great name comparison, by the way, or I guess to consider. How about Justin Schwartz, Luke Schwartz, and Noah Schwartz? And how about Jake Schwartz?
Solid.
So there's a lot of Schwartzes in there.
Yeah, may the Schwartz be with you. That is that's strong. Mitch Heck points out that Schwartz Deli too. I've never been there.
I've never been to a Schwartz Deli. Yeah, there you go. Same.
But I have no doubt it's got to be good. Derek Lawler asking where Jeff Platt is. What did you say? Did he say he's playing poker now?
I think there's a chance he went off to Florida to play poker. Otherwise, he is sleeping and enjoying himself at 6 a.m. here on the West Coast.
Yeah, he's a poker player these days. I mean, just crushing.
Well, let's not get carried away. He likes to play poker. Far
compared to
from a player,
common folk
though.
like you and I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very quickly setting himself apart as the best poker playing commentator, or at least the most successful one out there right now.
I gotta, Tuck, I don't even think that can be true. I mean, Nick Schulman might have something to say about that.
Okay, fine.
Brian Rast was out there doing coverage for the Triton event. He might have something to say about that.
I don't put Rast in the same category because Rast doesn't do enough commentary. There's a lot of guys out there who do commentary once in a while, but Nick Schulman, of course, is always number one. Schulman's number one, but I don't know. I mean, Platt's performance last year, I know we like to rip him once in a while and give him some grief, but his performance in the World Series of Poker last year, I think puts him in some coveted area there. Boitis currently second in chips.
Every once in a while, a blind squirrel finds a nut.
You won't give your boy any credit at all. I love it.
No, of course. I do all the time. Jeff has worked very hard at his game. I know that on the side. He's studying. He's running the solvers and the sims. He's got the charts. He does. He works hard at the game, and he's got the time to do it. He's a single man. He's got no other responsibilities in life. Very successful. He has no excuses not to study and get better at this game.
No excuses at all. And it's the Boitis show and Boitis Vogelsang show once again. As these two players tangle. Yeah, it seems like yesterday I was commentating on the World Series of Poker Online event when Jeff made a final table and made just an absolutely catastrophic ICM mistake. We won't bring that up, though. King high flop here, 2 clubs. Vogelsang with ace king. Boitis with the straight draws. Vogelsang makes top 2 while Boitis makes the straight.
Dangerous times right now for Vogelsang. 360 out there and a very good check by Boitis, setting the trap here. Vogelsang is about to be disgusted.
Yeah, and if you're Boitis, are you raising now? What's the play?
I think we can absolutely raise pot. You would be committing and putting a ton of pressure to Vogelsang, but let's see what Boitis does decide to do. Are you at all worried about being up against a set or clubs? Do you want to see a clean river? Just the nuts and calls.
Yeah. Queen of spades. So Boitis will win this hand, but not exactly. I'm sorry, they split the pot now.
Certainly
not the card you want to look for.
Boitis.
Yeah.
You just went from collecting a 7-figure pot to now chopping it up. We can see that they're just going to both pot it and get it in and split this thing up. I love the way that Boitis played his hand. He absolutely had the trap set.
Yeah, I was so focused on the club draw, I'm missing that. Yeah, I think
just
Boitis
a call
just
here by the nuts, 110.
And kind of a
why
disgusted,
Boitis didn't repot on the river.
A disgusted call at that, by the way.
I don't know why. You think I know how to play this game?
To the dealer.
Why? Oh, the dealer. Okay.
Oh, that was sickening right there.
Certainly was. You know what's not sickening, though? PokerGo Hold'em is here. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience, Brent. PokerGo Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com.
It is an absolute blast the game, the app. It's free to play. Download it now, as you can see on the screen in front of you. I somehow am the voice of the game, the call the action. If you hit a royal flush, I think I say royal flush. All sorts of silly stuff.
Yeah, and for those of you out there who are deterred by that, you can play the game with no volume. Still really, really fun.
You can absolutely turn it off, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
Funny, I was so focused on looking for a club or the board pairing on that one to see if you get if our man Boitis would get his action killed. The queen comes off and makes the whole hand null and void. 1.1 million chip pot.
You just had
between two players that really significant, by the way.
No, I had very few chances actually. I had no chance to make any money on it. I mean, a small chance.
Pass. 75. Pass.
That's one of those spots where you win the hand, but feels like a loss, especially when you had the nuts on the turn, and then your hand basically turns into nothing but a chop. Boitis wins a small one. He's up to 2 million chips. So we have two players now with 2 million chips and two short stacks, and it feels like two different tournaments with 4 players remaining. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action here.
Schreiner and Roque Gostisha, the short stacks, just trying to outmaneuver and outlast the other to collect that podium payday top 3 spot. And once the other guy busts, it's sort of the gloves can come off. You can start swinging and gambling and playing more pots to try and get back into contention for winning these things.
Vogelsang and Laszlo very aware of the dynamic at this final table, and they are doing their best to put some pressure on these players. Vogelsang just calling here, though, as opposed to raising. Schreiner's got an interesting one here. Double suited, Jack 10, 8, 6. Don't see what Vogelsang's 4th card is. Schreiner checks it back. And Schreiner's got a little something here, that's for sure. King of diamonds on the turn.
On a Badoogie board, no flush draw present.
No.
Schreiner still content to just simply check call with this sort of wrap. It looks like, did he just get out of the way?
Yeah, he did.
Just an open-ender, I guess, not a full wrap. Clearly, the 8 and the 6 in his hand. He needed a little bit more. I thought maybe we'd peel one time.
Yeah, chip conservation just so important at this point of the tournament. I want to say hi to all you guys in the chat there. Derek, Pot Dragon, Hector, David K, Chris Cooley. Thank you so much for joining us. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. This series running from April 7th through the 15th at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. $25,000 buy-ins going all the way up to $250,000. What's the largest buy-in tournament you ever played, Brent?
$25,000 buy-in.
Next level already.
When you sat down to play that, how nervous were you?
I actually felt good because it was at the U.S. Poker Open in 2017. I had a couple final tables leading up to that 25K. So I was feeling pretty good. I was playing sharp at the time. And then I ended up, I think I was up against Scott Seaver and lost. I did.
Scott Seaver's good.
Scott Seaver beat me heads up. Yeah, he is very good. I tried to bluff him, and he's unbluffable. Meanwhile,
unbluffable. Yeah, Vogelsang was in the lead, but he is no longer in the lead as Boitis has turned a bigger two-pair. Boitis bets 150,000. Vogelsang has a flush draw to go along with his ace-deuce. He's going to make this call, and these guys starting to play some bigger pots. And spades get there. So Vogelsang, 2 hands in a row against Boitis, gets very lucky on the river. Both times had the worst hand going into the river. First time he chops it up with that queen. This time he makes this flush.
Super. Flush.
And Boitis will see that Vogelsang had a very strong hand. He had aces up. He had the wheel draw. Of course, he had the spade working. Vogelsang with a disciplined knuckle. Check behind. Just get the showdown. It's a very critical pot. No need to try and bet there when you have these other two very short stacks.
500K.
I'm kidding.
Directly next to you.
No. I don't. You fold first.
Lines are now 20,000, 40,000. Here in event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series.
I haven't seen you bluff in like 6 months, so.
I haven't seen you bluff in like 6 months.
You only bluff online. No, never live. I see you never bluff live.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I choose the good hands. You don't see.
Yeah, when I fold. Yeah, but
Kostisha
that's the way it should be.
with jacks.
Bluff when they fold. Don't bluff.
Just going to fold. Not even get involved. Kostisha, by the way,
Not
only
a great hand.
220,000.
You have to have a good feeling for it.
Two
Shriner
jacks,
gets out of the
jack.
way.
I think it was jack, jack, 6 deuce. Even if you have one suit, is a garbage hand. And PLO, Boitis with a suited king.
Interesting flop. Vogelsang with a pair with the nut flush draw. Boitis technically with the best hand right now, but he is a dog. No longer, though.
Those percentages
Boitis
are
now
going to
with
move
50%.
now. Yeah, still
Yeah.
flipping though. Keep in mind he's got the pair. He's got the 2-pair draw. He's got the straight draw, and he has the flush draw here.
And Vogelsang just a little bit of pressure, and now with a sizable chip lead, has a really good seat position as well, being on Boitis' left. You wonder, can Vogelsang start to put some distance between him and Boitis? Can he really put himself apart as a chip leader?
That's a great point, having position on Boitis. He really does have the king seat.
Let's change
Up to
stacks and I will put
2.8
some
million
hands.
now.
I mean,
Winning the important all-ins. Life is good. Cannot complain.
Just to recap how we got here. Came back today with 6 players. Ali Imsirovic was our headliner. He is the leader in the PGT standings right now. Continues to be that leader. He finished in 5th place. Took home 80,000 euros for that. Elimination of Parssinen from Finland was our first casualty today as he finished in 6th place. Ali, by the way, won a couple of hands early on, was actually our chip leader for a brief moment.
And Ali was quite the opposite of Roque and Schneider here. He liked to press the envelope. He was trying to up the variance. He knows this is not his strongest game. He was attempting to put the other stacks, make them uncomfortable. And it backfired. He walked in the top set. Here we go.
We got an all-in here.
For his life.
Roque Kostisha all in for his last 130,000 chips. He is a favorite here. Boitis outs in the top of your screen. He's got 10 of them right now. Pot is 460,000. Shriner certainly rooting for the for Boitis to win this one, and so he can ladder up.
te klein dan. Oef. Oh.
Oh, indeed.
Goede.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Werkt voor many outs ook in Omaha, denk je, of niet? Waar je kleine holden. Nee, hè? Dus gaat gewoon hitten. Oei, 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 oei.
And Rock with the double up. He somehow survives that.
And just a black deuce on the river, the purest brick he could ask for. And much to Schneider's displeasure, Roque will double up.
There weren't many bricks. That was one of them, certainly. The deuce of spades. And even with that double up, still just 460,000 chips. But more importantly, he's still in there and now above Raphael Schreiner.
You are, that's true.
A small hand, but I think certainly significant for that man. Laszlo Boitas now a really distant second place to our chip leader.
You have to, when you get all in versus me, it's over. He's not that good in all in. I'm a lot better all in. Yeah, I am one of the best all in players, actually. Maximum. Maximum.
140.
See a flop.
Yeah, suited, yeah.
Schreiner shows it and then tosses it in the muck. Vogelsang picks up 60,000 chips as he approaches the 3 million mark. The sun just popping up here on the West Coast. I want to say good morning to any of you who are just waking up and joining us here. This is event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series. Yeah. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. For those of you all around the world, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Some great poker action all week long.
I think I'm on my 4th cup of coffee, Tuck, which is actually reasonable, considering we've been up since 3 a.m.
I think absolutely perfectly. I mean, nobody's judging you here.
I hope not.
No, not at all. I'm surprised you haven't downed a couple of nerd fuels as well.
No, I have not. The nerd focus. You blended the nerd focus and brain fuel together. Nerd fuel, which, by the way, perhaps you and I, we could enter the energy drink market with nerd fuel.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
we just created it right now on the spot.
That's how quick you are. It's amazing.
Well, I just got it trademarked as well. We're good.
Nerd fuel. I like it. Roque peels back his cards before tossing them in the muck. In fairness, as we see these two short stacks kind of staying out of the fray, they've both been really card dead. I mean, we've been seeing what they're getting dealt, and it hasn't
they've
been
had nothing.
No. Something changed. I don't know why.
Boitas on 1.3 million, Vogelsang on 2.8 million.
Sure.
And it was really, there's a little wheel for Vogelsang. It's been this sort of storyline. These two have been playing pot after pot, heads up, while the shorter stacks have been sitting out, and it has been Vogelsang getting the better of Boitas. The one moment, the one opportunity where there was more than 1 million chips in the middle, Boitas had the stone-cold nuts on the turn, just called a pot-sized bet of Vogelsang, who had top 2, and, of course, the river provided a queen, and it was a chop pot that really swung it all, the momentum. Boitas did not win it outright, and it has been Vogelsang that has been able to maintain this chip lead because of that pot.
Yeah, very soon after that hand, we had 2-pair over 2-pair, and Vogelsang hit a flush on the river and won that one. But you look at that queen on the river, and if Vogelsang does go on to win this, that certainly was the pivotal card. Because if he loses that one and Boitis takes the chip lead, you wonder what happens going forward.
Yeah, exactly right. Extremely fortunate, but that's what it takes oftentimes in tournaments. You have to get lucky in some way, shape, or form on top of playing good. You can see Gocic now with Jack 9-7-4, double suited in the big blind.
And I think with the exception of
He
maybe
may
Phil
wanna see
Hellmuth,
three.
I was going to say with the exception of maybe Phil Hellmuth, I think every poker player who ever wins a poker tournament will admit that, hey, yeah, I ran good. I got lucky. Not dismissing how good a poker player anybody might be, but you've got to be a good poker player and you've got to run good to win a poker tournament.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Hellmuth, he made his mark at the U.S. Poker Open. 3 final tables. Everyone had called him out. I mean, I've really gone after him over the last 2 years for not showing up and playing the majors against the best players in the world on the PGT. Well, he did it. Final tables, 3 of the events. He showed us what he's got, and it is one hand in particular that everyone will remember with Queen 4 offsuit against Alex Fox. And listen, I no way to explain it. I won't even try. But if you want a T-shirt, you can get yourself a White Magic Queen 4 shirt over at shop.pokergo.com. Brand new shirts available in the shop. And here we go. All in for short stack.
And it is Raphael Schreiner is all in here with kings. He is a slight favorite against Boitis' ace-queen 9-4. Boitis with diamonds, Schreiner with spades.
If it's 400, you only call, or and then you play me out on the flop.
620,000 in there. Boitis with the Queen 4. We'll see if that Queen 4 continues to provide magic for other players as well.
Ooh.
Well, he doesn't need the Queen 4 because he's hit an ace. He's hit 2 of them. And Schreiner says this is going to be tough, as he has only 10% equity.
It's got backdoor spades and live cowboys at the moment.
I don't know. Why is here?
Well, now just the Cowboys.
Just hanging.
Waiting for Paige.
Waiting for Paige.
Jack of clubs, we got a picture card, but it is not the one that Schreiner was looking for. And Raphael Schreiner, the Austrian, will bow out in 4th place. He'll take home 110,000 euros for his efforts. And then there were 3.
And Schreiner hung around as long as he could. He really did play a fantastic short stack game. It is Rook Gocic who survives and has reached the podium. And here we go. Payouts.
Take a look at the Luxon payouts. Schreiner takes home 110,000 euros. 3 players remain. Rook in an amazing spot. I mean, you ladder up here. You've guaranteed yourself 160,000 euros, and now it's okay. Let's gamble a little bit. Let's see if I can get lucky. Vogelsang up to 3 million chips. Schreiner, by the way, picking up 66 PGT points. Everybody looking for a place in the top 21. And that one, and that'll certainly will be competitive throughout the year. Ace-high flop here. Vogelsang does hit the ace. And once again, king's just no good in this table. Remco, good morning.
Oh, we've got Remco. There we go. Remco, your friend from high school, Woozy, was in the chat earlier talking about your addiction to Pepsi.
The Queen 4 will live in infamy. Hope Jones in the chat, yes. I mean, I put a simple tweet out there. I said, I don't even know why we're still talking about this. He won the hand, right? So it was the right play. Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
simple.
he did, Tuck. Yeah.
He won the hand. It
Sure.
was the right play.
Uh-huh.
Criticize him all you want. Look at the scoreboard.
I can't make sense of it. I never will.
I mean, Helmuth has just been, I mean, he's been that guy who just says, you know what, look at the scoreboard for decades now.
140.
Well, he's not wrong there. Results speak. Clearly, 16 bracelets, Hall of Famer. No one will ever question the resume. He's obviously a great No Limit Hold'em tournament player.
I mean, the thing about Helmuth, and I don't want to spend too much time on him, is he's added other games to his repertoire. I mean, he was always just a Hold'em guy, but he plays mixed games pretty well now, too. I mean, he's probably one of the better Raz tournament players out there.
Well, you're exactly right. He's put in the work, and he, you know, I do realize also he gets picked on for referencing Mike Matusow as someone he talks about poker with. Now, maybe No Limit, Matusow's not your guy, but as far as mixed games are concerned, especially PLO 8, which I believe Matusow considered to be elite, you know, that is a good reference and resource to have.
Yeah, Omaha 8 or better is probably Matusow might be one of the best tournament players in the world. I talked to him about that. I talked to my good friend Bart Hansen about that as well, who's great at Omaha 8 or better, and he talks about Mike. Mike is really good at that game in particular.
And I don't know what it is. You know, has Mike studied? He's put in the work. He's played the hands. Mike doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's, you know, out there running the solvers and whatnot, but there's something about that game and Mike Matusow that they go hand in hand.
No.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to the mouth for Hold'em tips, but when it comes to Omaha 8 or better, he's certainly one of the best out there. Remco saying in the chat, says, on another note, if you're enjoying Tuckman and Hanks, hard to believe, but I suppose it's possible. Please subscribe to our channel. We have 7 more days of live streaming coming up, all true as we approach the 250,000 mark. Yes, that's right, PokerGo here on YouTube. We have 246,000 subscribers, and I can't tell you how excited I would be if somehow we got to the 250,000 mark on my watch. So please, let's make that happen. If you have somehow not subscribed, please do this week. Let's see if we can get to that 250,000 mark. 7 high flop here, couple of clubs, and it is Roque who has flopped the absolute stones. Yeah, look at Vogelsang. I guess I'm going to double you up on this one, huh?
Yeah, going to be hard for Vogelsang. Going to have to go perfect here.
Yeah, he's not looking good. It's rare that you get it in on all in on PLO and get action, and you're a 98% favorite. That just doesn't happen very often, but that is exactly the spot that man has got himself involved in. 480,000 in there.
Okay.
And the 10 of clubs on the turn will seal it. Roque will double up.
And here
Still
comes
a very
the
distant
rise
third
of Roque.
Ren says he's going to be watching all 7. Oh, good. I like it. Now, this will all culminate in the 215,000 Super High Roller Bowl. For those of you just waking up, good morning. We're live from Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa, presented by Lux and Pay. This is the Super High Roller Series, event number 1. You've missed a little bit, but hey, We got plenty more action to come as we watch these final three players battle out. We're back at it tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time for Short Deck. It's a $50,000 Short Deck event that just started a couple of hours ago. And that'll be on. That'll be tomorrow. Boitis flops the nuts. Third diamond out there, and once again, Vogelsang jumps ahead of him.
It's been this kind of morning or afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from and playing at, for Boitis. Vogelsang just continues to pip him. Nothing changed here on the river.
25 goal. Showdown.
Great.
Boitis put a little bit of a bet out there in the river. Vogelsang shows him the bad news. But, I mean, what a flop. I mean, you flop top two with the nut straight, and then a diamond comes on the turn, and you just give your chips to the chip leader again.
Why? I can tell you after the tournament.
You are watching the Super High Roller Series Europe event number 1. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. I like it. Derek Larler says, yeah, I'll be watching every episode. My alarm is set to see it on time. Well, good to know, Derek.
There you go, Derek. Derek, where are you tuning in from? Everyone else in the chat, let us know what part of the world are you enjoying this coverage from. While you're at it, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. The thumbs up and the likes don't hurt. Everything you can do for us, show us your support. We're going to give it right back to you and bring you free streams every day.
Yeah, there's everything available here for free on our PokerGO YouTube channel. Once again, it's the Boitis Vogelsang show. Third spade out there. Neither player with the spade draw. Vogelsang does have the 10 of spades. 3-1 favorite to win this hand if he goes to showdown. He's got two pair right now with threes and deuces. And he's going to call. 160,000 in there. Queen of clubs, and Boitis gives up, and Vogelsang is going to win it. I'm not keeping track, but it just feels like Vogelsang is, I mean, these two have battled, I don't know, they've played maybe 15, 16 hands since we came back from break, and Vogelsang has won 12 of them.
Mentally, it's hard, right? When you're Boitis and this guy just keeps beating you pot after pot, it wears on you upstairs. And Vogelsang adding to his chip collection, adding to that chip lead. Seemingly it feels like these two will be heads up eventually. Now, I'm not going to count out Roque. Clearly, this is tournament poker, no matter how you look at it, and chaos will occur. But these two feel poised to get heads up. And right now it is advantage Vogelsang. He can do nothing wrong here today.
Yeah, everything going Tom's way. He's going to get out of the way on this one, though. Get a raise on the button from Laszlo. Laszlo, 28 years old, from Hungary, came into this final table as our chip leader. He is currently second in chips. He's going to get some action from the big blind, our short stack. Kostisha. 10 high flop. You can see Roque's very short stack here. You see those plaques next to each player. Those are time extensions. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands, and they can use those to get more time. We've seen none of these players actually use their time extensions, though.
Well, Roque might need one here, as it looks like Boitis have just sent him all in. That is a pot-sized bet on the flop. We do not see the cards at the moment. Clearly decision time for Roque. And it looks like a low texture on that flop, and Boitis pressure takes it down.
Yeah. And the 28-year-old Hungarian takes that one down.
And if you're unfamiliar with Boites from the live world, well, perhaps you'll know his name from the online realm. He goes as Omaha for Rolls. He plays the biggest cash games online, especially of the PLO variety. Upwards of 5K, 10K stakes when they run. He's an absolute animal.
And not surprisingly, I'm not familiar with him simply because I'm not going to play that stakes. Just too much for me. I don't need that much money. What would I do with it all?
I hear you,
I
Tuck.
see,
I'm very content here in my little studio office that has my kitchen, living room, everything assigned. All 3 children here in the room with me as well. You just can't hear them.
Do you put muzzles on them in the morning?
Duct tape.
Duct tape. That works. That's even better. Show them right. 10 high flop here. 10, 6, 5, 2 clubs. We see Derek, by the way, is from Kentucky. We got Australia. We got Belgium. We got Florida. The Philippines. We got Vienna, Germany, Belgium, Toronto, Belgium baby, Munich, Romania, South Carolina, Chicago. Jordan Russell's from Canada. I want to thank you all for joining us here. One of the greatest things about poker, it is truly a worldwide game. When I travel the world, try to hit as many local casinos as I can just to play poker in different areas. And it's just one of my favorite things to see different players playing from all over the place.
Let me put you on the spot, Tuck. I do know you're a world traveler, and you've been everywhere because of this great game. What is your favorite location, your favorite poker venue that you've been to across the world?
Oh, wow, that's a tough question. See this hand play out.
And if you can't do one as we watch this play out, have your top 3. Can you go with top 3?
I almost definitely can. I mean, it always changes, of course. By the way, the graphics will be back. We do apologize for technical difficulties where you can't see the graphics. Neither Hanks or myself are good enough PLO players to analyze the action without cards. That's for sure. But we do get a bet on the river and a call.
And I think Vogelsang has gotten the best of Boites again. Yeah, that is the muck face. That is the fold face. That is the I lost a pot face for Omaha for rolls. And Vogelsang continues to build.
And you have to wonder, at what point does this get into Laszlo's head? If it's not there already? Poker is just such a mental game. The psychology, the momentum, the argument of, is momentum even real or not? But it certainly feels real when you're on the losing side of it. From a poker playing perspective and from a traveling perspective, I'm always a fan of Italy. I love the food there. I love the people there. I have been fortunate enough to have been in San Remo a couple of times. And that is one of my favorite destinations. I love San Remo, Italy. Right before the pandemic, I was also in Madrid for a tournament. And if you like food, there might not be a better place in the world than Madrid. I still dream about the meals I had there. Just fantastic. And I'm going to go back to Spain once again.
You got San Remo, you got Madrid, and here comes your third.
This is simple. It's cliche, but I'm lucky enough to go to Barcelona pretty much every year. And Barcelona is just, there's a casino right on the beach. It's just gorgeous. Love it. I love it. And then, by the way, I'm going to go
in here.
One. You got an all in. So I'll give you my fourth in a second because Roque is all in for his tournament life.
And it looks like maybe 2 queens, maybe of the suited variety for Roque. Uncertain what Boites has. Again, apologies. We do not have graphics at the moment. We are working to get those back.
And we'll see if we can grab these cards. Hopefully the camera. There you go. So queen, 3-8, 1 suit. We got hearts versus aces. Wow.
Here.
Aces still in the lead. We got the graphics back.
There we go. A 10 now for Roque would make a straight.
And I was looking for a 10 or a queen right now. Roque with just 6 outs. And diamond out there does not help. Roke's still just looking for a queen or a 10, 6 outs with 1 card to come. 740,000 in there, and Roke's tournament life, 4 diamonds seals his fate, and he has gone in 3rd place.
Yeah, should do.
That'll do it for Roke Gocic, young up-and-comer, good friends with Ali Imsirovic. They traveled here together to be a part of the Super High Roller Series, and we are now heads up, baby.
Yeah. Roke Gocic gone in 3rd. We'll get his name up there in a second. 160,000 euros for him as we take a look at the Luxon Pay payouts.
I didn't realize that Vogelsang wasn't wearing any pants with that dress shirt as he walked away from the table. Perhaps he didn't realize the cameras weren't on here.
We are heads up, and it's not a surprise here. It is Laszlo Boitas versus Tom Vogelsang. Players are going to take a quick break as we sort out the heads-up play. Back in about 9 minutes for exciting conclusion to event number 1 here at the Super High Roller Series.
Put some pants on, Tom. Come on.
A world-class field on his way to a super
nicely
high
done, nicely done.
title and $7.5 million
I'm going to mute
cash.
my end just in case.
This year, the super high roller bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot.
Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first-place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from now.
You ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holding.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is Queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying. That's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. Nothing much for Anthony Gregg, who's checked as well as Pertush. And Rainer Kempe checks his 2 4s. Here comes the turn card. Kempe picks up the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
It is a nice turn for Kempe. However,
2 flush draws on board for Pertush now. He's got top pair.
Budiga leads here. It really depends on how much as far as Kempe's decision goes.
And Pertush fires 20,000.
Don't see Greg continuing.
He lays the 5s down.
And I don't think Kempe has quite enough to continue. If you know an 8 is good for sure, it changes things somewhat. But an 8 could be no good. Pertush has some combos with a 9 in it. However, 4s could be good at the moment. This is reasonable.
Rainer makes the call. A 3, 4, and 8 would make his hand best. And it's a 3 on the end, giving him the 7 high straight. That is the perfect card for Rainer Kempe. A disastrous one for Pertush.
And that's how you do it.
It's just that easy, boys. Look at Rainer sizing him up.
Kempe is a touch capped here. Can't really have 8-9. He can, of course. He could check 8-9 on the flop, but most of the time he would bet. So Pertush is kind of asking himself, what are his 4 combos, and thinking about trying to get some value from this king-queen, which is reasonable because Kempe could have checked back some 6x, some 7x, and doesn't really have 8-9, where Pertush does have some 8-9 here. So I don't mind Pertush's value bet, but it is ambitious.
1,000 is the bet.
And you could potentially get your guy to induce here by checking with some sort of busted draw on the end.
Sometimes, and I think Kempe may find a raise here just based on, I feel Pertush may have given away the strength of his hand a bit based on his mannerisms. That felt very value-y to me. And that's not to say he did anything wrong, and it's
10
much easier to
seconds.
make reads when you can see somebody's hand.
Oh, wow, look at this. You're exactly right.
But we've seen a lot of flat calling on the end with not the nuts. But Kempe really felt like this straight was good. That's logical. Pertush really only has the 8-9 suited combos. He's not taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 off. He might not be taking off out of the small blind with 8-9 suited. So Kempe really believes this straight is good. It is, and it puts Pertush in a very awkward spot.
80K to call.
If you're going to make thin value bets, you have to be prepared to face these decisions.
Well, Pertush didn't find the auto fold. He's asking for a count here.
No, it's.
But could Kempe really be bluffing for his remaining stack in this situation with just 80K?
Great question, Ali. It's so hard to say. we can't get into Kempe's mind or know one of the beautiful things about poker.
Oh,
Pertush thinks he could be. Maybe Pertush thinks that
To turn these over.
And that's why you don't stand behind a horse. And Fedor.
And we come right back to a possibly curious Fedor holes, and I love when we only get to see the one card. I really do.
Yeah.
Because start to imagine, what do you think Fedor does with the jack of spades? How about a queen? Play along with Fedor. He knows that Helmuth has been splishy splashy to say the least.
Yeah, and a deuce 4 offsuit here, 3-betting to 90K.
That's right. And it looks like Fedor is taking a flop. Excuse me.
Oh, it looks like he's going to charge him more to take a flop, isn't he?
T2 raised to 235.
It's a 4-bet to 235,000.
And
It's like a soul read.
I think after a little bit of Hollywooding, Helmuth is probably going to let this go.
What's going on here? I 3-bet the kid twice in 4 hours, and he 4-bet me both times. Are you in a hurry? You got a death wish? What the hell is going on here? This is sick.
Helmuth.
Nice hand, Fedor.
He's not scared to just get in there and limp. He's not scared to sometimes 4x pre-flop.
Right.
Blinds are 20-40. I've seen Berkey do things like make it 200. And I promise you that confusing your opposition generally is good. Sometimes the cost of that is making a quote-unquote bad play. Being unpredictable, hard to read and hard to figure out.
Right.
These are all things that do aid you in the long run if you use those things to your advantage.
Kempe opening with Snowmen, the 110. In the cutoff. And the small blind of Dan Smith making the call in bad shape with the 2 6s. He'll be heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like 8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set. One of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
It sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan.
165.
Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand. He's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme...
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a...
Welcome back. The 2022 Super High Roller Series, event number 1. We are live from Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in northern Cyprus. $25,000 pot limit Omaha. We are heads up down to our final 2 players. Tom Vogelsang, our chip leader, on 3.3 million chips with a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Laszlo Boitas. Boitas came into this final table as our chip leader. Take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. The loser of this heads-up battle will take home 240,000 euros. First place worth 360,000. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks.
Beautiful little trophy there as well, Tuck. Just realizing that right in the middle of the table that these guys are playing for. Here
Playing for that trophy at 120,000 euros. Queen high flop here, Queen 5-3. Boitas' king still in the lead. He bets 120,000.
Has the gutter, has the pair, has backdoor clubs. We are heads up and deep. I would
don't think he's
expect
going to
a lot
fold.
of peels.
How long do I need to put them? Because I want to keep them in my hand. 5 seconds.
Yeah, players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands. If they need more than that, they use those time extensions. Those are little red cards next to each player. Each one is worth an additional 30 seconds. And again, another river goes Tom's way.
8-5. No way.
8-5 is good.
You heard Boitas mutter, "No way," saying, "You did it again. You got there." He was very live in Vogelsang's defense. His hand was just fine, especially up against the King 7-5.
I like this one better. Thank you.
Yeah, it just it has to be frustrating at this point if you're Laszlo Boitas, just because, yeah, nothing against Vogelsang. I mean, he's been live each time that he goes to the river. But to get there every time when you're, 60-40, 65-35, when you get there each and every time, it eventually it starts to wear down on you. Once again, thanks for joining us here, the Super High Roller Series. This is just event number 1. We're in northern Cyprus, the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Vogelsang bets, Boitas folds, and he rolls his eyes as he looks up to the heavens, wondering, can I turn this around? I mean, he's still got a pretty good chance of winning this, but that man right there with 75% of the chips in play, a 3-to-1 chip advantage over Boitas. And what looked like was going to be a long final table. When you and I looked at the chips and how deep these players were, we thought, okay, this could be here. We could be here for 5-6 hours calling the action on this one. Looks like it might have a quicker resolution if Vogelsang continues to run this way. Obviously, Boitas going to do everything he can to fight back. Check, check on this 6-6-30 board. Heart draw for both players. Eights are still good. Ace of spades on the river, and once again, Vogelsang with the best of it. Not a big pot, but all these small ones can start to add up. And Boitas is going to bluff at it, and you heard Vogelsang earlier on say that Boitas, he hasn't seen Boitas bluff in 6 months. Well, there's one.
He hasn't really needed to bluff in spots, especially when the stacks were shorter prior to heads-up play. That will change, clearly. Heads up, you have to bluff in spots. And we know Boitas plays the biggest PLO cash games in the world time and time again.
Jack 6-5, 2 diamonds out there. Kind of an interesting board here for Vogelsang, who flops top pair. He's also got the straight draws with the 7-3 and the 9-7. He's got both top and bottom covered, and he hits the 9-7.
Boitas, again, nothing but a potential bluff candidate. Not a great hand to do it with. He's going to try it anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, the last bluff got
7-4.
through.
Green high.
This one's not going to work. And I think even Tom knows how good he is running right now. Big smile on his face as he is looking for that trophy that's just on his right side. $360,000 up top. The loser of this battle will take home $240,000. Delta Neutral points out, he says, when Tom gets first, he can buy some pants.
25?
Hmm?
I think, yeah, that's better. Thank you.
PokerGO wondering where this is. We're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Patrick Mason saying, is this a very late final table? Well, it's event number 1's final table. It's the $25,000 Pot Limit Omaha event. The short deck is going on right now.
And cannot confirm quite just yet, but in the event that this final table would, of course, cease to continue within the next hour or two, I bet there are talks of us covering day 1 of the short deck event, which is Super High Roller Series event number 2. When we have details on that, we will, of course, confirm. The stream would be right here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. Surprise, Tuck.
Yeah, I mean, I will. I've already had a couple of cups of coffee. I'll have 6 more. We'll be good to go. 240,000 in there is Tom Vogelsang. the model from Netherlands. Looking for the trophy here. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Boitas open-ended now. On this Padugi board. Vogelsang not a believer. He's going to call. 10's our best right now. Let's see if Vogelsang wants to bluff at it.
Thanks.
Nope. He's going to check it back and grunt. I think he realized, I could have bluffed at it. Still about a 3-1, a little bit less than a 3-1 chip advantage for our chip leader. Laszlo Boitas, once again the Hungarian, 28 years old, came into the final table as our chip leader. Perfect time to talk about our PokerGO Hold'em game, which is here. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, all those great shows. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. My man Brent Hanks' voice, he calls it. It's available now on the App Store, Google Play, or you can head right over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Check it out. I have downloaded it already. I'm looking forward to it.
It is a blast. Negreanu, Helmuth, Antonio, Maria, all have avatars in there, a part of the game.
Weird you guys didn't approach me for that. I don't understand. Double paired board out there. Boitas with the best of it right now. No, I'm going to continue being the best of it. Vogelsang's going to bet, though. I don't think it's going to work. No. Not only is it not going to work, Boitas is going to raise. Boitas back up to 1.5 million chips. Vogelsang still with a more than 2-1 chip advantage. Wisco Baron making, saying what we're all thinking. He says, Tuck, can you adjust Hank's mic? I can hear him. Hanks, we're making jokes at you at your expense. Hope you're okay with that.
Well, I'm just used to it at this point.
Yeah.
Wisco Baron has long been a loyal supporter, all the PokerGO streams. Excellent troll game as well.
Man, his troll game is on spot, right? That's for sure. On fire. 8 high flop here, 2 clubs. Boitas with the 8. Not much going on. Trip 8s now for Boitas. And he cannot lose the hand unless he folds.
300.
Boitas getting right back into it. Now up to 1.4.
Yeah, he's Laszlo doing his best to kind of like just stay in there and see if he can battle. Yeah, with that hand, he's up to 1.7 now. So just about a 2-1 chip advantage for Vogelsang. You asked me the question of my favorite places I've traveled for poker, and the list goes on and on. The more I think about it, I mentioned San Remo, which is gorgeous, just a beautiful Northwest Riviera, Italy, Barcelona, Madrid. Madrid for food, Barcelona for everything. Vogelsang with 3 aces, by the way, here. You like 2 aces, a 3rd ace.
At least he got one suit.
Yeah. Boitas with the open-ended straight draw. 6s are alive. There's only 1 ace in the deck. Vogelsang is going to bet 300,000. See if Boitas wants to continue here. I'm going to add 2 more to the list, by the way. One is, I went to a tournament many, many moons ago in the snow where you could snowboard and ski in the morning and then play poker at night. And that was great. That was in Austria. And I forget exactly where it was, but that was fantastic. It was the poker started every day at about 2 o'clock, so you could play. You could go skiing and snowboarding every morning until noon, have some lunch, and then play poker in the afternoon and the night. And that was just brilliant. Pretty big pot here, and Vogelsang is going to bet pot and take it down. Put some real pressure on the 5-3 of Laszlo Bojtas. The Hungarian forced to fold his hand as Vogelsang takes that one down. And I'm going to add the last one, I mentioned it a couple of times, was Montenegro. That
was part of the Triton series as well?
Yeah, that was the Triton series, and that was just the location was just absolutely brilliant. A lot of times I will travel, and I can tell my wife, I'm like, you don't need to come with me on this one, or you need to come with me on this one, or whatever it was. And the hotel that we stayed in for that, just 5-star, just absolutely gorgeous. It was my first ever visit to Montenegro, and it's right on the coast. You could see, it was the other side of Italy. You could see Italy from the hotel. Just gorgeous. I mean, just breathtaking. So those are I think, off the top of my head, my top 5 poker locations that I have been to. Keep in mind, I've never been to Australia for poker.
Nice.
And I've heard a lot of good things about that.
Now, will you go to Australia? Is that clearly on your list?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not. It's not like I've been offered to go and I've turned it down. I just, I've never been there for the Aussie Millions or anything like that. I've just never gone. It's never worked out. So, I've been to Africa for poker. I've been to South America for poker. I've been all over Europe, but I have never been to Australia. Never really been to Asia either. So a couple places that certainly would be on my list of places to go to. I think it's one of the great gifts of if you play poker, if you work in the poker industry, or you play the game, having the ability to travel around and see the world and also play poker is just amazing. I urge everybody who can, do it. Boyd's just going to bet 150. Vogelsang quickly relinquishes his hand as we continue. Derek Loyler says Hanks is one of the most entertaining commentators on PokerGO. Is there a...
Well, that's only if nobody else is working.
Dirty Deed says Australia has banned poker. No, poker's still there. Just think online poker is not really there now. Jack high flop here. Bojtas with top pair. Vogelsang with a little piece of it. Four doesn't change much, except Bojtas now a huge favorite. Bojtas now going to go for a little bit of value.
Yeah, great value, 150. Gosh, could this work? The 9 changes absolutely nothing. All of those straight rundown hands missed. That was nice thin value with ace-jack in that spot. Out of Bojtas.
Milan says Hanks doesn't leave Vegas. No? You're not a traveling man?
Not often. No, I mean, not very often. Since the kids arrived, all 3 of them, we'll do family trips. Haven't left
It's hard. It's hard with a family,
No, I haven't even looked yet. I'm waiting for it. I have to wait 5 seconds, right? Check.
Thanks to the players for playing fast, by the way. Love it. Bojtas with trip 9s. Bojtas starting to make some hands. And he is doing his best to eat into Vogelsang's lead, but Vogelsang picked off one of those bluffs. Still more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage. I got to get my hands on one of those Queen 4 shirts. How do I get one of those again?
Well, you can go to shop.pokergo.com. I'm going to put the link right here in our chat. And there are tons of shirts that are available, including Poker Rush shirts, which is like the Mount Rushmore of poker. No gamble, no future merch is on there. And the hand heard round the world, Helmut's Queen 4 offsuit against Alex Foxen. That shirt now available at shop.pokergo.com. Link is now in the chat. Get in there before they sell out. They're going to sell fast.
Now I've got the no gamble, no future hoodie. I like that one. I wear it. I wear it till it's threadbare. The Queen 4 one, I'm definitely going to pick up one of those. That's a good shirt. My favorite part of that hand was Foxen's face. Foxen's reaction was my favorite part of that.
Oh man, yeah. Just at first he and nothing, and then as the dust settles, just kind of what was that?
Right. And I think that was all of our
just
reaction.
happened?
What was that? Yeah, what was that? Ace high flop here. Vogelsang no with trip sevens. Vogelsang also has the flush draw. Boydis is going to bet 75,000. Vogelsang quickly calls. Vogelsang now with a full house. Check, check. 450,000 in there.
Full house.
Vogelsang bets 150,000. Boitis with ace king feels obliged to pay him off. Can't blame him. He sees the bad news. Where are you originally from, Brent?
Outside of Buffalo, New York, a very small farm town called Fillmore, New York. I mean very small. There's a population of about 500 people. One blinking light, gas station, a couple restaurants, and 3 bars.
Are you the pride of Fillmore?
Not even close. Not even close. We've got musicians that are living in Nashville.
We've got a beautiful
And there's
trophy
that
there.
trophy.
The
Yeah.
Merit Poker Super High Roller Bowl in Europe, $25,000 pot limit. Oh my, that is a pretty trophy. Really nice.
You ever heard of the pizza chain called And Pizza, like the and symbol? It's more East Coast. It's all up and down the East Coast.
Boydis makes a straight. Vogelsang's got a set of 3s.
Ooh.
And I got a big pot here brewing. I have heard of that
We'll get
pizza
back
chain,
to
by the way.
pizza.
Being from the East Coast myself. I'm also from New York.
Right now, Vogelsang knows he's up against the straight.
Yeah, you
Keep
think
in
so?
mind, the 9-6 is a key with the 7.
Oh,
and of course, every time we
another.
pair it, here we go.
Yeah, 550,000 in there right now. Vogelsang hits another river. Oh.
Wow.
And now Boydis is
Hot.
just with a bluff catcher.
Flush comes home. Obviously, all the houses come home.
Yeah, this is, I assume, though, with the board pairing, with this sizing, this is a full house or nothing, right? And what a fold.
Water river.
You had it?
What a river indeed.
And give Boydis credit. I mean, he has been able to stay level-headed
how I have
enough
to
to
win.
still make some good folds. I know a lot of players
get
might get
lucky, otherwise
frustrated
I
and
won't
just make
beat you.
bad calls in those spots, but Laszlo not doing it. Yeah, I am from New York as well, and I am familiar with that pizza chain.
Well, where I was going with that is that would be your most recognized guy from Little Fillmore, New York, as the owner of that chain. Really made a name for himself, named Mike Lastoria. Started one of the first online ad agencies called Innovation Ads years and years ago. All the pop-ups you would get online back in the early 2000s. Here we go, my gosh.
Yeah, and it's a flip, basically, 54-46. Boyta slightly in the lead here. Ace,
fine.
King, Jack, 3 diamonds for Vogelsang.
I think.
You know, when you say bad kings, this is the definition of bad kings.
If I hit, you
Such a
don't,
fun
you don't
heads
have
up,
any chance. No, just keep on playing. It's good for everyone.
I would.
Yeah,
I would very
Vogelsang
much
says if
enjoy
I
to win
hit,
it right
you got
here.
no chance.
I wouldn't mind it at all.
That is certainly true.
I thought we were friends.
There's the ace. Yeah, and as Vogelsang said, he said if he hits, Boytas has very few outs. Right now he's got 1 out.
I really hope.
The king of clubs.
I'm not saying anything.
And unless Boytas gets very lucky, this tournament is over. Six of clubs. Boytas down to 1 card, just 2%. Looking for the king of clubs on the river. Otherwise, that man right there will win the trophy and $360,000. Here's the river. The 3 of clubs.
GG.
And there's your champion, Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands. $360,000, 360 euros, pardon me, and the trophy. There's our second place finisher. Laszlo Boytas put on a great show himself. The 28-year-old Hungarian came in as a chip leader. He leaves in second place. He'll earn himself 240,000 euros. But there is your champion.
Vogelsang, baby. Looks good. Plays good. Taking home a pile of cash, the trophy, the title of event number 1. Maybe now he could put on a pair of pants. Tuck, I don't know what's going on here with the attire, but who cares when you've got all the money?
Yeah, when you can play poker like that and look like that, who cares if you're wearing pants? Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands takes home the championship as we look at our Lux on Pay final payouts. Elimination of Parssinen was our first casualty. He took home 50,000 euros. Ali in 5th. Schreiner did a great job laddering up, earned himself 110,000. Roque with 160,000. Laszlo Boytas finished in second place, but everybody looking up at our champion, Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands, who wins it all, takes home the trophy and 360,000 for first place. And event number 1 here at the Super High Roller Series is in the bag.
In this venue, at these tables, 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal: winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early, involving Phil Hellmuth, is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
correct.
Of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic, and he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs and a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort. Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom.
an all-in from Justin, and
Oh, I know.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, could king jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear king jack of clubs, or king jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although check
thing.
raising the flop with king jack in general, less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God, there it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, it's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Hellmuth needs a 7, 9, or queen here.
Wow. Fill him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It's amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till see if we get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me. I'm the best player in the world. I'm just going to re-race Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. Sure, we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Oh
And Ras says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got
More
Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
Yeah, you still got a bunch of that.
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true.
It's,
You want to see ace queen.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the red 9. Where's the red 7?
9.
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap of outs. It's a hold'em wrap. Minus the club. That's not my specialty. Not really mine anymore either. But used to be.
And here's the turn card. It's a
He does hit
5.
that straight, so now it is Brian
Come on,
over a
Boston,
4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's
them.
your lucky dealer. You good.
It's third
That's
ten
my
face
girl.
down. Let him feel it.
That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking that. Kicking that.
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't-
you very nicely.
I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
say
talk.
anything.
Yeah, you can't.
Where is that in the rules? Can you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really can't
Floor.
even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen, a lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
Kernick and Kuhn are about
Why
to
you allowed
throw
talk during
down.
a hand? What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk.
Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra
Stand
seconds? Because I've been trying to get him
Yes,
to
he
stop talking.
should.
We've been like calling him before.
Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time. I spent 2
You
minutes
should
trying
have
to
as
get
much time as you want.
1:15 when he called for the floor. It was at 1:15 when he called for the floor. I
In
looked.
multi-way pops, even if a player is all in, it's
Okay.
still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pop.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
how much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Can I say
I'll
something?
give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something? There was a bunch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Justin, would you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable? Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Call. You got aces?
Yep.
You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? This is my first all-in. All-in call it is.
So it's sixes against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not one but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and El Jefe carry Katz.
The 648, that or whatever it was that Bonomo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Bonomo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Bonomo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and El Jefe picks up some jacks.
Jefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't worry about
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading 7s, Jacks, Queens, 6s.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, dealer, we need a
Just
jack.
the smallest of favorites
Boom.
against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real-world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean, this is
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and 2
Vogelsang
aces
holds.
And that is it.
Deflating for Kerry Katz to wake up with 2 queens and ship out of the small blind.
We know not what either player holds, simply that Schindler was the open raiser and
Kuhn defended. Jason has checked it over to Jake, who is going to continue to the tune of 75,000 into the pot of 230.
All in.
Hey.
C2 is all in. C3.
And I think it's a snap call from Schindler
Might see
here.
some straight draws from Kuhn.
Well, it's a bottom set for Jake Schindler.
With a pair of eights, by the way. You do see a straight draw for Kuhn, which makes a lot of sense.
7-9. And Bonomo, the first man over there to root against Kuhn. No, that doesn't appear to be the case, but
The hovering over them is a bit odd, but they're all good friends.
It's been fun run either way, boys. I prefer to get there and be a pain in your but sometimes you don't get to.
Hard not to like Jason Kuhn.
that is the truth. You kind of root for him here, you know? The pain of the money bubble looming over him.
It's hard not to root for him, especially given how many chips Schindler has, that he'll be okay. And
right. Can Jason Kuhn hit a 6 or a jack to complete a straight, make the best hand, and stay alive, or will he be the dreaded 8th place finisher? It's the latter. As the deuce rolls off, and your pick to win it, Nick Schulman.
He definitely made me and a lot of people proud with his stellar play as always.
Yep.
Tough to bubble. Tough day for him.
And we are one bust out away from drawing the curtain on tonight's action and setting the stage for the podium finishers.
All in.
Uh-oh. This looks like possibly a bit much given the stack of Schlabel, but of course ace-10 of diamonds is
Call.
quite ahead. Oh my goodness.
I got aces.
Vogelsang with the call.
This is why you don't do this when another player at the
aces.
table. Oh my God, and Vogelsang pacing because he wasn't really expecting this situation, and Schlabel just counting his lucky stars.
You know, Cukernick has kind of shown this propensity to be willing to just gamble it up and ship it and kind of intimidate.
It got him here so far, and Cukernick has really played very well in a lot of spots. I think he overextended himself here given the stack of Schlabel, but onto the flop we go.
And could Schlabel be laddering up yet again?
This is a major ladder up here.
Here comes the flop. Leon's thinking diamonds, only one available. A king out there. A dangler for that running Broadway. We got to put a diamond up there just to keep him drawn live, don't we? Or a runner to a straight.
That's right. And
Christoph's thinking, just put the 4 of clubs out there.
Yes.
Here comes the turn. It is a diamond.
The suspense is always there. It's just never easy. Yeah, it's a very expensive card that just rolled off for Vogelsang, worth about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands in equity, probably less, but crazy.
Can Cukernick snap aces?
What is that king of diamonds worth?
Here it comes.
There it
it's
is.
the 3.
Okay. Good game, man.
And Cukernick finishing in 4th place.
Incredible showing for Cukernick. Round of applause warranted.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
All.
Limp right in there. Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check, and 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. Versus this smallish bet, might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was
10 seconds.
with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ollie.
Yep.
Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
Seconds. Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in, as Christoph is check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-to-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if your Vogelsang, as any overpair, now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Sally.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, it's a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And
And he says
Vogelsang
call.
makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
We have our champion, Ali. Wow.
Yes.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over 14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivey's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there, so it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivey gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivey rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivey will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivey will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivey
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
10 seconds.
Oh, and Ivey.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivey doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry nut
Ace-7?
flush.
Does Ace-7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a... It's going to be really hard to get away. Let's hear what Nick has to say.
Well, so far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like Ace-Jack. Nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Never,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivey has nines full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are King of Hearts X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivey also has bigger flushes. Petrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like Ace-7 and King 10 with the King of Hearts, there is a chance Petrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But
There's
he,
that.
but they're
Is
out
the
there.
line- yeah, and
They're out there.
is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivey's very capable. King of Hearts, Queen, King of Hearts 10. Just other stuff. I don't know, 7-10 with the 10 of Hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Petrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here. Probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivey takes off here that often with King 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total. Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me?
My hand out on this 30?
Yeah, the restaurant.
Petrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Ten seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks
done,
well
done,
invested there.
Petrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Bodziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Mikita has bet 125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Mikita will be okay to just check back here and try to hit, occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close, definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Mikita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Mikita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Mikita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Mikita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Well, conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8 million when Seth Davies is over there on the other table with 30 bigs? And he does do it, Ali. Wow. Chidwick is capable of calling, by the way, but let's see. What a play by Bodziakuski. I was just having fun up here, but he did it.
1.3 million.
Let's see if Chidwick comes with the call. Wow, I guarantee you he won't have any time extensions when he does whatever he does.
This is a massive pot here on the order of that which these two shared earlier in today's competition.
What a play by
Down
Nikita
go the
Bodziakuski. Beautiful. And I'm surprised Chidwick didn't think about it a little bit longer. But what a great, 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 great play.
Picking up the action back at the table. 9-7-5 with a couple of clubs. Negreanu with the gut shot straight draw and the best hand with the 2 6s.
Bodziakuski getting some big time mods to call with ace queen off. 9-7-5, 2 clubs, not the best flop, of course, for ace of heart, queen of diamonds.
Odds that Negreanu certainly is aware he is giving Bodziakuski, and he has ranged him without question. So doing this with a measure of awareness is Daniel.
Certainly, always. On to the turn.
Oh, that'll work. Negreanu now with the 9 high straight, 1.5 million in the middle.
I think range-wise, Daniel's range might play is almost a full check in this spot. Of course, many ways to go as his hand just wants to put chips in, and I don't know. you can throw something small out there. Nobody's losing any sleep over it. But I think this check is more precise on a high theoretical level, perhaps. And curious if Bodzikuski decides to turn this ace-queen into a bluff. As we see, Daniel does have one of those combos that smashes this board. But this is a Bodzikuski-ish kind of board, meaning the button is doing okay here versus the small blind 3-betting range, just flatting, and Bodzikuski may want to lean on the other combos of big cards, try to get them out there. I like this bet of 375 quite a lot. Makes tons of sense, even though he's unfortunately drawing dead to a chop this time. I think this bet is very good.
Obviously, it's difficult to look up at a screen and take a snapshot of the statement. This bet is very good when you have ace queen against the 9-high straight, but
I just think
with the explanation,
it's a high level bet. Even ace king has a really brutal spot, and Daniel's check call here is automatic. There will be no raising here with this 6-6.
10
we
jack
minimize damage versus 10 jack, and we allow nonsense to fire away. So I think Daniel's check call is standard.
Board pairs on the turn, and obviously that does present certain issues.
Nikita will check here. That bet was partially designed to get value from like ace 10, maybe a little bit of ace jack, maybe put ace king in a weird spot, deny equity to like king jack, or king induce the check call. I think Nikita checks here, but he could go big. Let's see.
10 seconds.
Oh, I think he was about to say something, Ali.
1.4 minutes.
Oh, Daniel, well done, buddy. There will be no folding here. I mean, he's scared of 9-8. Don't get me wrong. He's scared of full houses, certainly. But yeah, 6-6 is just way too high up in your range here to consider folding. So
let's see.
10 seconds.
Oh.
Welcome back. Bonus coverage here. We are live from Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in North Cyprus for event number 2. You know what, Brent? We finished event number 1. We wrapped that one up, put a bow on it. We're going to jump right into event number 2. Now, the final table of the 50K short deck will be tomorrow. But we have day 1 coverage of the short deck here for you. I'm David Tuckman. He is Brent Hanks. And that man right there in seat number 2 is the legend himself, Phil Ivey. That's right. We have a stacked table, as you might expect. Carrie Katz, Dana DeVoris, and the one and only Phil Ivey at this table. Thank you for joining us here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in North Cyprus. He's Brent Hanks. I'm David Tuckman. Thank you for joining us here. We'll be here for the next 3 or so hours.
You could put a little logo
playing some short deck. And Brent Hanks said it before. He is an expert in this game.
I'll allow it. Cool.
Certainly am. Probably better than Ivy.
Because I have a few more at in my room.
10-8, not a very good hand. You're going to see a lot of premiums today, folks, as we've removed half the deck for short deck. Sixes through aces. Aces swing low. They go both high and low. They can make the bottom end of a straight, representing a 5 of sorts.
It's kind of annoying because I got my stack up to like 5 points.
Short deck rules, I mean, fairly simple once you get to it. I mean, it's just a stripped down deck. You get rid of those deuces through 5s, right? Flushes are nearly impossible to make, so flush is ranked higher than a full house.
All right, I call.
As you mentioned, the ace can go, you can make that ace 6, 7, 8, 9 straight, which still always gets me anytime I play this game.
I don't think it'll be a while before I get into better spots.
Unlimited rebuys in this tournament, by the way, so you might see a player get eliminated and then pop right back in.
Of which just happened to Ali Imsirovic, who went and hopped right back in after playing one hand. And if you're wondering how I know that, well, head on over to pgt.com, check out live reporting. You will see everything going on here on day 1, up to 25 entrants at the moment.
I had like, I don't know, a very small stack when I came to the final table.
I would like.
Yeah, especially in the early goings of these short deck tournaments are wild to say the least. Carry Cats with a chip lead at our featured table, but that doesn't mean a thing.
And then I got the chip.
He could be out in 20 minutes and then have to rebuy.
But I was too. The chip was too close.
Buying on this tournament was 50K.
Very volatile.
Pull away a little bit.
What the Winfrey call with him?
Boris going to bet 15K here. Take it down.
If you have quads, you have to show it.
Hmm?
If you have quads, you have to show it.
My hand is stronger than Winfrey's calling me the return is correct, but then Winfrey.
This is an interesting game. It's been around a few years now, but early on, a lot of the players just kind of figuring it out, getting a feel for it. But I think a lot of the best players in the world have kind of, they're starting to figure it out now for sure.
Yeah, a lot of, Jason Kuhn considered to be one of the best short deck players out there. Dan Cates certainly among many. Daniel Dvoris, Tuck, who I knew you spent time with in Montenegro doing broadcasts for this game, clearly a well-rounded tournament player. He'll be able to apply his skill sets in this format today. Ivey's played a ton of short deck as well.
And then
Just a hugely popular game across the Triton and major European and Asian markets.
Yeah.
A little tight.
All till we fall, asking, so PLO is over. Yeah, event number 1, the 25K PLO is done. Tom Vogelsang bested that field of 40 players, earned himself 360,000 euros for his first place efforts. And Y King Young all in with the Jack 10 suited.
I'll buy you a trade one.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited is an extremely strong hand in short deck. Even if you were to get in against two aces, you're basically in a 60-40 spot.
Yeah, you're very rarely crushed with Jack 10 suited.
Commentary, they sending the feedback to Vegas, or?
Yeah, they're doing it from the studio.
Okay.
So it's probably, let's see, what time is it?
Isn't it like?
Yeah, it's really early.
It's like 7 a.m., right?
Oh, yeah. Brent and Jeff love getting up super early like this, like at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, they seem like morning people.
Well,
they're talking about us.
It's probably Jeff and Brent.
Yeah. Well, they're talking about Jeff and you, but it is me instead of Jeff. I'm David Tuckman. And it looks like we've got an all-in and a call here. A little bit of gamble early on in our short deck event.
Yeah. Wyken Young got it in against maybe one of the worst hands you could be up against, an inferior Jack.
I like your hand.
I accept your apology.
It's going to have a little cocktail, I think, Tuck.
Yeah, there's a Jack.
Jack.
As you can see, Loon, a big favorite here.
Ooh, bad turn for Wyken Young.
Fair.
Oh!
Well, not a bad turn when you know the river's going to come as well there, and they're going to chop this one up.
I believe Wyken Young is the son of Richard Young, one of the founders of Triton, a regular.
What's he? You think is it a cocktail? Is it a tea? What are we drinking there? What do you think?
Yeah, good job.
I have to imagine that's more of a tea than a cocktail, but I mean, who knows? When short deck is going, maybe the juice is loose. There goes Danny. He's drinking a little bit as well.
And Queen.
And Danny, a talented poker player in his own right, sporting the Triton hat.
All right, you don't need the hat anymore.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, not for now.
You are watching the Super High Roller Series. This is event number 2, not final table coverage. This is just day 1 of event number 2. Dana Divorce
Lost
standing up.
Divorce already. They're going to relocate him.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Hey, registration's still open on this, and you know what else is still open? PokerGO Hold'em. That's right, you can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the show. Let's help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGO Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Get in on that action. As we watch this one unfold, Carry Catch on the right side of your screen, there is the legend, Phil Ivey. Ivey having a great series He's actually leading the series right now, and for looking for the Player of the Series honors.
He is. He's leading the series. He's also jumped into the top 10 on the PGT leaderboard. And remember, if you finish in the top 21 on the PGT leaderboard, you will qualify for the Tour Championship in December. That is a $500,000 free roll, winner take all for your top 21 on that leaderboard.
22% is here. 22nd person.
People in the chat are suggesting that is a Turkish tea that is popular in those parts. Appreciate that. Is that Izan Friesen and Mr. Lucky Licious? Donnie Peters in the chat. Good morning, Donnie.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, check out that PokerGo Discord channel. That is growing rapidly every single day. All the information you ever wanted about poker and more, head on over to the PokerGo Discord channel. Click that link right there in the chat. It's a blast. I'm in there. Platt's in there. Phil Helmuth is in there. Negrano's in there. David Tuckman's about to join.
I'm in there.
Oh, sorry.
There you have it.
I'm already in. Yeah, I joined during the World Series last year. Johnny Reddy in the chat says, you don't see much slow play in short deck. He says variance is way too high. Cats with Jack 10, Danny Tang with the King Queen.
When you do that 25.
You get very paranoid in your.
I do, right?
Your older age.
Check this.
Maybe your hand's just not that good.
Yeah.
And now you're just pretending that you have a good hand.
That too, maybe. You check?
No, I do not.
Ace 10, 9, 2 hearts out there.
I check.
What a brilliant Friday. I mean, you got the Masters, if that's your thing, and how can it not be?
Check.
We've got the Super High Roller Series, bonus coverage for you as well. As we are now on to our second event, Danny Tang is going to win this one with a pair of queens.
No good.
You got a queen?
I'm not being a dick. I want to see.
Okay.
Tang wanted to see that hand, making Kerry roll it over. I guess curious what he's playing a little defense with out of the big line. Jack 10, clearly.
Was it good information, Dan?
Very good hand.
Yeah, I don't know. You mix your life shit up, you know. You do. You know, sometimes you're like, I'll give you a free card.
Yeah, good luck figuring out El Jefe, Danny Tang. I don't know what hat that is that he's wearing, but that is not the normal PokerGo or PGT hat that we're so accustomed to seeing Kerry Katz wearing.
Yeah, it's just a stylish black hat. I can't tell either. Monterosen is going to call.
No more after this?
I don't know.
We'll probably have to throw some in there.
Yeah, we probably changed something. I thought we moved something
King
up.
high flop here. Danny Tang with a king. Monterosen with the ace king, though.
Is it just me, or does that clock on the table sort of look like a mini bomb of sorts, like something you see in a movie that
he didn't play the 75?
You know, you got the red and white, the red and green wires. They're intimidating, aren't they?
You can ask him after the hand.
You know, I hadn't thought about it, but I think you're spot on. That thing looks like it could go off at any minute. Hopefully,
stop the timer. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Carey or Monterosen can diffuse that thing. By the way, in a real life bomb diffusion situation, I'd be terrible. I would crack under pressure. The red wire, the green wire, I don't think I'd see colors. I'd cut them all.
Are you colorblind, or you're just saying in general you'd just be...
Does it make a difference?
I'm not
for you?
colorblind, but I don't think I would do very well under pressure there.
I don't think many people really would do well under pressure there, other than MacGyver.
I played this tournament because it's boring. Because he's bored here. He has nothing to do.
Yeah.
So he would have played if it was 75. It would have
Three days, weekends.
What a boss.
But I like the game.
Yeah?
Yeah. More action.
Your English is much better than 2 years ago, huh? Yeah.
There was none 2 years ago.
Yeah. Wow.
Sorry.
Call. Call.
I need to. I think I'm going to learn Mandarin.
I think Ken probably has another just let's ram it home sort of candidate. 24,000 out there.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of this today.
Why Mandarin?
2 hours. I don't know what else.
Our circles more country.
Yeah, we don't have any 1K
difficult to
chips.
learn that? If you're like starting completely fresh, it'd be easier to learn.
I wouldn't know because I learned it from.
That's what they say. You went all in here. They say it's much easier to learn.
But Mandarin is more worthwhile to learn because
I need five. You need more,
because there's a much bigger population that speaks.
He gave me
language.
change.
That's what I mean. And they say it's easier to learn, like by like a mile.
Wykin takes that one down with ace king.
你講廣東話有親切感啲啊，定係普通話？
And by the way, the players are talking, especially Phil Ivey. We'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
Well, it makes no difference to you.
廣東話嘅咩？
親切感
咩語言啊？
或者普通話。
廣東話啊。
Right, I know, right? Yeah.
And again, don't be
Bring us like,
confused by the
Can you bring us like
title
20
of the
1K
table
chips? We
here.
just don't have any at this
The
table.
PLO event has concluded. That was event number 1. We are now offering bonus coverage of event number 2. This is the 50K short deck event, day 1, featuring, of course, Phil Ivey.
Yeah, any opportunity we can we have to show you Phil Ivey, we certainly will take that.
What can I learn? What happened? I was not free to do anything.
Three ways to this one. Pot's 24,000. Both Carey and Young hit their king. First time I ever covered short deck, I just didn't understand how difficult it was to make a flush. I understood the concept of, yeah, there's less suits in there, so you're going to make flushes less. But I can tell you that, I mean, over 80 hours of commentary, I think I saw 2 flushes. It was just amazing how rare
it never
they're
happens.
made.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a unicorn.
Check, showdown.
And you'll see if you watch over the next 6-7 days, we're going to be covering short deck a bunch. And if you watch over the next 6-7 days, just see how often a flush is actually made. It's just, it really is astonishing that it's just not made very often. They're going to chop that one up. Welcome to the Super High Roller Series, event number 2, the $50,000 buy-in short deck event. We are in North Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. I want to thank our sponsor, Lux and Pay. Super High Roller Series going on from April 7th through the 15th. And it all culminates with our $250,000 No Limit Hold'em buy-in event. Corey Moe says, what's the difference between short deck and regular No Limit Hold'em? Well, first of all, we get rid of the deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s. So it's a stripped-down deck. Flushes are better than full houses in this game. The ace can go high or low. You can make ace high straight, or you can make an ace 6, 7, 8, 9 straight, where the ace acts as a 5 in that spot. Yeah, Dig asking if Ivey already won an event. He did. He actually he did win a Triton event earlier this week at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Cats has flopped the straight.
Pass.
Nice little pot there for Hefe. Extends his table chip lead.
Yeah, he's up over 400,000 chips. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the video and subscribe to the channel. We're at almost we're at 246,000 subscribers. See if we can hit that 250,000 mark this week. The more you do, the more content we can bring you.
A current chip count that I can tell you going on right now in this event. They're up to 26 entrants. Remember, you can continue to re-enter. It's unlimited re-entry. A lot of people will come in last minute because of the high variance nature of this game. But current chip leader is Chris Brewer, 740,000. Steven Chidwick is second at 670,000. Jason Kuhn is third, 475. Mike Watson, fourth, 470. And Ivan Liao rounds out the top five, right around 420,000. You can see Kerry Katz knocking on the door of the top five.
Not a surprise to see the heavy hitters up top. Sir Watts, Jason Kuhn, and the like. Chidwick. Brewer, as you mentioned, chip leader in here, he was our bubble boy in event number 1. Finished in 7th. So did not cash, did not make the final table. See if he has better luck here in event number 2. Not much there for Cats, and you imagine this hand's not going to go much further.
A terrible flop, clearly for the king-queen suited. As a one backdoor draw. I guess you always have a backdoor draw in short deck, but that backdoor spade draw, quick fold. Out we go.
Day 1 bonus coverage from the Super High Roller Series. Event number 2, the 50K short deck. Phil Ivey on the left side of your screen. Just been dominating the felt for so long. Always exciting to be able to watch him play, and a privilege to be able to commentate on him. I have been fortunate enough to commentate on a number of Phil Ivey hands. The most famous versus Tom Dwan many, many years ago.
I'm trying to think what year that was, Tuck. Was that like 2000?
Man, it was like 7?
10?
No,
7?
It was like
Wow.
2007, dude. It was like 15 years ago. It was forever. The infamous oh my gosh hand.
Yeah.
Where Tom Dwan made a 7-high straight. Phil Ivey made the wheel. They were playing 3-handed. And when it was all said and done, $1.2 million went in the pot. Yeah, I was commentating with RW the third.
Wow, Robert Williams. The heck happened to Robert Williams III?
He was the original PLO stud. You know what I mean? He was the, back when it was only Europeans playing PLO and no Americans. He seemed like the only American who could play PLO back then. And just always seemed to play well.
And then Isildur, Zygmunt, Gus, Ivey. They had other ideas about PLO and just took it all over.
Ivey all in for a little bit under 100,000.
Pass.
He's not going to get any action.
Matthias, is it going to be a huge Triton cash game? TBD, man. Not sure what they're going to do. I think if they organize a cash game, we would show it after the final table coverage that we start early in the morning. Hopefully we'll have more on that. Uncertain what cash games will run.
Oh, really? Why?
I don't know.
Or who will play.
Interesting.
Yeah, the only thing we are certain of is there will be poker, and a lot of it, here on the PokerGo YouTube channel all week long, heading into next week. And the coverage will start each and every morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. So get up early, get yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea, toast and Marmite or Vegemite if you're in Australia. Whatever suits you, okay? Wake up, join us each and every morning.
What's wrong with a mimosa?
A mimosa works too. What's the
Bloody Mary?
See, now you're speaking my language. I might have a Bloody Mary tomorrow morning.
If you do, I will.
I like the Bloody Maria better.
Nothing better than a 4 a.m. Bloody Mary or Maria. Now, what's a Bloody Maria?
Same as a Bloody Mary, but tequila instead of vodka.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, that's
a lot of gambling going on here.
Chop it up.
That's my my way to go here. Yep, this is a gamble. And oh wow! What a flop
hello.
Here. Yeah.
I asked for chop it up. I still lose. Punish him. 6 on the road.
Fourth diamond out there doesn't mean a darn thing. And Martrosin is going to make the straight. Flops it. And Danny Tang has been eliminated. He can rebuy, and I expect him to.
This is for short
rebuy.
deck tournament, so
I'm uncertain what the rebuy situation is, or if that is simply a reload. You may get X number of bullets for your $25,000 or your $50,000 buy-in. You notice the tickets there on the table. Perhaps you get 3 bullets that are all worth $100K in chips. I do not know. We will try and find out for you.
Yeah, that's a good shot, though. A lot of times these short deck tournaments do. You'll get like 3 bullets, and you can buy in all of them at the same time if you want to, or you can save them. But that is a very frequent option in these tournaments. So it certainly looks like he had multiple bullets, each one being 100K. So I'd imagine it's 3 100K bullets.
That would make sense. And here's another, if he elects to, great hand to just simply move it all in. Deny that equity. If you run into another hand, you're always going to be live with ace-king suited.
Yeah, and I mentioned this during the PLO coverage when I talked to some people who actually know how to play this game, and I'm not going to even pretend that I do, but just kind of regurgitating what I heard them say is this game is really about denying your opponent their equity.
Come on, gentlemen. English only at the table.
By the way, Donnie Peters is he's doing an AMA in the chat. If you guys want to ask him anything, go ahead. He's an open book.
Call.
DC Michael 333 saying any chat about short deck ever making it to online poker is maybe short deck will become part of the PokerGoHold'em.com family at some point.
No, it absolutely will not. Our IP, as far as Vegas is concerned, inside the studio, we have laid to rest the game known as short deck.
Check. Check.
I don't even think they offer it anywhere online, right? I know GG Poker is one of our presenting sponsors here, but is that
I
that
believe
a
on
part of their-
Sundays. I believe on Sundays they run a game there.
Is that accurate, or you're just making that up?
No, I mean, somebody said it in the chat, so I can neither confirm nor deny that, but somebody mentioned that in the chat, and it seems like an odd thing to lie about, so I'll throw it out there.
All right.
in the dark.
So short deck on Sundays on GG Poker.
Yeah, again, I could be wrong, but somebody said it in the chat, and it seems like it would be a weird thing to lie about. That is Daniel Kalkowski who mentioned that in the chat. Thank you, Daniel. I hope you're right.
Queen 10 wins.
We had short deck running live here in LA. Not often, but it happens occasionally.
Yeah, well, you might get a groove. I mean, it's a great game. Cash-wise, you want to get in there and splash around and gamble? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Johnny Red says that there are short deck cash games and tournaments every day.
Oh.
There you have it. Philip Corey, when is the 250K tourney? That would be the Super High Roller Bowl. Day 1 will happen on April 13th. 3-day event, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. That'll be the final event. Of course, cap things off.
Oh.
Ivey with a shove. Ivey takes it down. What percentage of the year, over under if you're a handicapper, what percentage of the year do you think Phil Ivey spends in his birth nation, the United States?
It's 3% what we're buying.
Oh, I would easily take the over 70%.
Oh, really? Wow. You think he spends over 70% of his time in the United States?
Are we talking now? Are we talking throughout the course of his life? What percentage has he been in the U.S.? Or are you talking like just right now?
Right now, I mean,
current.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly
I
the
would-
first 25 years of his life, he was probably in the United States 95%. Yeah, I'm talking about now. The last few years.
I think he's been here quite a bit. Unless there's large events running overseas. I hear stories about the golf course. Ivey getting out there. I know he lives in Las Vegas. But yeah, big game's going off somewhere. He's not going to miss it.
Yeah. Okay. Is he a good golfer?
There's a difference
what do you hear?
between. Here's what I would say. I think there's a major difference between being a good golfer and a good gambler on the golf course.
Oh, 100%.
My assumption would be that probably not a great golfer, but absolutely a terrific gambler on the course.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some rumors. I remember stories I've heard about Puggy Pearson. And they say that Mike Sexton used to say this. He said that Puggy Pearson, when it comes down to, making a putt for tens of thousands of dollars, he'd rather have Puggy Pearson taking that putt than a PGA golfer.
Wow. Yeah. Some
That was
people,
what Mike
man, they
used to
just
say.
ice in the veins. They don't feel pressure. They just go, and even if they know there's big money on the line, they live for those moments. Ivey's one of those guys, lives for big money opportunities and moments. I've heard a lot of stories about the golf course with Mr. Ivey.
Well,
All I
Donnie
want to
Peters, by
do
the
is
way, is with
caddy.
you.
Tuck. I have a full caddy suit. In fact, it's for the Masters, which happens to be on right now, ironically. Masters hat, Masters white suit. I've offered. I just want to get out there and caddy for the round and partake while carrying their golf clubs. That's it. I don't even have to help them. I just want to be there.
You should offer that as a charity. I think like an auction charity event for PokerGo. I think people would bid for that. I would bid for that. Having you caddy me, that'd be great. I know that's not you. I know that's not what you put out there. I know you want to caddy for Ivy.
I would do it though.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. This is just the featured table. As you saw, 25 players entered this. We're down to 19. Registration's still open, though. Carrie Katz with 352,000. Ivey with 106,000. But the players also have some bullets behind. As you saw, Danny Tang lost. He lost an all-in and just put a bullet in there, so we got an extra 100,000.
Got to run
I am
good.
Not privy.
In short
Yeah, I'm not privy to. I mean, Katz might have bought in for all 300 right away.
I doubt it. No, he's a one bullet kind of guy. I'm sure.
Okay.
Probably just ran hot. Got some good spots. Yeah, there's a lot of gambling. I mean, you're seeing all the all-ins. It's not hard to wake up with 2 kings, 2 aces, and there's an all-in in front of you. In fact, I would suspect we'll see it multiple times throughout coverage here today.
Yeah, pairs especially vulnerable in this game. Donnie Peters, by the way, agrees with you. Said he would take the over 70% on Phil Ivey being in the United States. He says, I don't think the big Macau games run as much as they used to.
Yeah, and you know, those types of games, those size of games, they're happening now more in the U.S. than they ever have. You hear about that. Here's another all-in. Ivey 2 jacks. I have to imagine Marty Rosian's going to call with ace-queen suited. There it is. And we've got ourselves a short deck coin flip. Let's see what the percentages pull up. I have to imagine ace-queen suited might actually be a small favorite.
I would think so, although the jacks do block some straights possibility. There's a queen.
Straight.
Really?
So we didn't have it up pre-flop, but we can see that Matrosian is a massive favorite post-flop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ivey. Oh, Ivey.
You ask, you get.
Never a doubt, huh?
why you don't ask
That
often,
little
you know? I asked.
slim with the
That's
tilted
why
grin.
he
What's
doesn't
my
ask
name?
often.
Phil
He
Ivey.
does it when he knows he's gonna win.
100
Oh, maybe I ask too often, huh? You're the best. 點啊？點啊？誒，股東，同你報下先，呢度冇嘢㗎，第3槍啫嘛。
Ivey looks good, doesn't he? He's in great shape.
都係。你係咪尋日 high 得滯
Understand that he's in a great place mentally, working on the mental game along with the physical game. Daniel Negreanu was talking about how Ivey is back with a vengeance.
我屌啊！我個煙俾個
Will we see the return
燒到趴地嘅。
Phil Ivey on a much grander scale? Yeah, he's top 10 PGT, but is he coming for the World Series of Poker? Is he coming for that bracelet race against Phil Hellmuth? And if Ivey's going to play a full schedule, watch out, Hellmuth, because Ivey's got 10, and he will catch you.
My money's on Hellmuth.
Well,
I said this 5-6 years ago. I said this 5-6 years ago, and people were. I remember I was talking to a couple of guys, and they were saying, "Yo, Ivey's going to do it eventually. He's going to." I just don't think for Ivey, I just don't see the motivation there to put those kind of hours in when you're talking about smaller buy-in events. You know, this is a guy who plays the highest stakes games in the world. I don't see him grinding 3-day 3K 6 maxes.
Yeah, that's fair. We just don't know what the motivations are. If he has some big bracelet bets, perhaps it's simply just pride and for all the glory, which was what Ivey was known for back in the day. You know, there's also something to be said for just, serving it to Hellmuth, right? I mean, who doesn't want to take him down? Trying to tell me Ivey doesn't want to just shut up Phil Hellmuth?
I think he'd love to. It's just a question of, I mean, as good, as great, we're talking about the greatest of all time, Phil Ivey, still winning a bracelet. So much has to go right. So much has to go away. Winning 6 bracelets, even if Ivey played a full schedule, that could take him 12 years.
Certainly could.
And that's assuming Hellmuth wins no more.
Let's say Ivey plays. I'm going to throw it to the chat. I'm going to throw it to you, Tuck. Let's assume Ivey's going to play a full schedule this summer at the World Series of Poker. I'm not talking about every event, like the 250s and all those rinky-dink
he's not playing the small
events they
ones.
put
We know
together.
that.
But let's say he plays a full schedule based on Ivey's terms, right? He's going to play 25-plus events. What are the odds of him winning a single bracelet. Give me the betting odds for Phil Ivey to win a bracelet.
Assuming he's going to play all the 10Ks, the 25Ks, all those, maybe some of the 5Ks.
Everything. Yeah.
Maybe plus 180.
Seems fair. I was thinking right around plus 150, plus 180. Yeah, I think that's right.
I mean, somewhere in that range.
Now, I'm going to throw you a part two. Okay.
And I could be totally off base, by the way. I have no idea. But
we know Helmuth would play. Well, maybe. Let's go plus 180, but here's part two.
Go ahead.
You've got Ivey's line. What is Helmuth's line? Who's the favorite to win a bracelet? In an equal schedule at the World Series of Poker, let's assume they play the same number of events.
That's a big assumption because, Helmuth will truly play all the small events, too. Well, Ivey does not. I don't think Ivey would. But let's assuming they play the same amount of events. I'm going to give Ivey the edge. I'm going to give Ivey the slight edge. Maybe your line's a little bit better. Maybe it's plus 165, plus 170 for Ivey, and maybe plus 200 for Helmuth.
I think that's right. I'd go Helmuth plus 250. And even if Helmuth played the smaller events, that's not saying much, right? Because those are harder to win. You're talking about like 15,000 people in some of these small events.
I'm not talking about the $1,500 no limit events. Which Helmuth and Ivey, I don't care how good you are, you've got to just the deck's got to hit you in the face to win one of those events.
Big dogs.
I'm talking about the $1,500 Raz event because that's the one where Helmuth's going to play that, and I don't know if this man here is motivated to play in a $1,500 3-day Raz event. Where first place, first place in a 1,500 Raz is what, $180,000? I mean, is Ivey going to grind 3 days for 180?
Unlikely. But what we need to happen clearly is a big bracelet bet. We need someone to step up, and Ivey, Ivey's out there firing.
That's a totally different thing, right? If somebody makes a 7-figure bracelet bet with Ivey, and he's got to win X number of bracelets in X number of years, then all bets are off. Who knows?
I think there's one guy in particular that could, do a bracelet bet with Phil Ivey and motivate him to want to play. That one guy is Daniel Negreanu, his good buddy. I don't think anyone else would put in the schedule or the volume like Negreanu does at the series, challenge Ivey like Negreanu would at the series. We know a guy like Jason Kuhn, for example, is not going to be out there bracelet hunting. We know this. He's going to play the biggest buy-ins, and that's it. Not going to play these 5Ks, not going to play these 1,500s, but Daniel, he would.
And I think even more so now. The ante now up to 4,000. The button is 8,000. For those of you new to short deck, everybody antes. The button puts in a double ante. You can call that. Going around, you can raise. It's no limit. Put as much in as you want. I think even more so for Kuhn now. I mean, you're talking about a guy who got the monkey off his back. He won a bracelet last year. And he won it in an event he really wanted to win it in, the 25K heads up. Put on a great show. But now he not only is this a guy who's made a ton of money and had the accolades and won a bracelet, but he's also a father. I just don't see him putting in that kind of schedule during the summer either. I agree with you. But Negreanu, Helmuth, you're talking about players who the bracelets mean something to them. They want those bracelets. They want to win. And the money is secondary. The bracelets are everything for those guys. I mean, listen, we'd all love, as a fan of the game, as somebody who's worked the World Series of Poker for many years, I would love nothing more than to see Phil Ivey go for it. So hopefully somebody does step up and give him that motivation. I mean, the other issue with the World Series of Poker for a player like Phil Ivey is because it attracts all of the big players in the world and all the high-stakes players in the world, there are some really big games going on in Vegas at that time of year. There always are. And that's going to attract the Ivies. So it's just a question of, number one, is he motivated to sit down and play in a World Series event where he's going to grind for 3 or 4 days for, a couple $100,000? Does he also want to give up the opportunity to go play in a high-stakes game where you can get 7-figure swings?
Right. I hear you. And you're going to hear that. I mean, that's going to be the case with a lot of guys. It's the Coons, the Iveys, the Bryn Kennys of the world. You know, they don't have interest in winning bracelets. It's just not what drives them, to your point.
Flush draw here for Matrosian. He's got a straight draw as well. Cats with a pair of sevens and a straight draw. Donnie Peters says Sean Deeb would be my pick as the betting favorite to win a bracelet each year. It's not a bad shout. You're talking about somebody who plays all the games, plays a full schedule. Doesn't seem like it was too long ago where Sean Deeb was one of the considered the best player to have not won a bracelet. But I think he has 4 to his name now.
Yeah, you know, Jason Mercier is another one. He came up on the first show we did today. From what I understand, he's going to come back for this year's World Series of Poker. He's notorious for having bracelet bets as well. Let's see what kind of schedule he does put together. It'll be nice to have the return of a guy like Jason Mercier.
Yeah, he and Natasha they just keep putting out babies. What do they have, like 11 now?
I think they have 3. Yeah, 3 kids. Crazy. Who does that?
Bank.
Oh, wait. I have 3 children.
You have 3 too? My gosh.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Free roll here for Martirosyan. He's got that flush draw.
Yeah.
As it stands,
Nobody
we're chopping, but you can see that extra percentage next to Martirosyan's name.
Yeah. Flushers never get through, though. Cats has got to play a little bit of defense here, though, right?
Absolutely. You're worried about being free-rolled in these spots. You're also still very concerned about just Jack-10 being out there.
Right.
For Martirosyan, he doesn't really care. He's got 130 behind. There's 128, 130 essentially in the middle. I mean, the money's going to go in. It's a matter of can he find another heart or not. Interesting.
That's 52,000. That's about 35-40% of the pot here.
Yeah, that is interesting. You keep the flush draws in there. You keep the sets, perhaps considering peeling. And look at this.
Just let it
Hefe.
go.
Wow. Gives him credit for the Jack-10.
Or realizes that maybe he's up against a 10 with a redraw. I don't know. But
right.
He lets it go. He's getting a good price, too. I mean, pot was 180, 52 to call. He's getting more than 3 to 1 to make that call, but he lets a hand go. Preserves his stack. And, you know, I mean, hate it, love it, whatever you do. I mean, I'll tell you this. He was right there. He was calling it best for a chop, so hard to criticize it.
I can change.
Donnie Peters pointing out Jason Mercier did just place 5th place in Seminole in the $50,000 no limit for $141K. That is, by the way, a PGT qualifying event, that $50K down in Florida.
Yeah.
So Jason picking up some points there.
And
Call.
Bet queens.
I had a 10.
All in, all in. Got the ace-queen versus Jack-10.
I had 10-7 suited. I was looking for, I preferred the 2-pair. I was drawn for the, I didn't like the 8.
Gary telling him what he had. He said he had 10-7. No lie there.
The 8 was bad because
Ace-6, and well, this looks like a big double for Danny Tang.
Just wasn't excited about putting 150 in to make.
I'm gonna count that one out, and Danny Tang picks up 100,000 chips.
It's good.
What's up, Ebo? Hey, Seth, Derek. Hope Jones, thanks for joining us here on this glorious Friday. You know what's going to make it even more glorious, Brent? How about the PokerGo Hold'em
What's that?
game? That's right. Play
Oh.
free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGo Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or you can just head over to PokerGoHold'em.com. And by the way, here's a bonus. When you're playing the game, you can listen to the sultry voice of Brent Hanks. He's calling the action in that event.
That's right. We're in there. Free to play. Download it now.
Johnny Reddy says, anyone watch Tigers play at the Masters yesterday? Nice to see the greatest back at it. When does Tiger tee off today?
I believe it was around 11 a.m. Pacific time, so he's going to get out there when the weather is cleared up, a little bit warmer. You got a nice draw as far as tee time was concerned.
Just have one pair. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All in.
No, I didn't.
We'll get another all-in here. Cards on their back. 10s versus ace-jack suited. I don't know says this isn't live, right? No, this is live. We're here. I think we're alive. Brent, you're alive, right? Yeah.
I'm alive, and we are
We're here.
live.
There's the ace. Tell you somebody else is alive.
Martirosian's barely alive.
Yeah. This is just going to be a small dent to a stack. No big deal. Looking for a 10 on the river. That is not a 10. And Yang will double up to 98,000. Martirosian still on a healthy 211K. Matt Plumley lets us know it is a 140 Tiger tee off. There you go. This is perfect then. So we're going to go right into basically Tiger.
Yeah, we're going to end today with Ivey and then go right to Tiger. It's a perfect day.
It really is. It doesn't get much. I mean, the only thing that would make it better is if somebody brought me a Bloody Mary.
You know what, Tuck? Can we order each other a Bloody Mary off like Postmates?
I was going to say, can you DoorDash that?
I'll buy you one, you buy me one. You know, there's got to be a way, right?
Done.
All in.
You know what I DoorDashed the other day that was absolutely brilliant? I just didn't feel like going out. Fried chicken and waffles.
How much is it?
With
71.
Yeah, with maple bacon.
Oh.
That hit the spot.
171 all in.
So good.
Yeah, it really was. Ivy all in for 177,000. Just a crazy game.
Hear the chants in Northern Cyprus, everyone up on their feet. Ivy, Ivy, Ivy. Everyone pumped for day one of short
Yeah,
deck
he's behind here.
Northern Cyprus.
Maybe I will win once versus you.
Maybe. No, you net rolled him. You net rolled him, so I don't think you're winning.
Net rolled.
Called him out for the knit roll.
It's going to be in a painful way also.
Ivy looking for an ace or one of Martirosian's queens. There's the ace.
Oh!
There you go.
Ivy
Easy
does
game.
it again.
He does. Well, that's what he said. Ivy said, you know what? You knit rolled me, so you're going to lose. Look at that. Look at that smile from Phil Ivey.
The gallery is just erupting. People going bananas in Northern Cyprus as Ivy continues to climb the leaderboard. We're going to need to get extra security in there. Keep the fans and spectators away.
We are live in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. This is our second event coverage today. We earlier on this morning or this evening, wherever you might be, Tom Vogelsang won event number 1. Took home $360,000 playing the $25,000 PLO event. This is event number 2. Probably thinking, wait, wasn't the Triton Series just here? Yeah, it was, and this just, we were just coming off the back of the Triton Series, the Super High Roller Series. We're just seeing an all-in every hand, Brent.
Well, that is the nature of the beast. Just always premiums dealt. It's inevitable in this game. And even when I say premium, that extends to hands like Jack-10 suited, 9-10 suited, Queen-10 suited. All these suited hands are just going all in if there hasn't been any action yet in front of them.
No.
Fold.
If you are just stumbling upon the PokerGO YouTube channel, hit that like button. It helps our self-esteem. Hanks is suffering from low self-esteem, so those thumbs ups really help him. And while you're at it, please subscribe. See if we can get up over 250,000 subscribers. They say if we get over 250,000 subscribers, I might be able to keep my job. So please, let's do that.
That's great news. Yeah, keep clicking subscribe. Man's got to work.
Why do you feel like the underdog?
You should.
Queen 10, 10, 9. There's a queen.
Oh, no, not this time.
Pots.
I see. I think this is okay for Ivey. He's like, listen. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna win the. Listen, I'll win the small ones. I'll win the big ones. You win the small ones. That's fair, right?
The man life of Phil Ivey.
Matt Plumley says, tough day at work. You have the Masters on one screen and PokerGO on the other. I'm all about that.
Isn't it great? I'm not going to lie, Tuck. I've got a huge monitor right up here, a huge TV on the wall, and I've got the Masters just fired up, corner of my eye. I'm going to see it all.
I like it. Well, let us know if there's anything exciting happening in the Masters. I know usually when you're covering poker, you got the Buffalo Bills on that screen, but
oh yeah. But Corey Connors is making a run today. He's 3 under, -1 on the day through 9 holes. Keep an eye on him. Canadian. Great player.
Sure.
Jack 10-8 here, so Matrosian open-ended. Cats with a pair, also open-ended.
And look at the percentages. Martirosian's actually a favorite now, has a lock on it.
Yeah. And he's got the stones right now. Made Broadway. But Cats is going to bet, though. So a check through on the flop, but now Cats bets. The only question now is, your Matrosian, do you raise right here, or do you just call?
I think with that backdoor flush draw being available, the fact that he's only got 90,000 chips, yeah, he's going to put in half.
Ends the hand right there. That's good. I like that. Pablo Bahena says, I'm subscribed on all 3 TVs in my house. Good job. If you can subscribe more than once, go ahead and do it.
No. You want the hat back?
It's all right. Maybe.
Matt Plumley, do you like the signing extension?
My sunglasses.
Of Stephon Diggs. I do, Plumley. I do.
I
think it's great.
Okay,
Brandon
good.
Bean's doing an amazing job. The front office over there.
Moving me?
The contract structured in a way that
Now, yes.
certainly is not going to put them on the hook for all of those years. There's an opt-out after year 2025. Everybody wins with that contract. By the way, Hefe's hat is
yeah, I was
going to
say a little bit.
Got to give it back.
A little bit more controversy on the Carrie Katz situation. You wondered. You said, "What kind of hat is that?" And I heard him saying, "Do you want your hat back?" And DeVos was like, "Yeah." And there it is. I will tell you that it looks like Carrie has stretched the hat out a little bit.
Yes, you know, DeVos doesn't quite rest on the head well. He's got it backwards. I'm not sure what the point. You know, it's not. It looks good in it though. It's very stylish. Carrie did confirm it's DeVos' hat. He forgot his lucky hats at home that he typically wears.
So is he going to go hatless now? Or is he going to borrow somebody else's hat? Can he buy a hat? I mean, I'm concerned
Well,
about
he
this.
can buy anything he wants. I think he wants his hat from home, and then he saw Dvorak's hat and wanted to borrow it. The lighting is difficult at these feature tables. Awfully bright. It don't affect this guy, though, Ivey. He's just used to it all these years.
So it looks like Carrie Katz has been moved from this table. So we got a player, we lost a player. We get Daniel Dvorak back. We lose Katz. But
we're up to 30 entrants, by the way, in this event. So it continues to climb, and we do have a new chip leader. That is Lun Loon, up to 870,000 to the moon, Loon. Mike Watson, second. Chidwick, third. Jason Kuhn, fourth, and Ivan Liao remains in fifth.
Know about poker players saying probably not that easy to find the baseball hat in Cyprus. Yeah, I imagine you could probably buy a Triton hat, though. Right? They got to be selling them there. Look at Danny Tang. He has emerged as a threat at the poker table every time he plays. Played a lot in Asia. She plays a lot of short deck, but he seems to really love the game because he comes over to Vegas and plays in the World Series now as well.
Yeah, what a moment when he won his first bracelet. I think it was 2018 or 2019, and just tears of joy streaming down his face, surrounded by his family and friends. Really a beautiful sight to see at the World Series of Poker. That's what it's all about. It's a great example here for this hand, understanding that the aces swing low. So Martirosyan is in fact open-ended, if you will, although there's no fours in the deck. He does have 5, 6, 7, 8. Any 9 would make a straight. He has backdoor diamonds.
Right. And for those of you new to short deck, just beware, he cannot continue to wrap it around. He can't use the king also. In this case, the ace would only be a 5.
Ivey bet with absolutely stone zilch on the flop and was called by Martirosyan. And look at the story that Ivey continues to tell. No club in his hand, nothing. Gets it done.
Yeah, Ivey has been, and always has been, just so good at understanding where he's at, reading his opponents. If you ask him about GTO or his range or all these different, like, you know, the poker vernacular, I think many times he'll say he doesn't even know what it is, but he does it all. But it's just intuitive to him.
There's something special, clearly, about Ivey and his presence at the poker table. He sees things that nobody else can see.
Dvorak all in, Ivey says, let's party. This is a 232,000 chip pot. M Stone asking, is this the game where a flush beats a full house? It is. Flush is extremely rare in this game. Very hard to make one. Jack, Jack, 7, 2 clubs out there. Dvorak still with king high. Ace high is the best hand. Oh, there's a 9 for Dvorak. Running 9s. And Dvorak with the full double.
For Ivey, that's clearly annoying. But it is so hard to win these 60, 40s, and 55, 45 types of scenarios. All in, all in, all in. You have to call. You just have to hold.
Glenn Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. We are live in North Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Event number 2 in front of us, the 50K short deck. They're approaching 30 entries. Registration is still open. So if you've got $50,000 to burn and you're happen to be in Northern Cyprus, jump on in. You can play against Phil Ivey, Daniel DeVoris, Jason Kuhn.
I was just talking gibberish.
You're like the most sarcastic person in the world, I swear.
After you, maybe. All in?
All in.
I didn't even want to. I just wanted to punish you.
Punish you.
Yeah.
Danny Tang might gamble here, King 10 suited. He'd be in rough shape, but you can still see 33% despite being dominated.
Punish.
A lot of gamble in this game. If you like gamble, stick around. Short deck no limit, short deck hold'em is a game for gambler. A lot of variance in this one.
UK, Hong Kong.
You get a lot of all-ins and a lot of calls.
When have I been sarcastic to you? I'm trying to think.
You don't remember your whole hair episode?
What episode?
All in.
All in.
Oh, you meant the anti-rating?
Another riding all in here?
No, with the wax hair.
That wasn't being sarcastic.
That was an extended... That was like a half-hour long troll.
Half an hour? Maybe 5 minutes.
It was more than 5 minutes. And I'm still not sure, like, what the answer is.
Winfred used colored wax. It's the truth. Look at his hair now. Is it as grey as that day? It's not.
See the
Talking about
right?
Winfred Yu's hair.
Is that what they were talking? I was wondering.
I don't know if we're going to get a shot of that.
That would be classic.
His hair is nowhere near that grey that day. Way more grey that day.
All in?
All in.
DeVoris just continues to put pressure on his opponents. All in with King 9, he gets there. All in with Ace 10, he gets no action. All in here with King Queen. I mean, he's not picking up many chips. I mean, he's only adding 20,000 to his 268, but just 20,000 here, 20,000 there, and now suddenly he's up to 288.
Oh, you're right. So wait, why did he do that then?
Ivey picks up Ace King.
All in.
Looked like he dabbled with a couple of other thoughts there. Do I want to raise small? Do I want to play it this way? Let's just go stick it all in and see if I get some action.
All in.
Martirosian's going to call with a dominated ace.
Can I get counts for both, please?
DeVoris wants a count. He's got King Jack. He's in pretty bad shape here against these two particular hands, but he's got diamonds.
And then that is...
I Thing about divorce, no matter whatever he does, you know it's right.
Well, he certainly has studied the game. He's talked to the right circle about the game. Will not make a mistake. And a gamble now opportunity for Ivey and Divoris equally. Excuse me, Martirosyan.
Yeah, Martirosyan in there with the dominated ace.
Well,
Yeah, 2-8.
it was my button.
I had 2-8 to start, so there it is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, mine's already in there. Yeah.
Pot just under 222,000.
Well, all right. Never mind.
An ace hits
Yeah.
both Ivey and Martirosyan. Ivey's king, still good. And it continues to be good. And Ivey up to 329,000 chips. Martirosyan loses all of his chips. Not sure if he has any bullets left. It looks like he does. He's not getting up.
And if you're wondering, why is this happening? All these all-ins, it is the nature of the game. You just simply are hoping to be in a heads-up situation with a reasonable hand, which is often, and moving all in, trying to accumulate. Ivey's in a sort of a safe zone. You're up over 300,000. Remember, each ticket that you have is worth 100,000 in chips. And I believe whatever tickets you have remaining at the end when the registration closes, I think they'll then convert, Tuck, to 100,000, another 100,000 chips you would add on to your stack. I believe.
Yeah, you don't lose those. You can cash those tickets in at any point, from what I remember. And yes, when registration closes, you just have to redeem them then. So you'll see some players just, their stack will just automatically go up by 100. Some players' stacks might go up by 200, depending on how many tickets they have used before that. Danny Tang effectively all in, as he has put 140 of his 144 in the pot. I assume that's some sort of psychological thing. What's the point of doing that at this point of the tournament? Putting in 140 of your 144 in it at this point?
I guess, but it also, you're obviously committed to the hand. Would you just, I don't know. I guess you just don't lay a price to anything out there. It's like, yeah, hey, I'm all in, but I'm not really all in yet.
Right. Yeah, it's just, I get it, at final tables where you can make some really ridiculous folds if there's an all-in and, if there's let's say there's an all-in and a call before it gets back to you, you can fold after sticking 60% of your chips in the pot, theoretically. But in a spot like the registration's not even closed yet, he's not folding no matter what once he puts that many in. Young moves all in with the ace-7. Ivey wants to count. New Orleans says, it would take about 7 million hands until I noticed the ace-9 straight. Yeah, that was definitely an issue for me as well the first time I commentated on this game. The ace-6, 7, 8, 9 straight is something you miss a lot if you're new to the game.
Yeah, so for Kin here, right, it's 5-7 suited or it's ace-7 suited. You pick whichever one you want. It goes both ways, and here we go.
Yep. I'd be willing to gamble with him a little bit. Equities run pretty close in this game in most spots. And
now that 5-7 suited comes into play, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now the 8.
Ivey hits a jack, though. Ivey also has the queen of spades, by the way.
Ooh.
And the ace on the river. Oh, hello.
Again, for Ivey, these are just sort of, they're mosquito bites. It's such a nuisance. It's annoying. You lose these little all-ins. You're trying to build up a healthy stack before registration and the rebuys end. It's so hard to win all in after all in after all in, but you're going to do it. You're going to try.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why, as I mentioned earlier, you'll see some chip leaders. You'll just see crazy swings where somebody might have 700,000-800,000 chips and think, oh well, they're a lock to make the final table, and you blink and 15 minutes later they're rebuying.
Hold 8.
Yardbird says, I hate short deck. I always go broke. Yeah, it's a tough game. The variance is strong in this one.
Yeah, you're not alone.
All in.
Young all in, all again, and he's going to get this one through. Once again, welcome to the Super High Roller Series, event number 2. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. David Tuckman, Brent Hanks calling the action. And thank our sponsor, Lux and Pay. Ten events running during this series, starting with the 25K PLO event, which we had on earlier today, and all culminating with our 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl
24.
on April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Young's got queens, and I expect this to go all in.
All in?
All in.
How much is it?
Now, ace-10 suited, this is, I think, a quick call for Dvorak. Ace-10 off, a little pause consideration. Yes, it's rare to make flushes, but all that added extra equity does, in fact, help your decision-making. And ace-9 might even be a better candidate because of the opportunity to make the low end of the straight, whereas ace-10, you can only make Broadway. And yes, you can use the ace as sort of a one-card liner if it runs out. Again, it would act as a 5. But you're better off having ace-9 suited than ace-10 off.
Yeah, the ace 6, 7, 8, 9, they're in this game, they're almost like ace wheel card and no limit hold'em. So that added value of being able to make that straight is very good. But it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Normally you think queens versus ace 10. If you're from a no limit hold'em background, you're thinking, maybe you've only got 33% equity, 31% equity. But you see here, Dvorak still with 40% equity. And Dvorak is going to find the better spot. He lets it go, and that's a nice little pickup for Young, who's up to 220,000 chips. For those of you who are new to the game, I think like a lot of games, the more you learn, the more you watch, the more you realize you don't know. But when you learn the nuance of this game, you learn the intricacies of the game, it becomes really, really interesting.
Yeah, not mine.
And I have seen the game kind of develop over the last few years in my limited time of commentating on it. Just the players getting better at picking spots, being more aggressive in certain situations, and such.
Taboo, short deck is great. You just don't understand the intricacies of the game, it sounds like. No, I mean, yeah, both are true statements. Tuck and I are not renowned short deck commentators. We don't really get it as well as the players involved. And certainly there's a lot of gamble. There's a lot of skill. I wouldn't disagree with any of those statements.
3 minutes.
Long day.
I just find it intriguing when you kind of wrap your head around what each game kind of what strategies you need to employ in each game to be effective and to be profitable?
There's a great deal of thought that these guys put in, a great deal of study and learning, and you know that we know about the solvers, the sweet science of solvers when it comes to no limit hold'em. Certainly, they're out there readily available for the masses. Now, short deck is sort of its own animal. Do they exist? Yes. Does everybody have access to them? No.
It's not busy. Like
It's the folks that do have access that are able to run sims, that are able to look at these spots that are clearly going to, you know, flourish and take off in this game.
Yeah, for me, this is like old school when I used to just take a deck of cards on my bed and I just give myself two, give a couple of people two, and just keep playing them out. See what happens. A lot of clubs out there. Divorce does have the 10 of clubs in his hand. Wyken Young with ace-jack.
But 12.
So Divorce does have, and you don't really see it, but Divorce has 40% equity here. King of Diamonds on the turn. Yeah, that's the one frustrating thing about a game like this, or a game like, I almost compare it to like Deuce to 7 single draw. Very different game, but in the sense that we get to commentate on it once in a while, but it just doesn't spread that often, so we don't get to play it as much. And
yeah, there's not a lot of experts out there for a lot of these different variants of games. That's just the nature of the beast.
From a commentator's perspective, I love being able to play these games so I can bring a little bit of that to the game. But this is not a game that spreads normally, especially not in the States. Divorce with pretty much the worst hand he'd ever have in this spot. He's going to bluff.
Yeah, he's going to try and rep a queen here. Obviously, we have the 10 in our hand. Could have 10 jack. Likely would have been heard from on the turn if it was 10 jack. This is really designed to look like some sort of queen with a club that would have made sense for Divorce to peel on that flop. Divorce has one of the only few bluffs he could ever really show up with, right? It's the 10x with the 10 of clubs in his hand. This might work. Look at this.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. Divorce just so good at picking his spots, understands the situation, realizing that he's going to have so many queens in this spot, and really well played. And that is going to take us to a break, Brent. Player's going to go on a quick 10-minute break. We will as well. Daniel Divorce up to 272,000 chips, courtesy of that bluff. This is a look at our feature table. Nearly 30 players entered in event number 2 at the Super High Roller Series. Back in 10.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonemo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul. in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Mikita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put one blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9. I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Yeah, he's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I can't ask
is the next to break.
It is the next game.
Okay.
So in the event that we break
Against the rules. Rules.
Bad ways as options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine.
We
16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this freaking flop. He was
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun here. Kind of repping a big pair. He can have some of the stuff like this, but does have some big pairs here given this line. And
wow.
In she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end.
The turn
Mikita,
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Mikita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
pretty good cards. Good card.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
16?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
And what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes a lot of sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s. You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time
Sure,
extension.
why not?
So, put it on in 6. I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So you don't have. Budjakovsky, good player. Good player. I bet less I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know, I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow. 7s or 6s? 4s? Find out.
6. Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah,
a
Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-betted to 14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the 7's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million times.
Snapchat? Not really. Clear age.
Yeah.
I was told I was too old for it. I don't
Nah, not too old.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway, if you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
Just 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stories too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
Run of the market, nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah,
One that we chop with. Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
what's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who has no add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this
Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this
the
is an
saving
awful
grace,
card for
perhaps.
Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we'd love King Queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because Kings and Queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up so rarely. I don't know if Schindler's just taking off with something like 2 Broadway cards. Maybe King still can try to get value, which is pretty sweet if we're Dan. We have all sorts of checks on the end. It's great to have great hands in our checking range, of course, but...
Do we take the ace X's out of Smith's range at this point if we're Schindler? I feel like we can and maybe go for value, right?
Ace of spades and another spade is possible.
So the peel with ace big of spades?
Ace king is allowed to just still have fought. Even ace queen can fight a little bit. Something like ace 6 suited is, I guess, impossible, but... Schindler's weighing going for value. What's unfortunate for him is things like jacks and 10s. Might check fold.
Welcome back to the Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus. We are live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me as we look at the beautiful landscape outside and the players inside. Daniel DeBoer is our chip leader at our featured table, but far from the chip leader throughout. Ivey, yes, that Ivey, Phil Ivey, is there in second place right here at 221,000 chips. In fact, our feature table actually, not a ton of chips in play here. So we're going to get a lot of all-ins at this table.
Feel naked.
Yeah.
Yes, we will. I can tell you right now, Tuck, looking at the live reporting, which you can check out at pgt.com, Ivan Liao is the current chip leader with 1.3 million. That's right.
Yeah.
1.3 million already for Ivan Liao, up to 34 total entrants.
He has more chips, by the way. Ivan has more chips than our entire feature table. Just to put that
Incredible.
in perspective. Yeah. So you're going to pretty much have an all-in almost every single hand here at our feature table. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. Once again, this is event number 2, the 50K short deck. The final table will be tomorrow. Queen 10, Ace 9, a 10, a 9, a little bit of something for both players. Queen 10 in the lead, though. Not anymore. A 9 in the turn, and Matrosian looking for the full double up, and will get it. Earlier on today, our broadcasts are going to start at 7 a.m. Eastern time this week. And next. And our broadcast earlier on was event number 1. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands won event number 1. Earned himself $360,000 in the process. And we figured, hey, Phil Ivey is playing a tournament. Let's cover another tournament. Why not?
Yeah, hit me with that low guitar, Tuck, huh? Little PokerGO Hold'em. It's here.
It is here. You know what? You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. The game is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience.
Build it up, Tuck. Come on.
PokerGO Hold'em is available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. That's right. It's free, Hold'em. It's fun. There's really no reason why you shouldn't be downloading this thing and playing it right away. Let us know what you think in the chat if you have downloaded it and you are playing. Let us know what you think of the app.
I played on the app last night for about,
I
don't know, 3.5 minutes. Got all in. I was at the Poker After Dark table, got all in and lost. And I couldn't even get any more chips. I'm in the game, and I didn't have access to any more chips. I was just flat broke. So I got to spin the wheel to get in there to add more chips. I had to wait till today.
Oh, that's frustrating. I mean, you'd think that you don't have any pull here? You can't
I
talk to
thought
somebody
maybe
over
I'd
at
have like
PokerGO?
unlimited ammo in there. I'm the voice of the game, for crying out loud, and I can't even play anymore. I'm out.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see that there's no nepotism and no favoritism. Okay, I'm happy about that. I want to be able to take down you and the likes of Phil Hellmuth and Maria Ho and Dana Negreanu.
Yeah. The Hall of Famer, our president of PokerGO, Maury Escandani, he's in there. He's going to play. El Jefe himself, Kerry Katz, he's in there. He's battling. You can find him playing pretty much every day. I think he's got a real problem.
Well, now you're telling me if
when
Maury's
the fun
in
stops, you know. Yeah, Maury's in there.
If Maury's in there, I got to get in. I want a piece of that guy. Dvoris all in here. Danny Tang all in as well. Jack 10, a very good hand in this game. Not as good when you're up against two jacks.
Yeah, not a great spot for Dvoris. But fortunate that Tang really doesn't have many chips, 59,000. Half of a lammer.
Yeah, you make a lot more straights in this game because there's no deuces, threes, fours, or fives. If you're new to short deck, we'll explain all the rules in just a moment as we watch this heads up. All in. It's not a bad start for Jack 10.
There's life.
There's life. But a clean run out for the Jacks, and Danny Tang gets the double up to 138,000. So if you're new to short deck, Very simple. We're going to play Hold'em, right? We're getting rid of the deuces, the threes, the fours, and the fives. So it's a 36-card deck.
I wish.
Flushes, extremely hard to make in this game. We might see one all week, maybe two. I'll set the over-under on how many flushes we see at 2.5. What do you think? Over-under.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
But that is a good line. I don't think we'll see many, yeah. So I need 3 flushes on the week.
There you go. Flushes are higher ranked than full houses. They beat full houses. And the ace can be high or low. An ace can act as a 5 in this game. So if you have ace 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that is a straight. There are antes in this game. You'll notice everybody's antes. The button is going to put a double ante in there, so there are no blinds. That's pretty much it.
Call.
Ivey limping in with the 7s. Danny Tang on 133,000, just doubled up. Is he going to move all in again? Well, not quite, but effectively he's all in.
And 7s for Ivey is a very bad hand in short deck. It's essentially, Jason Kuhn explained it to me one time where imagine you're playing no limit hold'em and the pair you see in front of you, knock it down by 2 spots, by 2 pips. So 7s is more like the equivalent of having a couple of 5s here. The hand strength is much less with these baby pairs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
with no deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Okay.
There just aren't many, there's just aren't many cards that are going to be safe when they come out, Tiger asking who's commentating. Well, I'm David Tuckman. The other voice you hear is Brent Hanks. We are here on the PokerGO YouTube channel. You can also, if those of you who are watching us on the Merit YouTube channel, welcome. Tomorrow, I believe, we'll be on the Lux and Pay YouTube channel as well. If you are watching on the PokerGO YouTube channel, please give us that thumbs up. And if you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you do. Dvorak all in. Ivey all in as well. We got a huge flip here for 402,000.
I think Jack 10 suited is actually a favorite here, Tuck.
Oh, yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Might even be like a 60-40 spot. I don't know if we'll see the percentages, but here we go.
Pair of 10s here for Ivey. Straight draw for
Open-ended
Dvorak.
now for Dvorak.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Dvorak had a lot of outs there. He picked up a lot of outs with that turn card. And Ivey getting up, I assume, to rebuy and re-enter? Can't imagine he's a one-and-doner.
Now, get him back in there. I'll tell you what, the fans, the mob that's supporting Ivey, everyone there at Merit, they are coming after Daniel Dvorak now. He is #1 villain, eliminating Ivey like that in dirty fashion.
Yeah, why do you have to say it like that?
Yeah. Huh? And Dvorak up over 400,000 chips now. If I have to, I will Venmo
You have to anti-sweat.
Ivey the money to make sure he gets back
because
in.
of incentives in the tournament. Probably shouldn't have those incentives.
I mean, yesterday was completely understandable.
Oh, thank you, Thomas Charter. I appreciate the love.
I mean, if it was like the other way around, it was like you, Sam, Seth, Timothy, I would be okay, you know?
Yeah, you see that little blue card next to Young's right hand that says reload. So each one of those cards is worth 100,000. So when you buy in, you get 3 of those worth 300,000 chips, but you can do them in 100,000 chip allotments. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hand, so they also have time extension cards as well.
Call.
Zachary says, I like this short deck. Yeah, it's a fun game. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of variance, a lot of gamble in this game. The game is played much differently when you have chips as opposed to our feature table where nobody really has any chips. You'll see a much different game tomorrow at the final table.
We will, and mainly because of the ICM implications in play, the payouts. What we won't see is a lot more of the day one coverage, where even after registration is closed, you're still going to see a lot of these hands pre-flop moving it all in, depending on how many antes. Again, there's no small blind, big blind. It's all about antes here. So depending on how many antes you have, you know, you're still going to see a lot of all-in scenarios pre-flop, if that makes sense.
Queen 7 offsuit, probably, I think that's the 7 deuce in this game, isn't it?
Queen 7, Queen 6, Jack 6, I believe, is the worst hand you can have.
Yeah. Just a hand that can't make a straight, really. Just not much going on for it at all. Stewie asked if we can turn them into...
believe.
Yeah, that's the case. If you still have those reload cards at the end of the rebuy period, at the end of the registration, yes, you can turn those into 100,000. Yep. And like I said, unless I'm off base, and I think you can turn those in whenever you want if you just want to have more chips. But most players like to use them one at a time.
Look at Tang here. What is he thinking with the Queen 7? I can't imagine he's going to call with Queen high. Yeah, we do beat some high hands, right? 10-9, 10-8, 8-9.
I mean, would he call? Would he ever raise here?
That's a great question, Tuck. Maybe considering the raise, a call would be just absurd. Oh,
he
my
does
gosh.
Just call. Yeah, he called him with, I mean, he has nut no pair, right?
Wow.
I mean, certainly you've made a call with king high or queen high in a no limit hold'em game, right?
Absolutely.
The only difference
probably not that ridiculous.
Yeah, the only difference in this game is because there are no deuces, threes, fours, and fives, because there's only a 36-card deck, I believe, and my math could be off, but I'm pretty sure I've read this somewhere, that it is more likely to have a pair than not to have a pair.
All in.
So if you don't have a pair,
yeah.
If you don't have a pair, how much more likely it is that your opponent does have a pair? So, I mean, DeVoris could actually be bluffing there with just a 6, in theory.
Oh, Tang now. He's going to wake up with the goods here. He's going to have Martirosyan in pretty rough shape.
Yeah. And Martirosyan has him covered by 1,000 chips. So both players essentially all in. Pot is 271,000. You know, so if you start factoring in that it's more likely to have a pair than not have a pair, it becomes very difficult to call without one.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Ooh.
Martirosyan picks up diamonds as well. Yeah, a lot of outs here. Endo does not get there. How did he miss everything?
I don't know. I thought for sure we were going to have the first flush, and I was going to have one on the counter against your line that you put out 2.5 for the week. That would have been a great start for me.
Now, in fairness, I don't know how much short deck we're going to cover. I mean, if it's just the final tables and this, I like my line. But if we have a lot of bonus coverage, we cover, you know, another 4 hours of short deck, you might win. Of course, by the way, the moment I mention that it's easier to have a pair than not have a pair, we get 2 players without a pair.
Open the flush for
Pair and 8 kings, yeah. That is a rarity.
Zachary Duran says, how about a free PokerGO subscription if a flush on the next hand? You know what? I'll throw it out there.
Is he entitled?
There's
to
a flush on the
There you
very
go.
next
entitled
hand.
to win 4K, right?
Very next hand.
Because
Myself,
it's not like
I
a
will
dead,
donate a
Yeah.
PokerGo
big
subscription.
blind ante.
There you have it. To who? To Zachary? To who gets it?
To some, no, to
Get a
somebody
random.
in the chat.
I'll tell you
randomize
what.
it.
They have to go to our Discord channel, sign up for Discord, and then we'll do a randomizer based on the Discord giveaway channel. How's that?
Done, and I'll pay for it. Happy to do it, but it has
Gotta
to be
be a flush here.
on this hand. And
Right
Divorce
here.
has got a chance.
I hope you get punished for this, Tuck. I do.
18.
We might not even see a flop.
Martirosian's all in for 1,000. No, we're
we're
going
gonna
to.
see a flop.
Martirosian's all
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a flop. Okay. I mean, if it happens here, it's just.
Come on.
I mean, I run so.
Come
how
on,
bad
Shovels.
Can I run? How bad would I run here?
Spade. Put the royal out there, too. Make it the greatest flush we could possibly see.
I mean, if I'm gonna lose, let it be a royal. Are you kidding
Oh.
me? Oh,
Oh, my
wow.
gosh.
I
All right,
saw
we're
that
3 to
queen
the
of
royal.
spades.
Come on, baby. Oh.
Divorce hits the river. Had a lot of outs, as you can see. And he picks up a small little pot. I listen, I saw the queen of spades right out of the door. I was like, oh, maybe? No.
I had a real shot.
And look, I was ready to donate.
Alexander in the chat says there's actually only a 17% chance you don't make at least a pair, even with a full deck in Hold'em. Pairs being more likely than no pair is not specific to short deck. I don't.
Nah, that's not right.
I don't think that math is right, Alexander. You got to check that out again. Are you talking about if you run all 5 cards? Even that I don't think is accurate.
No, it's not even close. I mean,
If
there's
you're
no
making
way.
a pair 83% of the time, Alexander, you're the luckiest player on the planet.
Yeah, well done you. Well done you. Yeah, if you start with 2 cards in a 52-card deck, if you start with 2 cards, there is ooh, Ollie's in there. Hello.
The Phenom, he's back. The Bosnian Bandit.
Fresh stock.
The leader in the PGT standings right now. He added 48 points to his lead earlier this morning, or this evening. He's all in right out of the gate. He doesn't have many chips. But yeah, there's no way in a 52-card deck, if I start with 2 cards and you put 5 out there, that I'm going to have a pair at the end of that 83% of the time. No way.
Kind of.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
even
Maybe
close.
we're not understanding what he's putting out there.
My parents
Not
taking care
sure.
of my dog.
I think you only make a pair about 20% of the time.
No, you'll flop a pair. No. If you start with 2 cards, if you start with 2 cards, you will flop a pair about 1/3 of the time.
There you go.
You'll never see me play poker.
Yeah, if you don't have a pair, if you have 2 cards that are not a pair, you'll flop a pair about 1/3 of the time. So you can do the math. My guess would be that you probably make a pair probably 40%. I could be off by a couple of percentage points either way.
Against me playing.
But I would say right around 40%, but I would take under 50 for sure.
Not against.
Here you go.
She would probably prefer me go take a job.
Right.
I don't know, in like a regular office job. Yeah. Kind of hard now.
I remember reading about all that stuff in Super System a long time ago. It's a shame I forgot.
Yeah, I've got the book right behind me. I could find the chapter and read it for you. Question for you, Mr. Hanks. You might know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Instinct by Al says, will this stream be on the channel after the live is done? What happens to these streams when they're done?
Yeah, they're going to stay right here.
There you go.
You will have
so even more of a reason. Yeah, you guys can, when our show is done, check out the PokerGo YouTube channel. Ton of content on there.
Every day for the Super High Roller Series, including the Super High Roller Bowl, the 250K will be entirely free on YouTube for you guys to watch.
Got an all-in here. Martirosian all-in for 90K. Ollie all-in for 115,000. Neither hand particularly special, but both players ready to gamble. And that's a good start for Martirosyan, who's flopped the stones. He's got the nuts.
Here comes Ali.
Yeah, Ali with 2 pair now. And Martirosyan made a flush.
I think that is a flush. Yeah, chalk it up, huh? There we go. There's one.
Number 1. Now you're looking good.
All right, I'm a favorite now.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna get an all-in every hand, so we always get 5 cards, you're gonna be a strong favorite. No doubt about that. PokerGo Hold'em is here. Free to play online poker, available on your favorite device. You can download it on the App Store, Google Play. Head over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Phil Hellmuth, Danny Negreanu, Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari. You can play poker after dark. You can play high-stakes poker. It's a lot of fun. I have downloaded it earlier today. I'm going to check it out.
I might start playing right now, Tuck. You want to get in there and battle while we do commentary?
Let's do it.
No, never mind. I don't have any chips. They took my chips away last night. I went broke.
Do you get them back, though, every day?
I don't know. I'm going to load up the game right now and see if I can. Let's see.
Antes are 10,000 right now. There's an all-in from Dvoris. Ooh. Ali's all in for 25,000. See if Martirosyan wants to play ball. Nope. Ace King versus Queen is the classic flip.
This is pretty big.
Well, I mean, Ali's only got.
Oh, he's got 20. I thought that was 250. Never mind. Yeah, who cares? Move on. There we go.
Well, top 2 versus set.
Spin it
now.
up, Ali.
25.
Yeah. Divorce flops top 2. Ali hits a 2-outer on the turn. And he is going to triple up. Goes from 25,000 to 75.
Anyone else?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, if we're going to see 5 cards on every single, if we continue getting all-ins and we continue getting to the turn in the river, then I think you are a strong favorite to win the over on the 2.5 flushes.
I love when you set the lines.
It's just meant.
Well, I also don't know how, like I said, I don't know how much hold'em we're going to see. How much short deck, I should say.
You can take it, right?
Yeah.
Got some New York Islander fans in the chat. There you go. Like that.
How do you know they're Islander fans? Because they say, let's go New York?
Well, it says, let's do a New York NYI, which is New York Islanders. And then 2
I
lines
didn't
later.
see the I.
And then 2 lines later, he says, Casey Cizikas is my favorite, who plays for the Islanders.
Oh, that'll do it, Tuck. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a detective like that. I can figure it out. Ace Jack 10 here. You know, I was talking to one of the producers of the World Series of Poker main event and PokerGo, who called me out and said, Tuck, I think it's time you retired the Islander jersey next time you play the main event. No more Islander jersey. I got vetoed on that one.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've worn it a couple of years going, and, you know, I've made, not deep runs, but I've cashed and got a little bit of PokerGo time. And I was told, okay, time to retire the Islander jersey.
Unlucky.
I mean, I think it's. I don't know how to say it's unlucky. I just, I think I got to find the new jersey.
Well,
maybe I'll
who's
go.
Your
Maybe I'll go
football
the Max
team again?
I can't go there. I could go the Max Steinberg route and dress really. I could just like get a custom-made suit and dress real sharp.
I think you got to go over to shop.pokergo.com and get yourself a nice hoodie, Tuck. Fit in with the rest of the kids.
Yeah, I could get I've got the no gamble, no future hoodie, but maybe I can.
I've got it on right now. Look at this.
Yeah, it's a solid hoodie.
Yeah.
It's comfortable too.
Really is.
Showdown.
All in a call. Queen 10 versus queens. Doesn't seem like a fair fight. Yang has brought a.
It doesn't.
Brought a knife
Let's
to
see
a
what-
gunfight.
Yeah, well, not in short deck. I mean, any weapon is an asset. Here we go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not a good flop.
Okay.
The, Queen 10.
Hearts?
Running
Yeah,
hearts?
Maybe.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Wow.
How?
How, whoa, how. I like it. Nonetheless, Young is going to double up to 326,000. Divorce down to 282.
This game is sick and twisted. I mean, Dvorak had a little smirk on his face when the jack hit the turn, like he knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Tim
He was
Duckworth.
about to lose his chips.
Every hand, big hand.
Tim Duckworth in the chat says, I cannot imagine Tuckman or Hanks in a suit. What is he saying about us?
I run top vote against quads twice.
Hey, listen, we clean up well. 36 entries in this one now, 21 remaining.
You can take
Looks
my
like
seat.
we're getting somebody at our table.
I want queen of spades.
This is event number 2, the 50K short deck.
Oh, the magical mullet of Chris Brewer has graced us with his presence. There he is. Look at the locks on this guy.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we talked about earlier, I couldn't pull off the sweatshirt, the hoodie that Ollie is wearing. We'll see that hoodie in a moment or two. I definitely can't pull off the mullet. I just can't do it.
I'm trying. I mean, now listen, I keep referencing the Masters. We all do. It's the leader. He has a beautiful mullet from Australia. As far as mullets are concerned, you know, if we think about a top 3 mullet list, I got to imagine Kenny Powers is somewhere on there.
Oh, for sure.
You know, I'm not familiar with a lot of mullets, but certainly they're out there. Chris Brewer, his name now has to be on that list in some way, shape, or form. And look at that cut.
Yeah, it's not something that I suggest many people can try or pull off. But if you can pull it off, then you're just an absolute star. You're a superstar.
I
And,
believe
Chris
he's
Brewer,
the only mullet in the industry.
He should be. I mean, who's going to follow that?
15.
He brought his magical mullet and his one T-shirt that he's got one little raggedy T-shirt on as well. We're playing in high roller events. This guy looks like he just came out of the barn.
True to form. He's got to listen. He's got to be himself. Okay. If you're going to be at the poker table, you got to be yourself. You got to be comfortable, and Chris Brewer is certainly that. So
It's probably like a $600 T-shirt though. Let's get real.
and that's the kind of stuff I don't understand. I mean, listen. I mean, clearly I'm not their demographic, but the $600 T-shirt market, I don't understand it. Danny Tang still very much in the lead as the board pairs. 55,000 in there.
Check.
I think we're streaming for about another hour today. Is that correct?
I have no idea, Tuck. We might be here for, you know, the rest of the day and night for all I know.
Yeah.
Not a lot of intel. Thomas Charter says, whenever you see a mullet, an angel gets its wings. That's pretty good.
Pass. Pass.
Take it down, Mr. Tang. Billy Ray Cyrus, the mullet goat. But like I said, I think Chris Brewer is right in there. That's a solid thing. Brewer, by the way, was the bubble boy in event number 1, finished in 7th place. So did not make the final table, did not cash. See if he has better luck in event number 2.
No, that's
That explains the T-shirt, man. Times are tough.
Oh, sweet, no.
No.
What is it? Just go ahead.
Who's this young whippersnapper? Also donning a $600 white T-shirt. He looks like he's about 21 years ripe.
Now, I get my white T-shirts from Target. They don't cost $600, but if I wore one, do you think I could? I mean, if I wore one in a high roller, do you think people would just assume it was a $600 T-shirt?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. This is, maybe we'll get a name here. Or not.
No name for you. No soup for you. Martirosian all in. Not going to get any action. We continue here. Once again, thanks for joining us here. The Super High Roller Series on PokerGO YouTube's channel. We're in northern Cyprus, the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Neither Brent nor myself are there. We're both doing this remotely, but all the players are. Cyprus certainly a place that I would love to get to at some point.
Maybe if we were Ali and Rast, they'd fly us out, but
we're not
us, Tuck. We're not them. You know, they got that full treatment out there at the Triton event. They flew first class, private airline, probably some sort of Merit Pink Suite.
They flew in first class?
Well, Ali will only fly first class private. I think there's a picture of them boarding the jet.
Oh, seriously? Brewer's all in. Have you ever flown first class in your life?
One time, I believe. Way back in the day. But I think it was just a cheap upgrade.
I flew first class once, and it was it was a mistake. It was just an error. They thought I was somebody else. They probably thought I was Ali.
They did, Tuck, yeah.
Yeah, no, I always I do follow Ali on Instagram, and I always see his private jets, and he's flying around the world, and I'm just thinking, man, I'm doing this wrong. I'm getting middle seats on my 12-hour flights to Europe.
I still don't know who the young gun is next to Danny Tang here. Sipping on his
yeah, he looks familiar, but I don't know either. Hopefully we can get a name attached at some point. I assume he'll play a hand at some point.
All in?
All in.
220. I mean 120.
All in.
How much is that?
Brewer's all in, and Martirosian is all in as well. He's got Brewer dominated. But as you mentioned earlier, Ace-9 has some hidden value as you can make that low straight.
Pass. Slow down.
Brewer has 2 live suits as well. Martirosian with just 1.
Oh, my God.
Kingpin?
I don't want mine.
Well, both players hit their ace.
What happened?
3 spades out there. Brewer's got the 9 of spades. Outs are the top there. And he makes a flush too. Are you kidding me? What's going on here?
Another one. Here we go. That's 2. This is the easiest line ever.
I mean, they're not even real flushes. These like 4-card, four-card backdoor, like accidental flushes that players are making.
Yeah. He was the other guy. What's his name?
Tim Duckworth in the chat has revealed his name.
So Winfred got all the chips now?
I lost some other pots too. But yeah.
Javier Ramirez says this game is like a bingo game. Yeah, sometimes it feels like that. A lot of variance in this game. And the feature table, we just don't have a lot of chips at our feature table, so you're seeing a lot of all-ins. You might get the over today, the way we're going.
Oh, I think I will. What a terrible line you set. Great for me, though, Tuck.
Yeah. I'll send you the check.
Tim Duckworth says that the young whippersnapper's name is Reen Van Krevlin.
It's not Renee.
Could be Renee.
Or it could be Reen. We don't know.
Probably is Renee. Maybe it's Rennie.
Yeah.
Reenie?
Yeah. SHRS says, at this straight, what's the over-under on straight flushes? Oh, there you go. Tang wins a small one. Trying to get word on whether Phil Ivey is still in or not. Has he re-entered? Can we find that out?
Let me see what our live updates page.
Well, where can I get the live
is
updates?
reporting. Well, I'll tell you what, Tuck. If you head over to pgt.com/live reporting, you can't miss it. It's right there at the top. Up to 39 entrants in this event, and I see Phil Ivey has 620,000 chips. He's in the top 10. So Ivey is back.
Ivey is back.
Cove. Check.
There he is, Van Krevlin. Brewer with a pair of sevens to Voris. Voris has got a straight draw. Ace 6 7. Remember, it's ace 6 7 8 9 is a straight.
25.
孤勇者踩上都唔新，有冇其他
Van Krevlin also
都唔使定新嘅好聽都。
with a straight draw. Got backdoor diamonds as well. A little bit of something there for everybody.
Pass.
DeVoris gets out of the way.
Pass.
Van Krevlin gets out of the way, and Brewer wins it. Easy game.
How you can have free reload?
What?
How you can have free reload? It's free.
Oh, it's supposed to be 2. They obviously, yeah. They gave me an extra reload. I do appreciate that, but that's no. Ignore that's. I'm not supposed to have that. They gave me 3 instead of 2.
I'm good.
You guys just gave me 3 reloads instead of 2. You gave me 3 instead of 2. So just.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Ooh, Brewer.
Honest save.
Yeah,
yeah.
I like that. I like that. There's some ethics.
Yeah.
That would be funny if I was like on the phone. Like
So at least that clarifies exactly what's happening here. So you buy in for 50,000 euros. You get 3. Well, you get 100,000 chips, and then 2 reload cards. So
that makes sense.
Total of 300,000 chips.
All in.
Brewer's all in for jacks. Martirosian's going to give him some action with ace king.
Pass.
Wasn't Brewer our chip leader at some point earlier on? You mentioned. This game's quick. Things change very fast in this game.
Blinds will be 6,000, 12,000.
All
Here,
in.
please. We're going to introduce all the reloads cards. All
Van Krevlin's all in as well.
Pass.
Well, he's going to gamble a
Everybody's ready to
little 10-8 suited.
Yeah.
Continue. Jack in the window.
Brewer calling for the jack in the window.
You're not even safe if that happens. You got to fade all the Broadway and smaller straightening cards.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, there are no bricks. It's almost, I mean, especially when you get all in against two players, there's just no bricks. Tell me what card is, I mean, there's two pairs.
Well, thanks for everyone.
Martirosian looking for a jack. Brewer looking for a 7 and 9 or a queen. Ace on the river. And Van Krevelin is going to make two pair. Now Martirosian is going to get the small side pot. Van Krevelin triples up to 185.
Oh, he has only 60 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And he wins an extra 10 from you.
70.
Good luck, guys. What? Yeah.
Seat open.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. What's up, Jimmy? Good to see you on this Friday.
What's up, Jimmy?
I didn't think he'll hold in. So I didn't think he was going to hold though.
So Martirosian, he is out of reloads. TBD if he's going to buy back in. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out in a moment. Let's take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang on 311,000. Brewer, 220. Van Krevelin, that young whippersnapper that you mentioned, tripled up to 215,000. As we watch our feature table. Again, not a lot of chips at our feature table when you compare it to the rest of the field. We have players with over $1 million at the outer tables. If you're wondering, well, why aren't we watching those tables? Well, there's a process. We can't just move a table. It not easy. That would take time. So
usually takes about a half an hour at least to just get everything set up. Lun Loon, to your point, ship leader, 1.3 million. Ivan Liao, 1.1 million. Mike Watson, the Mad Dog, he's got 900,000. Kenna Stanasinicin Osasapio, fourth with 860. And Paul Poix, fifth, 726,000. Again, those are your top five on the outer tables, your outright top five tournament leaders thus far on day one.
Yeah, Paul, a businessman, poker player, but really, really adept at short deck. Plays a lot of it. And Athanasios Polycro, I love that guy's name. I mean, I can just say it. I just say it over and over again. At home for fun. That music, too, that is catchy. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We'll be here over the next handful of days. Each day we start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Grab a cup of coffee, get a breakfast burrito, get a Bloody Mary or a mimosa, whatever is your favorite, and join us each and every morning.
Call. Check.
C. Kobe Lars says, I played short deck poker a while back without realizing the rules. I thought I was getting great hole cards every hand. Yeah. Yeah, there aren't many hands you're going to get that you're like, oh, this is garbage in this game if you don't know.
Yeah. Pause. Call.
Yang with the bluff with 10-9.
Now we got something.
Yeah, runner, a very real possibility in this game.
For Tang, you have to be worried about, yes, certainly a 6. whatever that he could have involving a 6, the Queen X of Diamond variety.
Yeah, the question I have is, and I don't know Young's game enough to know this. Young is not in the, he's on the button. So I guess in theory he'd actually have a lot more 6s, right? You're not going to be limping in with too many 6s?
Right.
I mean, from early position, you shouldn't have too many 6s, right? Matt Plumley asking, he said he got called into a meeting. Is Ivey out or did he get moved from the main table? He rebought. So he was eliminated from our table and then re-entered. And he is, last we checked, up over 600,000 chips.
Cove. Pass. Cove. Sure.
Three-way action, pot's 48,000. Pair of kings here for Van Krevelen.
Check.
Brewer with the straight draw, looking for a 7.
Check.
And there it is. And there's the ace through 9 straight that we talk about.
Yeah, first time we've seen this today. That is the absolute nuts right now. The 8-9, that ace swings low, represents a 5 in this instance.
Yeah, you never get used to this, do you?
Okay.
Brewer debating whether he wants to raise or just call. And if he is going to raise, the question of how much does he raise? These players all have some chips. I mean, all around 400,000.
You do need to deny and protect your hand. It is vulnerable. The backdoor puppy paws are starting to come home. You have to be a little concerned about sets, 2-pair combinations. Remember, it's a lot easier to make a house in this game. So a hefty size for Brewer.
Yeah, Young, unfortunately for Brewer, just doesn't have anything to come along for the ride. He lets it go, and Brewer wins a small one. Brewer, though, up to almost 500,000 chips. Well, thank you all for joining us here on this Friday, April 8th. Masters Friday. Baseball opening day yesterday. The NBA approaching the playoffs. The NHL approaching the playoffs. It's just a good time to be alive, right? We got poker here in northern Cyprus. All good stuff going on as we hear more of that fancy music. And we can talk about PokerGO Hold'em because it's here. That's right. It is here. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Download it on the App Store, Google Play, or head over to PokerGoHold'em.com. You can play
now,
with
speaking
Brent
of music, the music for that ad is not in the game, but the original music for Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, our shows, that's all built into the game.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that? Very fancy.
Yeah, the original Poker After Dark music is my ringtone.
Is it really?
I love it.
Still have ringtones?
Yeah, you know, I've got different ringtones. You know, if somebody calls me, that particular ringtone goes off if a poker contact calls me. Then I've got one for my wife. I've got one for my mom.
Like a little under 400.
Okay.
What's the ringtone for your wife, out of curiosity?
Cold as ice.
You have me covered, right?
Yeah, I do.
And your mother?
I don't have one for my mother. I just ignore those. It's just automatic spam.
There you have it.
Jack, Divorce with pretty much the worst hand you can start with in this game, but he has hit a jack. But as you can see, he is an underdog at this point to Brewer's ace-king.
And I think Divorce knows that. Again, Jack-6, the worst hand you can be dealt in short deck. You are never in a good spot. Here's a great example of that. Still slightly behind, even when you do flop top pair. Tread carefully, my friend. Divorce will do just that.
He's getting a pretty good price, though, so he's going to call with top pair.
Brewer has a fun one. Obviously, having the king in his hand is able to represent a hand like king-queen, which would be the nuts. The one-liner into a straight. You can put all sorts of jack X's and even two pair in really bad spots. This is beautiful by Chris Brewer.
Yeah, and it's an interesting spot because I don't know if Divorce is calling that flop with many eights, just eights, because while he does have a straight draw, if the queen comes off, it's a worthless straight draw. Nice double barrel there from Brewer. 38 entries, half our field is remaining, so half the field has decided not to re-enter or re-enter it again and just got eliminated again. But you're looking at a pretty good prize pool. I mean, 38 entries at 50K a pop, we are approaching $2 million. 2 million euros in the prize pool. This is event number 2 of the Super High Roller Series.
Cove.
Event number 1 already in the books. Tom Vogelsang. The very good-looking Tom Vogelsang took home 360,000 euros in first place in that one.
He doesn't even wear pants when he plays. It's amazing.
If you're that good at poker, you don't need pants.
Beautiful dress shirt. He's got the nice jewelry on, the chest, the bracelets, the watch, the hair he's got going. He doesn't wear pants.
Mr. Lucky Licious says Van Krevelen is the second best looking guy in the room after Vogelsang. Care to comment?
I'm trying to find out where Van Krevelen, like, what is this guy's story? Who is he? Where did he come from?
Who is he? I mean, I can tell you this. That gray hoodie, that very unassuming gray hoodie, is probably a $300 gray hoodie, right?
I mean, I've heard of the Van Krevelen diagram.
Ooh.
It's back in the old math days that I failed at miserably.
That's the Venn diagram where you got like circle, circle, and you got to put the things in, right? That one?
Maybe. I could be very off there. Let's see. Van Krevelen from the Netherlands. Another one of the Dutch, which explains because Vogelsang was also Netherlands. Good-looking guy. See, I always thought that if you're from the Netherlands, maybe you're not that, maybe you're average, sort of like an American. Like Remco is from the Netherlands. I would never associate Netherlands with good-looking people until today with Vogelsang and now Van Krevelen.
Oh, yeah, no, the Dutch are extremely good-looking. Tall and good-looking. Remco, I mean, he was, clearly the runt of whatever.
Well, he's ruined it for him, really. I mean,
yeah.
No wonder he moved. He's no longer living there. They probably kicked him out.
I think it's at least a reasonable assumption to make. Or he left figuring he'd have a better chance of success somewhere else.
Right here in America.
Yeah.
A mutt just like the rest of us, Tuck.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, walking amongst the giant, good-looking people in the Netherlands if you're Remco.
Yeah.
That must be tough. Well, speaking of the Dutch, Van Krevelen wins a hand with kings, no flop. Necessary. Any updates on the Masters? I'm hearing that the conditions are far worse today than yesterday.
Oh, the wind just looks awful. Let me pay my attention over here at my monitor. Yeah, the wind looks terrible. Players are struggling. Tiger Woods has yet to tee off today.
That's good news for him then.
I have not seen any movement on the leaderboard. I know the Sung Jae Im is lost a shot. He slipped to 4 under, tied with Cameron Smith. The best round of the day so far belongs to Charlie Schwartzel, who's 3 under. And then here comes Colin Morikawa. He is now under par, 2 under for the day.
True story. Schwartzel, by the way, I was watching golf one day many years ago, and my wife walks in and hears the name Schwartzel. And she was so just enamored by the name that we ended up getting a fish and naming it Colonel Schwartzel.
Colonel Schwartzel.
Yeah, that was our fish's name. And this was 100% my wife hearing the name, the golfer's name.
Wow.
Yeah.
Colonel
for those of you wondering, Colonel Schwartzel is no longer with us. He's in a better place. Van Krevelen, by the way, has flopped a flush draw. Not just a flush draw. How about a royal straight flush draw?
Boy.
The royal. Yeah, just looking for the
Make
king of diamonds.
happen. Do it.
Not so quick. Not so quick. And amazingly, Brewer's King 10 is still best. And the king does play. Both players with aces and tens. Brewer's king does play, and he has the... it's amazing that king 10 versus jack 10 of diamonds, and king 10 somehow holds.
Check showdown.
So disappointing whenever you don't hit that royal or win the pot.
Yeah. It's got to be a bit frustrating. Brewer dodges a bullet on that one and rakes in the chips. Event number 2, the $50,000 short deck here in the Super High Roller Series. Prize pool just about $2 million.
Yeah.
Are you much of a golfer, Brent?
You know, I love to play. I just don't get the opportunity to play these days with 3 little guys running around and always working. But, you know, there was a time in my life where I'd play a decent amount. I was getting my game in decent shape. Probably like I'd say around a 12 to 15 handicap or so.
That's not bad. You can play. You're one of those guys I would describe as probably sneaky athletic.
Sneaky athletic, not in my past days, not anymore. Now I'm just fat.
Jack 10-9, 2 diamonds out there. Divorce with ace jack. Young also with a jack. He's got king jack. Now I'm just going to bet 30,000. Is he going to get? No, he gets divorced to fold. To the aggressor goes the spoils. Young with the bet. Young takes it down. Yeah, golf is hard. If you if you got a job, if you've got kids, family, other obligations, golf is a tough sport because it takes so long. I mean, you're talking about a full day. It's by the time you get to the golf course, you go to the range, you practice a little bit, you play, you go to the clubhouse, you have a beer, you have some, you have a little bit of lunch. You're talking about a 5-6 hour day, easy.
Oh, no doubt. Now, hopefully, as the kids get a little older and they're all in school, and I have some days that are a little slower than others, I can enjoy the golf course again. But that is not the current state of my life.
Yeah.
All in.
All in here from Van Krevelen. Can you play golf? Are you one of those guys? Can you play golf in 120-degree weather? I know I talked to Daniel about this, and he's all about it. He has no problem playing noon in the middle of July in Vegas, and I just think that's crazy. To me,
I'm used to it
I
now.
like the game, but I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'm used to it now. It's hotter than hell, but you put a little lotion on so you don't get burnt to a crisp. Brewer,
I'm all
look at
about
this.
listen.
He's got a really wild spot here for a relatively big shove, 375, and Brewer's going to go with it, ace king. This is massive here.
Yeah, you can't be afraid to gamble in this game, and Brewer does. He is all in for 600,000. This pot, 774,000 chips. Ace queen versus ace king. Van Krevelen with just one live suit as well. So Brewer in pretty good shape to win a monster pot.
Chop it up.
Two jacks.
Chop it up. Every time, yeah. Ooh.
Well, now he's...
Now. I guess I'll just have to scoop.
Yeah, Brewer looking for help. Does not get there. Ace on the river, and Brewer can just roll his eyes. Van Krevelen with the full double up to 774,000. A tough one for Brewer to lose, as he's down to 225,000.
Brewer just, again, the unlucky streak sort of continuing here inside Northern Cyprus. Is the
that would have put him
Bubble
up over $1
Boy
million.
in event number 1, and that was a huge pot for him to lose.
Van Krevelen up to over $750,000 chips. Take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Renee, Paul, Van Krevelen. It's a lot of names. 784,000 chips. Danny Ting on 425, and Chris Brewer really unlucky there. Is that pot would have brought him up over $1 million chips and really put him in a good situation. Unfortunately for him, down to 220,000. Not out though. Daniel Divorce, always a force at these short deck tables. Really any game he plays. 319,000 chips as we watch this one play out in front of us. By the way, the final table of this event we will have tomorrow for you at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that on the PokerGO YouTube channel for free.
What you left with, Chris? A lot. That's no. There's just 219 behind.
Ken Young, he might want to stick it in here and gamble. He's just going to come with a call instead. Brewer, the price is right.
Looks like DeVoris might be contemplating something there, but he decides just to call. And we'll see this one 4 ways. Pot's 54,000 in there. Ace 9-8, DeVoris with bottom 2.
Remember, Tank folded ace-6 of hearts. I thought he was interested in the pot, but I think because of the stacks around him in later position, he thought otherwise. He got out of the way. As DeVoris with bottom 2 is a relatively favorite.
22.
And good news for DeVoris. His hand is certainly vulnerable, but I'm not sure if we're going to get. Yeah, not sure if we're going to get to another card. Bet and take it for Daniel. And we continue on. Yeah, I don't know how you deal with the heat. I know a lot of you in Vegas. You can just kind of brave that 110-degree heat in the middle of the summer, and I'm all about, like, listen, you want to get up at 6 in the morning and get off the golf course by 9? Sure, sign me up. But playing 5 hours in 115-degree heat, teach their own. All the power to you, my man.
Well, it's probably sort of similar if you flip it around for, you know, the skiing diehards that are out there going down the mountains and relatively, you know, frigid temperatures, but they love to ski. I know you're bundled up, but it's the same with the golf course in a way, right? You're wearing the shorts. You're not going to get burnt if you apply the lotion.
No matter how
there's water, you know. You could. Well, yeah, you throw a little wet towel around the back. You're all right.
I suppose. I mean, I feel like in really, really cold weather, I can bundle up enough. There are clothes out there that can make me comfortable. When it's 115 degrees out there, I feel like there's nothing that's going to make me comfortable. But hey.
Well, you're still going to have, you know, the snot from the nose freezing to the bottom of the nasal passage. You know, your lips are still going to be numb. You're going to get the wind burn. Like, you know, it's just about the love of the game, really. And people that love to ski in the outdoors, they're going to find a way to do it.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just I just don't love golf enough. I think that could be the case. I just don't love it enough. I love poker, though. Would I play poker in 150? Yeah, I would do it. I don't care.
They used to do it, right, at the World Series. Remember, they'd have the tents out there by the Rio, little barely air conditioned. You'll be playing at about 100 degrees.
Still one of the most iconic broadcasts you'll ever see is when they play the World Series of Poker main event right on Fremont Street, right outside Binion's. It's, you know, well over 100 degrees. That was everybody sweating while they're playing. I love those.
Amazing they did that. They pulled it off. It looked great.
Yeah, Van Krevelen with the bet. Van Krevelen with the check mark. He's going to take that one down.
Fancy, are you?
Event number 2, the 50K short deck. We're here in northern Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. I want to thank you all for joining us. Kerry Katz was wearing that hat earlier, but it is Daniel DeVoris.
All in. All in.
DeVoris all in with ace-jack. Van Krevelen with sixes, not going to play. See if DeVoris gets any action here. Oh, yeah, he will. Don't think Young's going to fold queens. Nope. We're going to get a big pot. 722,000 in there. And it's ace-jack versus queens. Hanks is wearing his no gamble, no future sweatshirt, and these two players certainly willing to gamble.
You have more, right? I have 344.
Close, I think, very close.
Queen's still good. Board pairs. That's good for Young, and the river is the 8. And Young's queens do hold, and he's up to 728,000 chips now.
I think you cover by like 6.
Divorce says, I think you've got me covered by just a little bit.
330.
Let the dealer do their job. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Divorce eyeing, is it worth getting back in? Should we do it? Should we fire again? I have a feeling the answer is yes. We are now up to 42 entrants in this short deck event. And how about this? New chip leader once more. Elton Sang has 1.7 million chips. Canastanacian Osiapio has 1.4. Lun Loon to the moon, 1.3. Li Wai Kiat, 1.1. And Ivan Liao, 940,000. That's your top 5. If you want to follow along with the live reporting here on day one, pgt.com. Click on live reporting. It'll take you right to it. Phil Ivey is inside the top 10. Stephen Chidwick is inside the top 10. But what a chip lead for Elton Sang. 1.7 million.
Yeah, that is a hefty lead at this point of the tournament. A lot of poker to be played. We'll pick up the action tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have the final table of this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee, day 2 of the Masters. Tiger Woods about to tee off right now.
I mean, where else can you have exciting poker action and Masters coverage all in one? That's right. Nowhere else. Sure. Only here. 3 clubs out there, not a club among the 3 players, though.
Sure.
Nobody with much of anything. Van Krevelen with a pair of 9s so far.
When are we going
Brewer and Tang with straight draws.
Yeah.
Not sure we're going to get to a river, though. Whoever bets is likely to win this one.
When is the break? Oh, sweet.
I think we've only got a couple more minutes of coverage. I think.
So when the players go on break, are we calling it a day? Is that how it is playing out?
I believe so. At break, we wrap it.
So once again, a reminder to all of you. I want to thank you all for joining us here at the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, bright and early.
I used to love it.
Coffee, tea, Bloody Marys, Bloody Marias, whatever you're drinking, come join us. Brent and I will be back for the final table of event number 2. Will Phil Ivey make it? We'll be here to find out.
Easy, easy, easy. Ladies and players in the short deck finish right now. Now we have 15 minutes break, 15 minutes break.
A pair of 10s for Young. Danny with the straight draw.
15 minutes break, short deck, once cats will be in the air, register and will be closed.
And then board pairs. See if Danny Tang wants to double barrel this. Well, looks like that's your answer. It looks like he's going to. He bets 22,000. Back over to Young. Makes the call. Danny looking for some help. Ooh. And he gets there. He really wasn't. And now he's going to check it back because. And look at that. He gets all excited. He's like, oh, got caught with my hand in the cookie jar and got lucky.
Good one to end it on, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Danny Tang bluffing and then getting there and winning that last pot of our day. And it's been a fun day, Brent.
That's been outstanding. Congrats earlier to Tom Vogelsang, our Event 1 champion. Tomorrow we're going to be back for Event number 2. Who will final table, Tuck?
Yep, Event number 2 will be here at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank GG Poker, Lux and Pay, and everybody at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. For Brent Hanks, I am David Tuckman. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you 7 a.m. Eastern Time right here